So we currently have over 100 participants and we have over 300 registered people. So I think some people are still joining. In the last couple of minutes, we are going to introduce the conference and explain how you can take the best advantage of it and what is our program for today. So today is the 10th of October. Probably if you are on the other side of the planet, could be the 11th of October. And we appreciate all of you that are very far. And that is the beauty of this community. We have people all over across the world. The Open TAK conference is for everyone that is interested in the TAK family, not only ATAK. In the meanwhile, we have also WinTAK and other products that are available to you, like the FreeTAK server. And we have also new tools being created every day. And we hope to get also plugins to connect more and more stuff. We want to introduce the Open TAK community to all the interested parties, present projects, tools, and approaches so that everyone is on the same page. And today we are going to have a series of lectures by using this platform that is called GoToWebinar. So let me start welcoming you, and I would like to introduce my boss, that is Wally. Wally is so nice that provide us the platform that we are using and the organization that we represent to sponsoring this conference. Wally, can you please introduce yourself and a little bit who we are?
Yes, certainly. Thank you for that introduction, Ju, and welcome everyone to the FreeTAK virtual conference. We certainly appreciate your interest and attendance, and I'd also like to thank the other organizers. I've done a fantastic job putting this together, and not only myself, but the rest of us at Spark Services North America are pretty excited about this. So I'm Wally McLaughlin. I'm the Vice President of Sales at Spark Services North America, or SSNA, as you will probably see quite a bit of that acronym today. Just a little bit about who we are and what we do. We represent Spark Systems platform or stack of products, software products in the United States. Some of you might be familiar with some of those products. They include Enterprise Architect, Pro Cloud Server, and Prolaborate. Enterprise Architect started as a UML modeling tool about 20 years ago and now supports dozens of different standards and can be used for multiple different disciplines or applications. And it's very heavily used in the federal space. We do a great deal of work there, or do a great deal of work in the federal space with the stack. And as far as the organization, what we bring to clients is the ability to apply best practices and industry standards for their architecture work. We do this through several different applications, including enterprise architecture, model-based systems engineering, business process modeling, just to name a few things. We work across numerous industries and have sold over 800,000 licenses of Enterprise Architect since we started. So I'm thinking that several of you are familiar with Enterprise Architect, given the amount of federal use or federal licenses that are used and operated right now. If you have any questions or would like any other information about the products, please contact me. We would be more than happy to set up a demo for you and get you started with trial licenses if you are interested. So Ju, would you like to add anything to that?
No, thank you. The only thing that I would like to add is Wally has been so kind in supporting my free time in this community. And until now, we have not engaged this community as an organization. I only ask Wally to support that by providing the platform. So that is my complete personal time that has been invested until now, so that we keep a very clear why we are here and what is the difference between me as a part of this organization and me as free time provider of services. We have a lot to cover. So Wally, you want to add anything?
No, have a great conference, and once again, thank you all very much for attending. We're looking forward to this.
Great. So today we are going to have a very intense program. Most of the time, we are going to spend 30 minutes on a certain topic. We have only one exception when we are going to go inside the code. So very shortly, we will have the pleasure to introduce Tim Van Name, that is our honored guest as Operation Common CTO. It's a very impressive title, and he will give us a perspective of open source community. And then we have the other very important person in this community, the person that has made all of that possible. You may know him as ATAK Release, but his name is Ralph Kohler, and is our ATAK evangelist, and is the liaison with the government. And then we will have Charlie. Charlie is also a very important person because he's responsible for the ATAK Product Center, and he will explain to us how is the government intending to manage the open community. So we can ask a lot of questions to Ralph that has been asked in the community before. Then we are going to have Josh Sterling talking about, okay, what is that we can do if we sign a plugin and how we can take advantage of the plugin and how we can distribute them. That is the government track between now and 13:15 East. All the times are in Eastern time, so United States Eastern time. So we will jump then in the development track, and we have here something that is very, very discussed in the community. The analog radio interface kit, Eric, is a audio modem plugin, and Nate from BBN will explain to us what we can do with that, if that is real or it's only a joke, and we will learn about that. Then the next is Chris Lawrence from the ATAK Product Center is going to give us a tour of the ATAK source. And this is the only topic that we will cover in 3 sections, so it's 1.5 hours, because as you probably know, ATAK is a huge, huge application, and I hope that Chris will give us some insights. Next is going to be Alen. Alen's aka Pinsgauer in Discord has created a library for interacting with the ATAK servers, so it allows you to create your own client easily. And then we will have Paul. Paul is another user called or named Digital Sport Athlete on Discord, and he will explain to us how he has created a plugin in ATAK. Finally, for the development track, we are very glad to have Con Cheng on board, and Con is a Radacat vice president. As you know, we discussed that in the community. Radacat is providing a very, very good device that supports LoRa on the commercial space, and now they are interested in producing, and probably he will show us the plugin that they have created, so that you can leverage this device within the ATAK space. And finally, we'll jump into the user track. And myself, I am Gio Platania, aka Corvo on Discord. I will introduce the FTS roadmap. As you probably know, FTS is the free ATAK server. It's the piece of software that allows you to connect with different ATAK so that they can communicate together. Josh Fuller was so nice to jump in because we had another speaker that was not available, and will explain to us 10 things that you don't know and you can do with ATAK. So I look forward to that. And then Nate will give us a demo of the usage and maybe the release of Eric. And finally, Nata is Ghost 108 on Discord, and is the lead developer of the FreeTalk server, will give us an insight of how we are planning to do the FTS API and why the way in which we create the stuff can be relevant also for other developments. So before I jump and I leave Tim introduce the keynote of the conference, some rules of the conference. So as you have seen, we have 4 tracks. What I'm doing right now is the initial administrative track, and then we were a user development and government. Those are lectures. That means you cannot talk. However, we are really interested in listening to your questions, and we invite you to participate, and you can do that in 3 different ways. Number one, we have a chat within the go to web conference system. And in alternative, you can comment live using our Discord channel. And if you want to have your question really answered, we suggest to post them on Reddit. We created a dedicated topic for each of the talk. So if you post them on Reddit, the speakers are committed to look at that Reddit and try to answer all the questions they can. Finally, all those lectures are going to be recorded, and we will publish them on the ATAK YouTube channel. And Ralph has created a special list that will contain all the different topics, and it will require a little bit to be published. So let's ask some time to be able to publish them on the YouTube, but you can expect that in within 1 month from now. Okay, that was the introduction. I think we are on time, and I would like to introduce to you Tim. Tim, we are very glad to have you on board, and we would like to have you provide us an insight on where is that we are going as a conference.
Thanks, Ju. Thanks for having me today. So I want to start off by just saying I'm so excited to be a part of this community, and it's been really inspiring to see the conversations that are happening, on Reddit and across Discord. For me, this conversation represents the culmination of a ton of hard work of folks across the government and industry driving the development of a product that really matters. But it also represents the start of the next phase of this journey, where the government and this incredible open source community are going to drive the product and the capability to new heights. So I first wanted to just take a step back and talk through a little bit of the history from my perspective of the ATAK suite of products. Looking, I've been in the role now about a year, and coming into this job, there was some really gnarly technical problems that I had to wrestle with, and a few gems, just absolutely incredible teams and incredible products. And the ATAK is certainly a shining example of one of those gems. The team is spectacular, and you're going to get to hear from a huge chunk of that team and the drivers today. But what I saw watching this from afar inside of the government for the probably last 5 or 6 years was that a small team of nerds who got to have lunch on a regular basis with our operators who go into harm's way came up with an idea for some technology that would make their life better. And rather than admiring the problem or talking about what might be possible someday down the road, that team, led by Josh Sterling, who you're going to talk to this afternoon, and working with Ralph Kohler and some folks at AFRL, started to build out a product that was heavily based on open source software that was readily available, and some concepts that they had come up with that would make life better for our warfighters. And over the course of the last few years, they have taken what was a product designed to solve a discrete portion of that problem, which is really situational awareness on the battlefield, right? How do we provide our operators an understanding of where all of their teammates are across a dispersed geographical area? So that was the initial problem, and they've scaled it into solving a whole slew of problems. We've shared as much of that code as we can so far, and we're going to continue to share everything that we can get through our release process as a government. As many of you can imagine, that's a fairly gnarly process. It took us almost 6 months to go from a conversation about open sourcing to putting this out there to begin with. But we've also got all of our key stakeholders now lined up to want to participate in this community, to want to contribute the code that we write back to the open source family, but also to adopt the incredible products that you all are building into the way that we do operations. So what I see as the sort of the ATAK family of products is really about how do we give folks who are running into harm's way the best possible technology to solve their problem. But I fully recognize that is really a myopic view of what this product can do. And you know, I'm super excited to see where you take the next things. You know, as I mentioned, ATAK was built on open source. Everything from the cryptography to the way that the geospatial mapping.
Sorry to interrupt, team. It looks like you have closed your video. Can you start again your video, please?
Yeah, no problem.
There you go. Yeah,
okay,
go on.
You know, so built heavily on open source, and you know, the team for a long time has wanted to make the underlying code and the software development kit available back to the community for really 3 reasons, right? One, it's our way of saying thanks. You know, thanks for being willing to share your code with the world on a regular basis. That's an incredibly important thing, and I think it just makes us all better. But you know, but secondarily, we believe by sharing our code, you're going to make us better. You're going to find places where we could be more efficient, where we could be more secure, or where you can find ways of solving problems that we maybe solved in a clunky way to start with. And the team is eager to learn from you and to adopt the way that you see this problem from a different lens. But the third and most important, I think, is that you're going to develop features and think about ways that this product could integrate with the technical world that we maybe haven't considered, or if we have considered, we didn't have the resources or the people necessary to drive that forward. And so we can't wait to see where you take it and sort of what's next. You know, few commitments on the government side, and really going to hear from the folks who are driving this, but we're working on taking the ATAK product into a sort of virtual reality world so that our folks can plan missions and operations using the particular product. And so I'm excited to see, you know, where that goes. It's very much in the sort of infancy stages at this point. But as the code starts to come together into a minimal viable product, we're going to have the conversations about open sourcing it earlier. And I think that'll be a really powerful thing. We're also working to integrate more map data and higher resolution map and imagery data from around the world into the product out of the gate. And so I think that'll be a great thing to share to the extent that we're able. But also some of the plugins that we have been using. So we shared some of the plugins that we could with the code, but we're working to figure out how the broader community actually shares the plugins that we've built with the product back to the open source community. So we use it for a whole myriad of things, everything from sort of checking the weather to mission planning to situational awareness on the ground to even the way we do military freefall. We use a plugin to help us understand where we are relative to the Earth while we're flying through the sky, and I think that's a super exciting set of capabilities. All of that, you know, we have to follow a pretty regimented governmental process for sharing things out, but I just want you to hear from us firsthand that we are committed to figuring out how we share as much of this as we are able to, and then working hard to continue to adopt the technology that you develop and contribute back to that in a meaningful way. So stepping back from the sort of immediate roadmap, the team itself is, is a mixture of folks who've worked directly in the Special Forces formation, and a bunch of incredible companies who have learned a lot about how we are approaching the solution to the problem and delivering that code. And so all of the folks that you'll hear across the TAK Product Center, what I think is really exciting about that group is that they represent participants from a number of different companies that all work together inside of the ecosystem that is used by special forces around the world, and even like broader conventional forces inside of the DoD to develop that product in a really useful way. Over the next year, we're actually seeing some of our colleagues on the rest of the sort of civilian side of the government. So like the Department of Homeland Security has invested pretty significantly in developing the TAK product suite for their own use. And so that's where actually a huge portion of the code that we were able to release was developed in partnership with them. And so I think it's important for the broader community to understand that while the DoD, the Department of Defense, was the initial driver of the TAK product suite, and it was originally created for special forces, it's now a broader community inside of the US government that is contributing in a meaningful way. And then as we've open sourced it, like looking towards a broader community around the world that have a huge variety of use cases that will benefit from the ability to understand where things are in relation to one another, but also to operate in a disconnected or places where communications can be challenging. And like I said, I imagine there are use cases that you all have already thought of, and you're going to solve some discrete technical problems that probably apply to the work that we are trying to do that we never even considered were possible, or we didn't necessarily understand how the technology applied. So looking forward to learning from all of you. If we're gonna be as active as we can be in this community, and so if there's places where we can help, or we can apply resources to solve a problem, I think we're interested in hearing about those from you. There's limitations to what we will be able to do, the challenges of working inside of bureaucracy, but I think our intention and our commitment is there. So we're going to work through that in partnership with all of you. The last thing I'll say, and having watched the dialogue for the last month or so, I am incredibly inspired by the group of people who want to take new technology and to apply that technology to making people's lives better, to solving problems that that folks are actually faced with on a regular basis. Because for me, so much of the technology community is really centered around challenges like how do you advertise things to people that they don't need and getting them to buy those products. And so having folks who are committed to taking technology to make life better, and not just to sell more things, I think it's special. I think it's incredibly rare, and I think this conference is a recognition of what a precious moment in time it is, where we can get people from all over the world who see an opportunity to use technology to make life better, working down the same path. As I come to a close here, and I'm happy to take questions from the group, but as I come to a close, my challenge that I'll throw down to all of you is to make us better, to help us learn how we can be better partners in this space, and things we should have done differently as we built out this technology stack. When we, the special forces, select people, the most critical attribute that those folks have is to be exceptionally inquisitive and willing to learn, adapt, and overcome. And that's something we expect from every technical person inside of our formations today, is to absolutely use those attributes in their everyday life. And so we're all here to be exceptionally inquisitive, to learn from each of you, and to have you challenge some of the decisions we made along the way so that the next product we develop and maybe share with the community can be better and can be informed by your knowledge and expertise. So looking forward to what that looks like. And yeah, I'll be around. I'll be poking around Reddit and Discord to the extent that I can, but will happily make myself available to this group. Thanks for what all of you do. And with that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Tim. So we have here a question in the chat, and we are interested to know if we are going to see an integration of the ATAK infrastructure with other operational groups like DC, GS, CPOF, and Palantir. And clearly they are, military stuff, so maybe you can elaborate for the rest of us what that is about.
Yeah, no, happy to. So, so there are a few different acronyms in there. So the Defense Common Ground System, DCGS, is one of the systems that we use to communicate with a wide variety of our platforms. So aircraft and ships. And there are already folks who have done some amount of integration there. The Air Force is actually a very heavy user of the ATAK product, and they've done integration with parts of that system. And Josh Sterling and the ATAK Product Center do an incredible job of understanding the touch points across the US government, how those are being used. And, if there's sort of a specific need there from someone inside the government or from someone who's doing business or work with the government, the ATAK Product Center, I think, is the right place to go to get those introductions. Integrations with tools like Palantir, part of open sourcing this product was a desire to make those sorts of integrations possible, but also to encourage those companies like Palantir that sell a lot of software to the government to do the work, right? I would love to see Palantir develop a plugin that makes it easier for users to consume their services from the ATAK interface. But we, at least to my knowledge, haven't done that integration work ourselves, because some of those proprietary systems like Palantir can be a little bit gnarly to do the development with. And so I'm going to flip that around and say, we open sourced our code so that they could do that integration work, or would challenge them to open source their code so that we could understand how we might do the integration on our side.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Another follow-up question is in regard to other systems that exist in the DoD that are similar or in concurrence with ATAK. I will not do any name, but we know that they exist. And also some of them are open source. So they are kind of competing also in the open source space. Do you see in future any convergence of all those systems? And if so, how can we collaborate also with them?
Yeah, there are probably systems that you all know about that I'm not familiar with in the open source space. So a few of the systems that I am familiar with, the Teleport, which is a system that was designed by the Navy. We are actually doing work right now to integrate that with our virtual tactical assault kit product. And our plan collaboratively between the Army and the Navy is to actually jointly open source that final product. And so, that's one where we did become aware of a similar product, and we actually reached out to our counterparts there to merge those two into a single product, and then, sort of deconflict the pieces, and we'll share it out with the rest of the world. But yeah, if there's like a specific system that someone's aware of, I maybe don't know about it, but I would love to learn about it, and I'm happy to figure out if we can be helpful in that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Last question. We have here Cipher on Discord asking about possibly bad guys that will take advantage of the fact that ATAK has been released and that we are, as a community, helping out common people to use it. So that has been also my personal concern. So I will be very grateful if you can address that.
Yeah, we had that conversation with some of our stakeholders as we were talking about releasing ATAK. So I think there's really three sort of streams of thought that I had going into that conversation. The first is that we've shared ATAK with hundreds of thousands of users in a variety of different formats over the past sort of 5-ish years, and so we don't really have authoritative control of the code anyways. And so the idea that that our adversaries might be able to get a hold of it, or the bad guys, right? Like I was pretty comfortable with the fact that capable groups had already done so. The second is that there are a variety of products that are sort of similar. I don't think they're quite as capable, and the integrations of plugins, I think advantage this product to some degree, but there are other tools that they could use to be effective in this space. And so, we recognize, but a third is, I don't think we should be afraid, right, of folks having the best capability. Our organization believes that that we're capable of things most people would assume are impossible from a mission perspective, not because of the tools that we have. I mean, my folks have some of the best body armor in the world, absolutely phenomenal firepower, but that's not what makes them special forces. The special forces comes down to having special people who train really hard and practice to be experts at their craft, but also expert teammates and incredible decision makers and really good partners with partner nations around the world. That's what makes them special, and that's what makes them effective. And so as we looked about ATAK, like, yeah, there's possibility that that folks we're fighting against, right, that terrorist organizations could grab onto this technology and use it. But I'm confident we can overcome that. And I'm confident that the benefits we will gain from sharing the code and adopting and learning from the open source community absolutely will outpace what our enemies are able to do with it. And I've got faith and confidence in our people and the training and skills that they have, that that our use of the product will be better than what we're seeing on the opposite side of the battlefield.
Thank you, Tim. I love this answer. I used to say to my students that a fool with a tool is still a fool. So I like really your approach to say we have the best people and that is what makes us special. Thank you so much for participating, team, and as a community, we look forward to work together and to develop, as you said, rightly, technology that is going to help, the people to live better, especially in those challenging times. It's very, very nice that we can collaborate together. Thank you so much, team.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We are going now to go to Ralph. Ralph is a member of our community. You know him as ATAK Release, and the name is justified by the fact that probably without Ralph, we will not have any type of ATAK that is released in the wild. So Ralph, I'm going to make you as a presenter, if I can find you. Where are you? Here you go. Go on, Ralph.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for sharing a part of your Saturday with us. I'm super excited to have an opportunity to talk about a released ATAK and have an ecosystem in the public that takes all of the government-funded work that we've done and makes it available to the public who paid for it. But I want to start off by thanking first Tim, whose vision in his position really allowed Josh and Chris and Charlie to make this happen. Without Tim's and their leadership, we could never have done this. While Josh used to work for me a long time ago, I really work for Josh now as the TAK evangelist and sometime jailhouse lawyer for the team. Excuse me. So I want to talk today about the government's responsibility to do technology transfer and what that means, and what makes TAK special and why we should distribute it widely. I've done tech transfer for a lot of different technologies, and I used to work on a program about 15 years ago that had 7 different programs to do PC-based situational awareness for special operations across the DoD, as well as some conventional forces. And all of them wanted to be, we all agreed we should have one standard. And every group thought that theirs should be the standard. So we were all spending money on duplicative work. And when we decided to do TAK between 2003 and 2009, when we really got going on it, we wanted to do things differently. And so ATAK was actually started as a demonstration of what TAK server could do. And Josh was running that program at the time. And because we know that, as our current Air Force Chief of Staff of the Air Force likes to say, culture eats strategy for breakfast, we wanted to use ATAK as a model for government open source. So we didn't have 7 identical programs competing for resources that were duplicative to do the same maintenance and incompatible training and incompatible bug patches. And so the distribution model we have wanted for several years was to follow the White House's distribution of software as open source in the government wherever we could. And when we can't make it open source, to have it be government open source. Recognizing as the Air Force that this software doesn't belong to just the Air Force and doesn't belong just to the contractor, but it belongs to the entire government. And there's a bunch of legal stuff at the bottom. And so making the source code available to the whole government got one program after another to say, you know, this ATAK thing is the way to go because it reduces the cost and we can all contribute as we wish. But then also, in addition to the government open source model, we had all the stuff we learned about how monopolies work in the tech world. You know, Android and Microsoft and Facebook, Apple are essentially natural monopolies in the tech world. And they did that because they were first to market, inexpensive, widely distributed, and extensible. And that led each of them to be...
Sorry to interrupt, Ralph. If you are sharing any presentation,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think that we can see that. And we cannot see also your video. We see
Okay.
only a black screen.
You
So
no longer see my video.
No. So can you stop and then start again your
yes,
video?
I will go back.
Yeah, now we can see the presentation. You can go on. Thank you.
Good. I don't know what happened. I'm struggling to go back. There we go. Okay, so we started this as a demonstration of what ATAK server could do when Josh was running the program. And, oh, one too far. There we go. Okay, and we wanted to make it as open as possible because the source code the government develops belongs to the government, and there's a requirement for the government to share with the public whatever it can. And we know that if you want to make a monopoly in the government, to get it widely distributed, you'd like to be first to market, inexpensive, widely distributed, and extensible. And also, you'd like it to be sticky. That is, once people learn it, they have an incentive to stay learning it. And that formula leads to market dominance in the FANGs, Facebook, Apple, Android, Netflix, and Google, as well as Microsoft, let's not forget. And we thought we could do the same thing in the government because it would be way cheaper in the long run if we could do it, although there's a bunch of mechanisms in the government that make that hard. And so the question is this ATAK capability a capability we could get out to the world as well? And it's inherently a dual use capability. And you can see that, as Tim alluded to, there are a dozen other applications that do more or less what ATAK does. We're not magic because we're dots on a map on a phone. And also, if you look at what those capabilities are that the military needs so much, the dots on a map are critical, but they're not really military specific capabilities. So it was possible for us to move from a pure military program and tech transition that into the wider community that could use it. Also, it turns out end users don't really care about servers, but they're really important. Okay, so why transfer ATAK to fire departments and smoke jumpers and police departments and people doing inventories? Because the law requires it. There's a law that says if you have technology that the government's developed, it should be transferred via some mechanism to the public so that they can benefit from that. Our ATAK model is consistent with the White House guidance on open sourcing software. I'm sorry, I've already done that. Okay. So the government has to do this. The word shall there in red. We have to transfer this technology wherever possible. And again, Josh and Tim in particular really have carried that ball for us in a way that just could not be done just within the lab. So,
Ralph, sorry to interrupt. If you are switching slides, I don't think that we can get it. We still see the slide what makes TAK special? If you
Good.
have-
I just switched to that slide. So,
Okay.
so that's where we want to be. So the first thing that made TAK special, and you see I have it in green because in the past there have been numerous groups within the DoD who thought because TAK brought them so much capability, it was special and shouldn't be widely distributed. But as I described with tech transfer, it fits everything that says we should transfer it. Excuse me. And we were at the right place at the right time because we came along just as convergent devices and IP-enabled radios hit the commercial as well as the military markets. Without those persistent system radios coming on the scene and the Harris radios in 2012, there's not much way to communicate on the battlefield, and it's much less valuable. But it's the smartphones and those radios that are special, not TAK in particular. We also had a bunch of researchers ready to exploit that technology because labs got a bunch of smart people, and they pay a bunch of smart people like BBN and Raytheon and PAR who have done that work. We also had the world's best trained users to provide us with extensive feedback, as Tim alluded to. And we focused on a great user design for the interface to make it as easy to use as we could because we knew that was important. The extensible API lets everybody use TAK for the things they need without all the stuff they don't. We have, I don't know, 100 or 200 maybe plugins in development in various stages. And that allows everybody to have that phone plus radio do what they need to do, maybe intersect with their Internet of Things. And if you look at the cost, if you think about getting everybody on the same user base, if it costs $1,000 to train each user, which I think is a lowball, if we have 250,000 users now, that means that other organizations have paid $250 million in training to make the system right. And let me give you the parallel with Microsoft. The government and most people use Microsoft not because it's the best, but it's because it's what they know. And so now you have interoperability and training, which drives people to make the product better. And that's why TAK is the standard for the government combined with the open source, the government open source. And it's why we'd like the public to use it as well. It's special because it allows coordination over geography, and it allows us to communicate in ways that we couldn't before. I saw a video in 2017 on the History Channel where they were interviewing the New York City Police Department. And they were talking about how the key was to, quote, communicate, communicate, communicate. And they had ATAK running in the background. So these capabilities aren't special because of the software. They're special because they allow collaboration and we make them widely available. And so making them widely available to the public is the next logical step. I hope you're mostly familiar with Metcalfe's law, but it's an old telephone argument that says a device is useful in proportion to the square of the number of connected users. That's why Facebook took off. It's why Android took off. And if we get ATAK in the hands of the public and have them learning it so that when police departments need to work with the FBI, for instance, or with, for instance, AFSOC when they're doing hurricane relief, it makes everybody more capable and it makes a better bang for the buck for what the government has paid for and what the public gets to use. And that's why we need to distribute widely. Excuse me. And open source goes even farther, as Tim said, and Jason will hit that a little bit in his presentation too. Having it in the Play Store makes it super easy for the public to get it, but it also makes it super easy for organizations like police departments and firefighters and other organizations that use device managers to load their apps. It makes it easier for them to manage it without having to do a mother may I to the tax center, because Charlie Johnson doesn't scale. If he's got 1,000 people asking him for stuff, he has a hard time doing it. But having them just go to the Play Store makes this work way, way better. So federal and other interoperation is easy. The federal government may, for instance, for something they need to do, have tax servers set up ahead of time and just hand out the encryption code to connect to the server, and in a few minutes, that police department that they need to work with suddenly can interoperate. Gives us an ecosystem of trained users, integrators, and vendors. And Tim didn't talk about this, but having more people know how to use your stuff makes the whole ecosystem more valuable yet again. That ecosystem of contractors that support the government and also supports industry and commercial makes it better for industry and commercial. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with AeroNet, but the AeroNet program is looking to sell systems to other nations for surveillance and domestic emergency use. And they use ATAK because it's unclassified, it's easy to use, it's easily available. Having ATAK in the Play Store actually makes AeroNet more valuable because it's easier for those people to get trained up and work with the US military when they need to. And it also makes additional products like Gotenna, for instance, and a dozen others I could name, that sells to domestic uses with ATAK, but now could also sell to those AeroNet partners if they choose to. And now we have one system rather than 7, reduces those training costs, increases quality, increases interoperability. This approach of wide distribution, including now open sourcing and Play Store, has led directly to wider distribution for the government and lower costs for the government.
Some users are wondering if you are changing slides, because we can see the time of your desktop that is frozen since 10 minutes.
Well, that is terrible. I see that my show screen went off for some reason.
Now we can see that
and
is
so I hit it back on. Let me check my time, because we need to, the trains need to move on time here.
You're still fine with the time, because we are earlier with other presentations.
Okay.
So please go on.
All right. So the wide exposure pushes additional users with additional training. There are people who have come back from using ATAK and special operations into police departments and brought it with them. And now we have people in police departments beginning to join the military and interoperate with them and show that it's valuable in both directions. So having this in the Play Store actually trains people, which benefits the government in multiple ways. Additional training, additional users interoperating is also super valuable. The 2016 inauguration, which had many federal organizations interoperating using TAC for security at the event, is an example of the sort of interoperability that the government could really not dream of 5 years ago. And that expertise in development, administration and vendor use makes it easy to reuse the work that we've done. I did this slide as part of the first public presentation I did for why we need to open source and license ATAK in 2014. And somebody put it on Wikipedia. And this is the same slide. It turns out in the federal government, you're not allowed to talk about actual other agencies. I'm not even allowed to refer to the product center in my written briefing, or I can't get it publicly released, let alone other governments. But getting ATAK out there makes it easier for other special operations groups, other armies, and other civil defense forces to use ATAK. And we have all of those cases already. We have the Forest Service and FEMA's and DHS's using it, both in the United States and elsewhere. You have SWAT teams and security teams using ATAK, sheriffs and police, and even private security staff, because knowing where the dots on the map are is key. One of my kids actually has used ATAK for 2 Eagle Scout projects now. And, you know, when my kids and I are out and about hiking, we use ATAK to keep track of each other when we're separated. So enabling our international partners to easily get ATAK makes it easier for the AeroNet community, all of our international partners we want to be interoperable with, and our civilian partners. And open sourcing it and putting it in the Play Store is the next natural step. I'll stop and take questions. And I apologize for the screen freezes.
Sure. So we have several questions here, Ralph. One of the first question was in regard to, you mentioned IP-enabled tactical radios, and we understand stuff like PRC 15.2A and PRC 16.3S that have, you know, a lot of capabilities. And do you foresee any civilian radios being released that recreate similar capabilities?
Well, civilian radios in that regard led the way. I would point to Persistent Systems and Trellisware and Silvus radios as really civilian but expensive IP radios. But in fact, also remember, your phone is really an IP radio. It just goes to the cell towers, but it's an IP-enabled radio. So those radios are expensive and they're getting cheaper. And in 10 years, you're going to be able to buy those the way you can go buy a one of those FANG radios that you'll hear about later today. But make no mistake, there are many relatively expensive civilian radios that are available today for use if you have $5,000 for a radio. Over.
Okay, thank you. I have another question from Enrique Gonzalez in the question list. So I have installed ATAK, and now you have that from the Play Store. Can I expect to get automatic updates from the Play Store?
Yes, that is the plan. Although, remember, I'm just the evangelist. Josh is in charge. Yes is the answer to that question.
Okay. So, and final question is, a user in Discord asked if we are going to see the capability to do route planning like in Google Maps into ATAK.
I'm sorry, I missed a key word there. Route deployment?
Route planning, so that I can
route
decide.
planning.
Route planning, sorry.
That is a plugin which is available to state and local federal people now and is pretty good. You'll ask Josh whether that's when Tim referred to the fact that we're looking to make those civilian plugins more widely available. And I believe that that is on Josh's and Charlie's list, but I don't think we can give a date for when that's going to happen. I certainly would like to see that happen, and I see no reason why it shouldn't happen. I think the government is working towards that, but they probably don't have a timeline because government bureaucracies are hard. I can't even explain how hard it really is sometimes. Over.
Okay, so thank you so much for your illustration of how is that we went where we are, and especially Ralph, I would like to personally thank you in this occasion for the support that you have provided to me as a kind of newbie in this world, and helping me out to understand how to make the right steps in the right directions, and like you have done with me, with many other in this community. So thank you again, Ralph, for being there with us and helping us also to organize this conference today. And
You're welcome.
So go on, please.
You're welcomed. And again, thank you to everybody for coming. And I look forward to your help in making ATAK the tool of choice for collaborative geospatial operations in the civilian world. All right, I'm out.
Great, thank you. And currently we have 186 people connected. That is kind of amazing. And our next speaker is Charles Johnson from the TAC Product Center, and he's going to explain us what is the government plan for OpenTAC. So Charlie, if I can find you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I will make you a presenter now.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Charlie.
All right, let me just get my screen up.
We can see the confluence.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can. Go on.
All right. Okay, so good morning, nearly afternoon, everybody. My name is Charlie Johnson. I'm the ATAK program coordinator at the ATAK Product Center. And so today I'm going to be talking about government open source for the ATAK roadmap. So kind of starting out, sorry, I'm just having to move some things around here. Before February of 2019, TAC was deployed at program offices that all sort of had a different idea about how they were going to take the software and load it onto a hardware platform and then put that on a network, and what authorizations to operate were involved with that, and how that software should be released beyond the government. And it was important for everybody to get on the same page. So in February 2019, a group of these enterprise level stakeholders met in Washington, D.C., and they chartered the TAC Configuration Steering Board. And what this steering board is it's an 06 level of, we call it the Council of Kernels, that funds and resources the TAC working group that maintains the TAC core base code known as the TAC Product Center, which is Josh is in charge of that. And that's where I work. So the purpose of the TAC CSB is to ensure operational suitability is maintained within the TAC core capabilities, and the operational security and interoperability serves as the primary focus of the board to achieve suitability. And the TAC CSB approves the TAC processes and procedures document to facilitate a single TAC core capability baseline, and to provide flexibility for stakeholder components to each establish and maintain their respective configuration management. So underneath the TAC CSB is when we initially had the first TAC process and procedures that was adopted by the entire community. And the common baseline facilitates plugins, releases, and variants, as well as it ensures interoperability between and among the various application suite platforms. So I just wanted to kind of give that brief to highlight that there was, before this ATAK CSB came to structure, it was kind of the Wild West. It still is a bit now, but it's less so. And so this configuration steering board gives us direction and structure and the opportunity for people like Tim to come to the table and say, hey, we need to have a vote about this thing that's important to the community, and to enable the open source roadmap. So that's all done under the CSB. All right, I'm trying to change slides here. All right, some of the milestone decisions. A lot of these are just a lot of how money gets spent, where it gets spent. But the things that I wanted to foot stomp here was the approval for the night vision lab. So you see under the December 2019 milestone decisions, NVESD, that's the Night Vision and Electronic Sensor Directorate. It's referred to as Night Vision Labs or just the lab. It was approved as the community software licensing partners. So that's where the ATAK Product Center's billets are out of. So that's all of our organizational structure there at NVESD. So that was an important step. And then also you'll see in April of 2020 there, the ATAK Civ open source was approved under a vote. So one of the things I want to highlight in this chart is the growth in demand, because there needs to be something to answer the other side of that. So on this graph, you'll see the blue line there represents program offices that deploy ATAK systems. Any one of those program offices could represent thousands of users that they deploy to. It could be users that download for test and evaluation, or that work on core platforms. And so you see 72% of those users come from a program office, and another 28% of those users come from developer accounts. So that's kind of the cut there. We put that against a trend line. So that trend line was established before the CSB. So it kind of alludes to the point that if the CSB had not been established, if we didn't have that formal guidance, you might have seen far fewer accounts established. But it just represents the growth in demand that the CSB has helped go forward with. I think we calculated that growth to be over about 57% of what the trend line would have been. However, the growth is still, since 2019, over 350% of the user base. So you're talking about something that's no longer linear. This is exponential growth. And as you're looking at this, a couple of interesting milestones to consider is that 2019 vote to approve Night Vision Labs as the community software licensing partner, and then the April 2020 vote that approved ATAK Civ as open source. So you kind of see that line of growth really starting to stand up. This is the U.S. government systems, the deployment versus the planned. We're looking at nearly 100,000, and these are just from organizations that report back to a request for numbers. That doesn't always happen. So, positive results are that we're nearly at 100,000, looking at over 120,000 in the next 12 months. So as we look towards the open access policy and the CSB increases the supply to answer that increase in demand, right? It's just economics. We had thousands of downloads off the Google Play Store within the first month. I think we're at over 5,000 now. At one point, ATAK was even trending, as somebody pointed out in the CSB and ATAK Product Center there. At number 5 under, I think, mapping applications or something like that. And as the source code was available on DoD GitHub, and when I did this screenshot, it had been forked over 35 times. I think Josh told me the other day that it was well over 40 now. So the availability of ATAK through these commercial portals releases the demand pressure on the DoD distribution channels, and it simultaneously creates a feedback resource that benefits the entire community. I know firsthand that software patches have been implemented based solely on the usage and crash reports obtained through Google Play. And so that just gives you ATAK stability improvement right there. I think I covered everything on this slide.
Before you move forward, Charlie, I have a question here. They are in regard to full compatibility, because as we know, the current version that is on Play only supports certain platforms. So certain people have the impression that you cannot use ATAK because ATAK itself is not, supporting that. Do you have any plan to release a second version for all the platforms on Play, or to address the dimension thing that has been heavily discussed in the community?
Yeah, so that's a question we get quite often. Some of the libraries for older hardware systems are not supported, and that is not something that we will likely be able to change. The reason why those libraries are removed is because of the file size restriction that's implemented by Google Play. So if we add those libraries in, then we're over. So that's why those. But I would say to anybody that possibly has a requirement for any of those old libraries that they can go to TAKmaps.com, and right there on the landing page, you don't have to log into anything, is a link to download the full-on ATAK Civ version. And so that has the libraries that have been removed for the Google Play version included. So unfortunately, it's just a necessity based on the Google Play size that they'll allow. But I think I've heard recently that Google Play is trying to adjust that file restriction. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Go on.
Okay. Okay, so speaking of TAKmaps.com and public downloads, so we track this thing. Andrew, who is our AWS and sort of our DevSecOps lead, has sent me these numbers, and so we just graphed them, and you can see ATAK PR. And for those of you that weren't around or didn't really track what was going on with PR was kind of our toe in the water of understanding, how public release would work. And so we created a version of ATAK that did not have any extensibility, so you couldn't load any plugins. That seemed to be what the stakeholders were currently comfortable with, and so we released that, and it got some significant downloads, but people were, obviously had a demand for a system that, extensibility, they could write plugins for, all that stuff. It's kind of the point of ATAK, right? So we went to the process to publicly release ATAK, which I'll go into a bit of detail about. I don't want to bore anybody too much, and I'm cognizant of the time restriction, so I'll touch on it. But after we went through that process and we were able to release ATAK Civ publicly, it sort of corresponded with this YouTube video that came out. You guys see a screenshot there. I think probably anybody in this community would have seen that video. And downloads just went off the charts. We were getting, let's see, I think it was like 6,000 a day. Yeah, I think they crashed the civtak.org site. But I mean, it's amazing what a viral video will bring to to the community in terms of attention. And I think that attention stayed around for a few months there, obviously until the end of July. And then, and so again, this is all demand that's being put on the DoD, TAKmaps.com site. We've got to adjust, how much bandwidth we have, how we can host this demand, all those types of things. And that attention to that takes attention away from, the host platform that we should be probably focusing on at the DoD. So posting it on the Google Play there, you can see how suddenly that demand that's put on the TAK Product Center is now put on Google Play, which is not costing anybody any money. So it just makes a lot of sense, and you can see how those things play out when you look at the numbers here on the graph. Right. So the future of public access for TAC.gov. I'm sure that there are some state and local folks on that have access to TACmaps.com. It is not the most beautiful site in the world, and so, you know, aside from the aesthetics of the site itself, it also doesn't have a lot of, hey, I want to go look for this sort of documentation capability. It is a down and dirty solution that was stood up, I think around 2017 timeframe, and although there's always been plans to get it upgraded, those plans have just never materialized. Well, now they're materializing. So there are funds that are on contract with the company to develop and we've also gone through all the necessary steps, which ended up being unbelievably burdensome to get the domain tac.gov. Long story short, we got tac.gov. There's money on contract to develop out the website, and you can see right there what those early sorts of products are looking like. It's a heck of a lot more impressive than what we got on tacmaps.com. So we're very excited about this, but I expect some of the questions will be, what are the, you know, as we're talking about what the future looks like instead of what the past. I imagine a lot of people will be asking, what are some of the TAC products that are going to be available here for the public? And there's more than one answer here. So the first answer to, you know, anybody that is a member of the public, and I'm not talking about U.S. persons, I'm talking about the public, ATAK Civ with plugins that are publicly releasable by the originating authority will be available on tac.gov. So what that means, and it's important to understand, when I talked about the CSB and that's sort of council of kernels, those enterprise level stakeholders, those enterprise level stakeholders are who own the plugins. There are organizations beyond those 12 that do own plugins as well, but the majority of them are owned by those 12 program management offices. They are not owned by the TAC Product Center. So we do not make releasability determinations on those capabilities. We have to lobby the program management offices who have you know, their own sorts of requirements that they're looking at to go through and make those releasability determinations, and sometimes those things get pushed to the back of the line. So any of the products, the plug-in products that are released by an organization that owns them for public use will be posted on tac.gov as a download, and further, we hope to also post those in the Google Play Store, as long as that makes sense.
We get several questions in this regard. Charles, maybe you can address them now. Currently, TACmap is not only, you know, behind a firewall for username and password, but also IPs that are outside of the United States are going to be blocked. And there's a lot of questions here in the chat asking if that is going to change with tac.gov.
It is going to change. Let me explain why that is the situation right now. So I talked about, you know, tacmaps.com that got stood up around 2016, 2017 timeframe. As tacmaps.com grew, and as people used it, and as people uploaded information to it, the government and non-publicly available resources were not decoupled from the different profiles that are available on tacmaps.com. So decoupling those would take a significant amount of effort for a public space to be available on tacmaps.com, and that effort is just better spent on focusing on the new platform, tac.gov. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, and there's a lot of excitement because of that. So thank you. Okay. I am following you in Discord. A lot of people got super happy.
Okay. And I'll go into, I'm going to take you through the access, the onboarding workflow. That's the words I'm looking for there. Right. So back to what's going to be available on TAK.gov. Went through tax civ. Any of the plugins that are released by the originating authority will be available for download there. And I was just getting into TAKX, which is a platform. I'm going to leave sort of nebulous for the moment and let Josh talk to technically what TAKX is. It is currently being developed in DI2E, and I understand from Josh that they're looking at an early calendar year 21 for a transition to the TAK maps, or I should say the TAK Product Center's GitLab, where we'll be able to start developing on some of the beta versions. So keep your ear to the ground for TAKX. That's going to be really exciting. TAK server public release. There are some technical things there that we are working through, and I'm going to go into detail about how that will happen, the mechanism by which TAK server public release will happen, and the SDK for TAK server is also in its early stages. They're working on the documentation. It's currently being developed, and as mentioned, some of the other platforms, Tim mentioned VTAC. As that matures, that will be looked at for public release and availability in the public portal on TAK.gov. So I'll pause there. Is there any other questions that are bubbling up?
No, go on. Have you switched the, oh, okay, now you switch, go on.
Okay, so the onboarding workflow. I would like to switch and go into a presentation, a web-based presentation of this. So I hope this works. But this is big picture stuff. So you'll come into TAK.gov, and basic question will be asked: do you have a CAC or a PIV or this medium assurance certificate called an ECA? These are just electronic certs. And if the answer is yes, then you go into one workflow, and if it's no, then you go into another workflow. If you do not have these electronic certificates that are given to you by the government or that are authenticated by the government, then there is a trusted public resource that you will still have access to. So it's probably worthwhile. So that's one side of it. If you go through the effort of getting this IdentTrust certificate, which costs a little bit of time and costs a little bit of money, I've had these in the past to interface with State Department, and I think you can get one that's good for 3 years for about $250, $300, something like that. It involves having a notary public look at a document that you sign and validate your citizenship. So this is, again, I know this doesn't apply to the whole community, but this is for how can the Product Center validate U.S. person status and then provide software to the public, those U.S. persons that are public, ensuring that we're within our lane there. So I think it might be best if I go through a little bit of that workflow in detail. Let me see if this presents properly. Can I get some feedback on that? Is it presenting?
Yes, we can see that, but it's super small. So can you zoom in?
Yeah, I will. I'll talk through it. So I'm not going to go through this whole thing. This is ridiculous. But this is kind of in the middle here to start, right? And anybody that logs in will have the opportunity to put in a CAC card if they have one, or a PIV card if they have one of those, or to use their medium assurance certificate, that ECA, to log into TAK.gov. If you don't have one of those, then you can log in using, so you can register for account, and you just click on the register tab and it'll take you to a thing that you put your email address into, and it'll send you an email. And then we have this like amazing email analyzer that'll understand if your email ends in a .gov or a .mil or a .com. If it does not end in a .mil or a .gov, then you're going to be in this category here. So you're either on government contract or you're not. And if you're not on government contract, then you have access to the public portal. So one of the ways that we have to do some just basic level assurances that the people that have access to the public portal are not in a denied parties list group is the trade has actually put together this consolidated screening list that has an API, and I'm probably getting way into detail that nobody really cares about, but I'll go through it anyways. And so your contact information will go through that consolidated screening list through an API. And if anything pops up, then an administrator will have an opportunity to take a look at that. You know, these fuzzy searches that come back and just say, oh, somebody had the same name as somebody else. Those can be easily adjudicated. After the adjudication, and more than likely nobody's name's going to pop up on the thing, then you'll have access. You know, you go through and create two-factor authentication, all that stuff. But then you'll be able to use that login, your credentials, to have access to the Civ public release space. And so one of those, you know, just starting out from the beginning, what that'll look like is you'll have an export control warning on there that says, you know, these things are restricted for export by the U.S. Export Administration Regulations. So that's the EAR. It's a common misconception that things that are adjudicated as EAR 99 are not restricted. They are restricted. They just fall under the least restricted category of any sort of export. So you can see some of the restrictions that are on there. So we'll display that export control warning, and then you'll have access to things like the TAC.gov DevTools portal. So this is really high level concept that I'm showing you right now, and Chris and Josh can get into the technical details about how this happens. The high level idea here is that you are able to take source code that you write based on any of the publicly available SDKs and drop it in to this bucket. And what it will do is spit out an APK that you can then download and test. And that will be built against a version of the software that is releasable. It will give the user a visual indication that this plugin does not originate at the TAC Product Center, that this plugin originates outside of the TAC Product Center. There are some further steps that we can do to get that visual indication of that software didn't originate in the TAC Product Center altered, so that it says this software was verified by the TAC Product Center. And so this is all pretty conceptual at this point. So I'm trying to be careful with how I describe it so that I don't upset anybody. But that is the basic idea. So I think that that's going to be very exciting to the user community, particularly the open source user community.
Sorry, I will ask a question because you are going very detailed and get here a lot of very specific questions. So I get a question from Jan in the chat. Will be the 5i version of TAC and plugins available to people in the 5i countries? So as in this workflow you're describing, are 5i countries a separate treatment?
No, this is public release. So this is not the US release. This is publicly available to anybody that has an internet connection. There will be some countries that are blacklisted, and so they will be IP restricted from denied parties list countries that the US currently has embargoes with, but you can easily look those up, and it's unlikely anybody on this call is in one of those countries.
Thank you. Go on.
Okay. So yeah, the TAC.gov public portal will be built out much more. It's going to be much more robust than what we currently have on TAC maps. This is some wireframes that are pretty elementary, but I'll show you some wireframes in a minute. Or actually, you saw some on that last slide that are much more mature. And we can actually go into those, and I'll just thumb down the page so you can see how So you can have the same excitement that I have whenever I look at them, because I've been living in tax.com for years now, and I'm ready to leave that house. So yeah, some other stuff on here. You know, all these you know, these community resources, they should continue to be, you know, available. So, you know, Reddit and Discord and all that. But we should also have a robust user community on our portal that people are talking there on, instead of restricting the access such that, you know, those communities have to be on different platforms. It only makes sense. So that's sort of a really quick high-level view about what's going to be available in the public release section of TAC.gov. If there are any questions there, I'll just pause for a second. If not, I can go on to the US.
There's some concern about the fact that the certification costs $250 and
Okay,
it's kind of expensive.
Let me readjust that. So we haven't gotten to the certification part yet. So the certification part is for the US only. So that certification is how we validate users as being US persons. This is not unusual or specific to the TAC Product Center. This is how the US government, and specifically, we are taking a lot of lessons learned from the State Department on this. This is how they validate US person status. So I'm going to get into it, but there have been restrictions that have been put on software that we just can't get around. And we at the Product Center do not have the bandwidth to monitor and manage how the software is released and to conform to the requirements of that release. And so the idea here is that any of the software resources that we are unable to get publicly released through the DoD or through BIS, those resources will be available to US industry. And then US industry can take on the burden of conforming to BIS's regulations. So it's either, so that is sort of the solution that we propose. And I think that's been something that industry has been asking for quite some time, you know, saying, hey, we can do this, just give us the software. So what we're looking at right now, again, to reiterate, it is not US only. This is available to anybody that is not an embargoed nation or doesn't fall on some denied parties list. That's why we had that denied parties list screening up in the top of the user workflow. So we can go on and go to, so back at the start here, right, you would be able to click on you know, some sort of thing that says, you know, I do have one of these ECA certificates. If you are not outside of the DoD or you don't have a government PIV card. And so you would log in after you obtain this ECA certificate, and it would take you over through this different workflow. This probably isn't really valuable to anybody, but what it would give you access to is a different portal that has, and we haven't really drawn this out yet, but it should go over here. So you've got the government PIV portal, and then you would have the US person PIV or ECA portal that would have things like TAC server in it. So it's probably appropriate here for me to get that that slide back up so we can talk more about export control. One second. Looks like I got about 15 minutes. Is that right?
Yes. Before you go forward, some people is wondering, given the complexity of what you are showing, when is that we can expect that to be available? Do you have a timeline for that?
Yeah, we're looking at we're looking at getting the final release versions of TAC.gov available towards the end of December, and hopefully, you know, a go live date of sometime in the first quarter of the calendar year 21.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I found my slide here. So more on export control. So the reason why we're doing that, right? I'm going to talk about Director of Defense Trade Controls here. So you can actually look up any of the commodities. Let me just back up a bit. Whenever you, as the government, before we had that configuration steering board, everyone had, not everyone, but there were different program offices that had different thoughts on the release of ATAK as a software. And so how do you get everybody on the same page? It's almost like you need a League of Nations, a third party adjudicator to come in and take a look at it that not only understands the technical capability of the software, but then also understands export restrictions. And luckily enough, we have that as an organization inside of the U.S. government, and that is called the Director of Defense Trade Controls. And so what we, and this doesn't, the U.S. government generally doesn't, as a program office, submit a commodity jurisdiction determination request to itself, and particularly to Director of Defense Trade Controls. They have the ability to self-determine, but because we couldn't get a consensus in the community, we decided to have this third party come in, and we used what is usually a commercial tool or a commercial method of getting capability adjudicated, and we used it, and it worked out pretty well. So we got a document back that said this is what this is, and anytime somebody says we don't think that you're following the right path here, we can always bring that document up and say no, we actually had everything adjudicated, and this is what it turned out to be. So the website that I hope you're seeing now, you can just go to Google and Google DDTC, and it'll take you to the homepage, and then you can go to this conduct business, and then click on commodity jurisdictions, and you can go and actually search the final determinations. And so if I go here and I just type in ATAK, it'll bring up all of the commodity jurisdiction determinations that we have done. And so you can see it's quite a few, and these are all relatively recent. So there's a lot of work to get these things filed and to get the adjudications done. You can see this first one here that we did. It hasn't even been a year. It was adjudicated as the EAR 99, and that is the ATAK core tool. But I'll go back one page so that you understand the impetus behind this, this medium assurance certificate method of access to TAC.gov. But you see up here, tax server core, we submitted it, and it came back as the Bureau of Industry and Security. So the Director of Defense Trade Controls is who determines releasability for, or has export control over items that fall under ITAR. There's a separate Department of Commerce that determines export restrictions on items that do not fall under ITAR, and so that is the Bureau of Industry and Security, and this fell under their jurisdiction. And so they said it was an export control commodity number 5D002C1. And so that has implications about the encryption methods that were used. But in the end, what does it mean for the product center and for the open source community? So how do you distribute something that falls under 5D002C1? Because we can't get around that. It is what it is. There are reporting requirements. So you can distribute internationally. There are reporting requirements. Those reporting requirements can be found on this website under BIS. So again, if you're looking at this, if you're just watching the video back and you're like, geez, where did Charlie have those reporting requirements? We have no idea. We've gotten this medium assurance certificate. We've logged on to TAC.gov. We've downloaded TAC server. How do we make sure that we are abiding by the regulation? So if you go to bis.doc.gov and you click on home and then policy guidance, encryption and export administration regulations, and then reports and reviews. You should come to a page that covers the annual self-classification reports. And I'll just click on that link now so we can go to the page.
And Charlie, we have the last 10 minutes and a ton of questions piling up.
Okay. Okay, well, that didn't work at all. All right, let's go ahead and start with the questions, I suppose.
So let me go, because you got a lot of that. So that was the signal that, you need to answer the question. So I have different questions from people outside of the United States. So maybe you can iterate again without, any kind of three-letter acronym from the government. What would be their, situation? Like, I have a guy here from the Caribbean Disaster Management Agency that would like to access to this kind of programs. He is going to be what, a regular user, or do we have any kind of international partnership for a situation like that?
So can you describe his situation again?
Any idea when TACMAP website, or here will be TACGov, will be geofence, will have international user access?
Let me get those one at a time. It's not going to be geofenced. So what's the next one?
Okay. And then this guy is writing in regard to the Caribbean Disaster Management Agency. That clearly is a government, organization. For a foreign government organization, is any way to get a special access, or will be a regular user?
I would imagine that any of the tools that they would need would be available to the public.
Okay.
So that would be on the public portal.
Okay. Another question is in regard to training resources, not only software. As we know, the TAC infrastructure is very complex, and so here it will be, welcome if also training resources and information will be open source.
I didn't quite get the question there. I heard a bunch of comments.
So if you have any plan to release training resources like tutorials, documentation, and so
on. Yes. So any of the tools that are publicly releasable, and any of the software that's publicly releasable, the supporting documentation that goes along with those should also be publicly releasable. And so I was going to show, one second, let's see if I can bring it up. Yeah. So this is an early view of what TAC.gov will look like. These are just, what do they call them, wireframes. But anybody in the public, so that's, non-embargoed countries by the US, that's mostly everybody, would have access to this portal. If we had it up right now, what you would see there is a version of ATAK Civ. And so you'd have the product name, what's new in 4.1.1. And as you scroll down the page, you would have training videos and anything that's associated with ATAK Civ that that the TAC Product Center has either adjudicated or produced themselves, that they would be able to post here, that's specific to ATAK Civ. And so you can see that there's also, product guides, changelog, installation configuration, development resources. Any of those things that are specific to the publicly released software will be available, not geofenced, not just to the US, but to the public at large.
Okay, thank you. I have a last question here in the chat. Any idea if DS logins will be allowed for the Gov access?
I'm not sure what a BS login is.
Not BS, or DS, like Delta Sigma.
I don't know what that is either.
Okay, neither do I. But that was the question.
if they could elaborate on what a DS login.
Yeah, I think they will. It looks like to be a US government login of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much for this introduction, Charlie. Is there anything that you would like to say before we jump to Josh?
No, just sort of summarize there. I'm getting some feedback that I went way too deep, and I apologize. The overarching idea there is that there will be publicly available. There will be two sort of paths. One of them is available for anybody in the world to have access to anything that has been open source, publicly released by the TAK Product Center, and then another source for those things that we were unable to get through the public release process, but are available to the U.S. person and user base. I think that is about as succinct as I can possibly make it. So thanks for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to try to get through a lot of that. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Charlie. And we are now going to Josh Sterling. Josh is the TAK Product Center Director. And Josh is going to elaborate on something that is very important for this community. What is going to be the plugin signing system so that plugins are going to be released and as a part of the infrastructure. Josh, you are the presenter now.
Excellent. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right. So, name's Josh Sterling. I'm the director of the TAK Product Center. First off, I really appreciate you guys putting this together. It's been a long road to get here. I'm very excited about the future. Ralph has been talking about this for a long time, and thankfully we had Tim come on board. He gave a great speech earlier. It wouldn't have happened without these guys. And I appreciate everybody's hard work. And like I said, I'm excited to see what you guys build in the future. And so I want you to know, before we get started, the TAK Product Center is going to support you, and we're trying to make this as seamless as possible, given the bureaucracies we have to deal with. But I think we've made some great advancements, and I'm excited to kind of share where we are and where we're headed with you. And just to kind of touch on a couple things before we kick off here, Ralph did a great job talking about what made us successful. One thing I wanted to add is, you know, we always measured how good we were doing based on the operational value we provide. And it's always been very important that we validate it along the way. So the open source helps with that. You're going to help us deliver better capability. You're going to help us field quicker. You're going to help us get that critical user feedback, where in traditional acquisition systems in the government just took far too long. So again, I'm deeply appreciative there. And with your help, I want to field at the speed of development. So as fast as the community can crank out source code, I want to deploy that quickly on both sides, right? So all the way from things that are closed off in the military to the open source. And we want those pipelines to be seamlessly touching in as many ways as possible. So given that, I'll start this off and get down to what's important to you. So you understand clearly the TAK Product Center is the go-to shop for baselines and every product that TAK produces, that we produce, that you guys are gonna be building on. So that includes a lot of your development documentation. That's where we're pushing out to GitHub, right? We've got the lead software development team sitting at the TAK Product Center. We also provide that infrastructure that you're gonna be using, hopefully. And I'll tell you why that's a good idea soon. And then as we pivot away from TAKmaps.com, which, as everybody here knows, didn't really provide a service, if anything, a disservice to the community, we're going to change that with TAK.gov. We want to make it easy as possible to get the information you need, help with distribution, app signing, everything, right, including that online development documentation. And aside from the pipeline, the biggest difference you'll see is that public section, which does not exist today at TAKmaps.com. So all that is changing for you, right? A bulk of what we're going to be doing will be publicly posted. Like you said, it's not going to be filtered out by the countries, and we're not going to have these access problems like you do now. I believe my next slide is TAC.gov. The target date for the initial release of TAC.gov is 11th December, and we're comfortable with where we are now to meet that date. And along with that is this plugin, this third-party plugin app signing infrastructure that's currently being built out. So again, this is going to be your one-stop shop, right? This is going to be a first-class citizen. It's going to cut down on the amount of traffic you have to do on the background to get information, right? Black markets serve a purpose, but if we don't need one, we want to provide that directly out of the TAC Product Center and keep everybody on the same page and be as transparent as possible. And as Charlie pointed out earlier, automating registrations and really just making this thing streamlined. That is our focus. And the last bullet there talks about the IRAD/open source development. I'm going to deep dive quite a bit there, and you're going to hear more from Chris, who's our lead developer on the government side. So he really, he's going to kind of give you guys a training overview and talk about a little bit deeper details as far as like code obfuscation and how those pieces work. But I want to cover the legalities of it, and I'm going to talk about at a high level what this pipeline looks like and the service it ultimately provides you. On that TAC.gov, right, we understand that the SDK is missing some pieces, and you know, one of those things is a style guide. As I briefed last week, this really is a first-class citizen for us now. User experience is part of our design process, and we'll be providing you guys, right, with style guidelines when we start releasing these SDKs in the future. So this will all be online eventually here when we do our launch, but expect much better documentation through this new portal. And just here's a snapshot of, it's kind of a teaser of some of the new UI updates that we're making. So we're kind of validating these now. We're gonna get these out, and my intent is to help push these out to you guys and some of our civilian users to help validate and collect metrics off of, right? So you should see rapid fielding into the Google Play Store where you'll be able to sync quickly, and then from there, right, you'll have a kind of a turnkey style guide and best practices to use as you go through and build your capabilities on the ATAK extensible platform. This is kind of the first public announcement we're making. Most folks aren't aware of this. Great job, Chris, Sean, you guys are rock stars. We're basically converging on a single baseline. And what does this mean? It means that you'll have the Civ version, which you're well aware of. It's what's posted in the Play Store. It's also what we host with additional libraries on TACmaps.com right now. But you'll be able to essentially provision on the fly. So this streamlines and simplifies, you know, kind of the cumbersome process we have now of maintaining a bunch of baselines. So imagine you've got a Civ application and you install a mill provisioner through a plugin, right? So you basically install this plugin, and then it goes back and configures that Civ core into mill. I didn't know how easily this could be done or what the timeline was, and much like the history of TAC, the developers continue to surprise me, and they're able to knock this out. So this is coming in 4.2. This is brand new, hot off the press. You guys are basically the first to know about it. So I'll be making more announcements later, but this is a big deal. When we started talking about app provisioning across multiple Google enterprise instances, right, and having to maintain package IDs and ownership, this is going to make it significantly easier when it comes down to configuration management.
Josh, I have a question from the team. Is that ATAK that was previously referred to Charlie, or something else?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I caught most of it, but.
So people is wondering is what you are showing us is the ATAK that has been previously introduced by Charlie. ATAK
Tactics? No, I think he's referring to tactics as the imagery component. And Charlie, I don't know if your mic is muted, but I must have missed it.
Tactics, not in this session.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if I directly answered your question, but I think I'm still missing a piece there.
Yeah, Josh, I think the question is actually about TAC-X.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So TAC-X, this doesn't apply to TAC-X yet. I have a slide on that, which is going to be our Windows and Linux-based product. But for now, the focus is on the Android side. So this is the single baseline there, and I'll hit a couple on the other projects in the pipeline that kind of touch on what Charlie covered, just so you're aware of where we're at with our other products. But now the focus is on ATAK. Are we good to move to the next slide? Any other questions?
Go on.
Okay. So here's a very high level diagram of our infrastructure and a few things, right? So inside that product center, inside our AWS GovCloud space, this is where our CI pipeline exists, right? So right now we've got ATAK and plugins. We have WinTAK over there and a TAK server. So that's where our CI pipeline sits. We've got a HashiCorp Vault for the app signing service, and we also have Fortify, which does all our static code analysis, right? Less concerned with you, but we put thresholds when it comes to security and code coverage, right? Trying to streamline processes for fielding quickly. So, we're trying to set a precedent or protocol where if you wanted to field the capability quickly, we kind of set that criteria for you to follow. And so the idea would be you drop something in this pipeline, it goes through, it gets scanned, reviewed. If there's any major criticals found, that would get adjudicated. And then the continuous delivery component really is just dropping it off in this S3 bucket. And I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with, the tooling. You'd probably use something similar. But for the sake of this conversation, really what I focus on is in the future products, I've got an italicized line there that says Docker ICI pipeline. So again, great job to the TAC Product Center team, the DevSecOps team. And where we're headed is containerizing these components where, as a third party or open source developer, you'd be able to, through tac.gov, upload your source, right, your plugin that you developed, and it would go through a controlled CI pipeline, and you'd get your plugin return, your APK, and eventually I'd like to get to the point where you're getting your security report back, and with the proper keys or the proper keys to sign your plugin against the baseline. And so we're in the process of building up these containerized pipelines, and that's important because based on intellectual property and tech transfer, that's where the bureaucracy comes in. It's not easy to work with. So if you're a plugin developer and you're a small business, let's say, and you built a survey tool and you want to sell that, how would that work? Well, before now, we didn't have a way to really support you. With the advent of this architecture, we will be supporting you. And the intellectual property really is determined by you, right? So you take the SDK, and I have a slide on the intellectual property and the licensing. And but for now, all you need to know is you'll be able to upload your plugin. It'll go through this private and controlled pipeline where the government never takes delivery, right? So this is just operating as a service. We're providing this as a service for you to use, where you upload your your plugin. It goes through, gets scanned, signed, right? And we're basically automating that adjudication process, similar to where when we uploaded ATAK Civ to the Google Play Store, we went through a multi-week adjudication process. Yeah, we're going to simplify that and streamline it. And so I think that this is going to make it very easy for you to get off the just simple open source or development versions and help operationalize what you're doing. And in fact, if you wanted to develop something as IRAD or internal research and development or sell a product, it would also enable you to do that as well, right? So we sent a survey out a long time ago. We had overwhelming response that said, hey, we want the ability, if we're not on contract or we're a small business or we're doing freelance, or I have something that I can't open source or don't want to, we just want to provide that flexibility. And that's what we're doing. And so I think I had a question coming.
Yeah, so the question has been asked multiple times in the community. So by special, interests of small businesses that are willing to invest into the plugin infrastructure, but they want also to sell, their own version of the plugin, or they want to have their own products. So is that providing the source to you a condition so that you can use the source freely, or is only a check and then that will not give you ownership of the source?
So the intent of this architecture is to support that use case. So small business that wants to build a plugin and sell it, or a freelance developer, right, that wants to have a career selling TAK plugins, we want to support that. That's what this is doing. So the intellectual, and maybe I'll move on here in a second to the intellectual property piece, but there is no tech transfer back to the government at that point, right? So the onus is on the developer. You're going to identify your intellectual property terms or license, and you're also going to identify your distribution. This S3 bucket interface down here, and you can kind of think of this as a private entry and exit into that pipeline. We don't take delivery on the government side. We're providing this as a service. Does that sufficiently answer the question?
Yeah, as you probably know, most companies require to sign a kind of NDA before releasing anything. And the question is also addressing that, right? Is the government going to sign an NDA before getting this code? Is any standard NDA that you're going to provide to any partner?
So I'll reiterate, the government is not taking delivery of your source code.
Okay.
So this private containerized CI pipeline, the government doesn't, it never gets delivered, right? This software runs in a private instance that's secured off, that the government never reviews your source code. We don't take delivery. It's not sitting in our GitLab, right? Again, it's a private service that we're going after accreditation for with security boundary lines, because we don't take delivery of your source code. And unless you want us to assist with distribution, which would be a different agreement, we don't want to get into that strange situation where we don't have clear boundary lines on tech transfer. We can't handle we don't want your source code with proprietary data rights. We can't take it. I can't take your proprietary data as a government person, right? You're not on contract with me, and this is the cleanest way we can do this. Again, so there'll be terms and conditions on use, but it's not the government taking delivery. So I want to be clear, right? The government and the folks at the TAK Product Center, there is no repository where you're dumping your source code for us to review. These are basically the CI pipelines running as a service, and essentially, the carrot that we're dangling in front of you guys, and in return, all the great things you're doing for us is we're funding this infrastructure, which includes security reviews, and then at some level, if you pass those, you get your app signed, right? So there's some level of assurance there that there's nothing nefarious going on. And again, I'll kind of put that in the same note that if you're going through like a Google review process or you're working with iTunes, it's something similar, except we don't take direct delivery of what you're doing.
Okay, and I got another question in the chat in regard to how much it will take in this pipeline to validate and verify the plugin. It's something that happens in minutes, days, weeks.
It would be minutes or an hour ish. And again, Chris, it depends how we break this pipeline up and containerize, but it shouldn't be. It's not like you're going to be waiting days or weeks or anything like that, because remember, it's all automated. So when Jenkins builds now, within the hour, we've got all the plugins being built and baselines coming out. So it's not something that you're going to wait on past that day, I can't imagine. And I could always answer with a more detailed answer for you when I talk to our DevSecOps engineers to kind of get an estimate from them, but it's not going to be beyond the day.
Okay, and the last question in regard to the output. So the output of this pipeline is going to be a sign plugin APK, is that correct?
Yes, yes. So it's going to be a sign. It's going to be your signed APK, and it's also going to be ATAK will be aware of which key it was used to sign, like whitelisted, right? So we know. So users and offices know, and this is where it gets a bit tricky. And I don't want to deep dive too much on like Department of Defense ATOs and what's accredited to run, but making the user aware of what was developed externally versus internally and has an ATO, right? So if you ran through this pipeline and you got your signed APK back, you know, there'd be a notification, or the user would be aware that, hey, this was signed by the product center, but it's external from a company, for example. And really the only difference there at the end of the day is it comes down to both data rights and then some of the authorities to operate from a security perspective, because we do want to allow people to, you know, you guys to sell your plugins, as many people to use them as possible, or, you know, develop them as open source, you know, even better for the community. And we need an easy way to distinguish what has an ATO and what doesn't. An ATO is the authority to operate, right, which goes through more rigor, which means it went through lots of user juries and trials, right, and it's safe, suitable, and effective, quote unquote. And the cybersecurity piece of it is what we're trying to bake in, you know, so that's why it's the sec part and the DevSecOps, because we're automating that and putting standards in place. But yeah, you'll get your APK signed return that'll work with the baseline.
Okay, very last question. Currently, each plugin is signed for a certain release of ATAK. Is that going to be the case also in the pipeline?
So when we moved over, let me go back up a chart. So back to the single baseline is an easier and more graceful way to handle the plugin signing keys on what's whitelisted or what's driving which version. So, you know, once you provision it with like the military, only the military signed, you know, plugins would work with that, but the civ signed ones would also work in the military, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I want to talk about GPL v3 for a second. We had a lot of internal conversations and understand the consternation from the open source community. Again, going back to that use case where you have a freelance or a small business that, you know, wants to just focus on software development. I had a conversation with our attorney this week. So the net result of that was plugins are not considered derivative work. So what that really means is the bottom line, right? If you develop a plugin based off our current GPL v3, as the author of that plugin, it's your responsibility to define the intellectual property rights of that and the licensing. It is not considered a derivative work, even though you've used the SDK. And I know that, you know, there's been arguments on both sides that seem valid to me. I'm not a lawyer, and that's why, you know, we talked this through. And so our attorney for the ATAK Product Center said, you are currently covered under our SDK as GPL v3. So again, I'll reiterate one more time. When you develop a plugin off of our current SDK under GPL v3, it does not inherit that license or work. The only way that it would fall under a derivative work is if you took components out of the original work. So if you went inside ATAK, let's say the open source piece, and you put components or libraries that were done out of the ATAK Product Center or by us from the open source into your plugin. But if you develop your own capability on top of that, you know, which could include other open source libraries, it is not a derivative work. So
Hey, Josh, Ralph
yes.
Kohler here. Do you think we could get a letter attached to the SDK site, maybe included with the package, that says that with a signature from the government, and then that would be clear to everybody that that's obviously the case because we're not lawyers. But we could rely on that statement from a lawyer. Over.
That's a great idea. Yes, that's not going to be a problem. I can do that. And then as we build out this portal, whatever that letter says, you know, whatever verbiage needs to go in there, we'll make sure that that terms, as part of the terms and conditions, is very clearly spelled out on the TAC.gov upload portal, right? We're actually going to be interacting to do this. But yes, that's a great idea, Kohler.
Yeah, that was also a very early debate in the community. So I think a letter stating exactly what you are explaining to us here and attached to the SDK will ease a lot of concerns.
Understood. I will do that. So I'll get that out and aim for kind of the next release. So 4.2, you know, we push the next SDK out, look for that letter in there. Let's see. So before I move on to any other content, I want to make sure I answered everybody's questions about the app signing, what that's going to look like, what the licensing terms are, right? And then I was going to hit on a couple of our other products. But before I move on, did I sufficiently answer everybody's questions?
Josh, Ralph here again. There was a question you answered that I really just did not understand the answer to. How long does the pipeline take to get a plugin validated and signed from submission to return over?
Do you want me to try answering that, Josh?
Yeah, you've got a better feel for the metrics there, Chris, please.
Sure thing. Okay. So with how our architecture is looking right now, the submissions into the S3 bucket are going to put the submission into a queue. We'll have a background service that's constantly pulling that queue. It will pull in the plugin. It will execute the, we've got a development environment already set up in the container. It will execute the Gradle build of the plugin. It will send it from there to the signing service. And after that, we'll emit it back out into an S3 bucket. So the automation overhead on it is pretty lightweight. My expectation is that you'd be looking at a small multiple of the time for the actual Gradle build of the plugin for how long that process would actually take. And then on top of that, you'd be looking at any overhead depending on what kind of traffic we're getting in terms of populating that queue. So, you know, I'm thinking on the order of, you know, something like an hour or two max, assuming that we're getting a lot of traffic. I would think that in the event that we don't have a lot of traffic going on, you know, something more on the order of a couple dozen minutes at the most. At the most.
Thanks.
Thanks,
That was
Chris.
a clear answer. Appreciate it, Chris.
Okay. How much time do I have left? I don't want to exit full screen and break
So
something.
we have the last 7 minutes left.
7 minutes. Okay. I'll skim over a few things here and then, you know, please stop me. Let me know if you have additional questions. But it sounds like you got your answers to the plugin piece, so I'll move on. These are our standard release cadence for 4.1. We're in 4.2, right? So we're kind of coming up on there. And this is annual. So for 21, you know, just repeat. So every 4 months we'll be pushing, you know, builds out. But I'm hoping, and what our plan is with like the Civ in particular, and we've seen several updates already, is to kind of use that as the bleeding edge, you know, build before it comes back into the and gets the mill components added on top of it. So trying to field faster on that side. What you might care about more, what's coming inside of the TAC core. So heavily focused on geospatial updates, and I think Tim kind of mentioned that earlier. Really focusing on commonality across our products, including TAC-X, which again, I got a slide here. We're focusing on open sourcing, but you know, the team's doing a fantastic job just building out these you know, making it really the world's leader in geospatial capability. And that's our focus on the core piece. WebTAC is a product that's coming. This is currently bundled with the TAC server. And as we work through releasability and whatnot, again, we're trying to open this up, but if nothing else, making the SDK widely available. Yeah, this is built on open layers currently. We just released the SDK, and we're going through the same, same motions we did before with ATAK to figure out what we can release when, and what we can make civ, right, and make this available to you guys. So this product really gained traction. We had a COVID-19 response with the National Guard, and I think that, for common operational pictures in the future, I remember somebody asked earlier in this about CPOF and whatnot. I mean, these kind of tools are replacing what was traditionally done with, old military tools like CPOF. ATAK server architecture, so really focused on scalability, and again, outside of immediately open sourcing, what we want to be able to do is get a public releasability statements, provide the SDK, and then if something is controlled, like one of the encryption modules, which is, bizarre because it's similar to it's basically built off of OpenSSL, but if it's a controlled item, it's still publicly releasable statement, or we can release it and let third parties basically do the export for us. And so we're kind of headed that route. So even if it's not open sourced or pieces aren't immediately, we want to allow industry and the community to help distribute, because it just becomes difficult on the government side. So this one, TACX, and I know I'm running out of time. So TACX, lessons learned from ATAK, we want to open source this right out of the gate. So migrating over the repositories from an environment called Di2E, which is basically on the it's a controlled government CI tool suite. And once the repositories are migrated over, we are pursuing open source. So the MVP is due out in July. So you can kind of think of basic ATAK functionality, right? Your maps, overlays, sharing markers and whatnot, right? So this is going to be more in line with having a cross-platform support. So this is going to be Java-based, right? Windows, Linux, Mac interoperability, and again, really focusing on tightening up our API across the different tool sets. So if you build something in ATAK, it's a much easier to migrate over into a Windows platform, so less work. That's what we're going after, commonality. VTAC, so VTAC gets you what we call virtual jock in a box, so virtual video walls, objective, 3D models, objectives. So we got kind of two views there. It's the jock versus like your 3D globe, where you can kind of drop in into your objective and seamlessly share data, more importantly, with other TAC participants on the network, right? So I dropped a point of VTAC.
It's not going to be released open source, VTAC?
Oh, it's on the table. We're having those conversations, and again, thankfully, we have Tim and a couple other advocates to see how far we can push that. But our kind of our going in position now, and you guys really help with this, right? So keep in mind, the more successes that we get on the open source side for ATAK gives us on the government side more ammunition to go back and make a case that every new tool we build should be open sourced. So what you guys are doing is great, and it helps us. It helps me make the argument. It helps Ralph make the argument. So keeping that in mind, our going in position now is when we build something, it should really be considered as open source, and at a minimum, completely opening up the SDK and making that publicly releasable. And so every new product now, including the plugins, right? That's kind of the going in position, unless it's controlled, obviously. But if it's something that isn't sensitive, like weather tool, then we should really be talking about open sourcing and making it at a minimum the binary publicly available with an SDK. So that's the long answer. The short answer is yes, we're reviewing our entire portfolio to see what we can provide you guys.
And if you can go back one slide, I got a question. Is that going to replace WinTAC, or are going to live together?
So they're kind of getting glued together. those projects, they're converging, right? So eventually, the way I see it, but again, this is all going to be driven off of operational value or customer value. If things go the way we project, at some point in time, yes, WinTAK would be replaced by this when it's ready. That is the intent, when it's ready, right? But we're not going to field a inferior product for the sake of doing so. But we believe by open sourcing, we'll be able to move faster. And then, you know, as we head into 2021, say late in the year, and we've got more developers coming on board, that yes, it will replace it sooner rather than later.
Awesome. And we are running out of time, Josh. So can you ramp up, please?
Yep. So two other, you know, we're rolling on ATAK. We haven't had too many open source conversations. The first one was to make this sieve with some kind of SDK or extensible interface available to the community, right? So you'd be kind of like a similar approach we did originally with ATAK with a plugin interface. The TAK Product Center, we are onboarding this from DHS to build this and distribute it. It's not going to be a controlled item, right? So this will be essentially Civ based. There's nothing specific to the military here. So, you know, kind of keep an eye on this over the next 6 months. I expect by December, we're going to be distributing this from the product center, and then really, again, focusing on what the SDK might look like. So that's in the works. And last thing in the few minutes I have is wearables. This is kind of another frontier for TAK. Same approach, right? This is very R&D-ish. So this is in the research development domain now. My intent, again, this is on the table for open sourcing, and at a minimum, getting the SDK out there sooner rather than later. So we're kind of consolidating these pieces under the product center to get this out to you guys. So with that, I'll wrap up and take any final questions. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for helping make TAK, a world-leading tool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. We are a little bit out of time, but we have asked a lot of questions, and please remember any additional questions can be asked in our Reddit. And Josh, I invite you to give a look so that we can continue the conversation on Reddit. So thank you, team, and Ralph, Charlie, and Josh to provide us this wonderful overview of everything that is expected in the next couple of months for the government. I really appreciate that. And now the next one is going to be very expected by a lot of people. And before I give Nate the chance to start sharing, I would like to tell a story. So a lot of us in the community, we are trying our best to provide the best of the experiences to people. However, we get a lot of questions on, oh, can I have this plugin? Can I have this plugin? So we invented something called ERIC, and people went completely crazy with this concept of ERIC. That will be a way to interface a buffering radio with ATAK. So we made jokes of that, and one day I discovered that in fact we have something called ERIC or similar, and today Nate is going to present that to us. So it's a lot of people that don't even believe today that this is real. So Nate, it's now up to you to convince us that this is not anymore a joke. Go on.
Sounds good. I'm glad we're not holding this on April Fools. All right. Are you guys able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Go on.
Okay. Well, thanks, Drew. So yes, I'm Nate Soul, and I'm glad that you told the story there, because I've heard it alluded to, but I wasn't in on some of those initial conversations, and several people kept telling me that is it a joke that we're presenting this today? So no, this is real. We've been calling it Hammer, though maybe we need to have a vote as to whether it should be Eric or Hammer. But anyhow, I guess let me step back for a second. So I'm Nate Soul. I'm with Raytheon BBN Technologies, and I tend to work in the space of developing tools in the tech ecosystem, building on the tech ecosystem, kind of on the edges of the tech ecosystem. And so I'll talk about one of those today, and that's Hammer, which is really an open source software modem that's built as a plugin for ATAK. So hopefully I'll be able to convince you that this is real with some screenshots and other things going forward. But just a quick sense here, what we'll cover, starting just with a little bit of background and the problem space as I see it. But it sounds like there's been a lot of community discussion about this. So folks on the line here might be able to even tell me the space is broader and there's more general applicability than I'm even targeting here. But then we'll get into Hammer, and I'll give an overview of what it is and how it's used. I'll talk about the design and architecture, not at a very technical level here, but just talking about how open source software and reuse is really playing in. Tell you a little bit about the modem internals, but won't again go in depth there in part because of the nice properties of how open source works and the reuse we were able to do here. We were able to treat some of these kind of things as black boxes and really not have to dig into as many of the internals as you might think. Then I'll talk about how you can use this, how you can change it, how you can extend it, a little bit about the license model that we're using, and go from there. So I'm sure this will come as no surprise to anyone here that in order to use ATAK to share information with another ATAK, you need to have a network. This could be tactical radios, Wi-Fi, LTE, whatever it might be. But what we wanted to answer was, is there a way to do this if you don't have the traditional kind of networks that we think of when we're using ATAK? So what if we can't count on network infrastructure? LTE is not there, for example. We don't have Wi-Fi, or we might have some kind of communication mechanism, but it's not an IP network. Or we've got IP radios, but they're not compatible. So it was in this space that we started thinking about Hammer. And if for those of you that were at the TAC conference last week, I briefly alluded to this here in the context of a set of search and rescue tools we're building. And so that's kind of where this stemmed from for us, but we quickly realized that there's a more general capability here. So Hammer stands for Handheld Acoustic Modem for Mobile Exchanges with Radios. And again, maybe we can have a vote to see if it should stay as Hammer or go to Eric now that I know about Eric. But really, this is an open source software acoustic modem that we built as an ATAK plugin. And really what it's doing is enabling you to take the digital data that's sitting in your ATAK device, send it to another ATAK device, is with the only requirement being that there's a voice channel that you can use. So the figure on the bottom here is really trying to depict that. So you've got your ATAK device on one side, and pick your favorite off-the-shelf radio here. We were testing with a set of radios you get off Amazon for a 4-pack for $50. I know people in the chat thread earlier, I think, were asking about Baofangs, and we've tested with those. So this is your off-the-shelf radio and ATAK. There's no additional hardware here. I call it a modem, and people sometimes will think of that as a hardware thing. But here, this is pure software. It's a plugin running with an ATAK, and you can use it in two modes really. You can use this with a cable where you're connecting the speaker from your ATAK device to the microphone of the radio, and the microphone of your ATAK device to the speaker of the radio via cable. And in that case, there is no audible noise made when you go and send some data. It's going to go over the voice comm channel provided by the radio, but you as a human sitting there are not going to hear any noise. But if your radio doesn't support that, if you don't have the appropriate cables or the appropriate jacks on the radio to do that, then you can do this with audible noise and just with your ATAK speakers and your Android devices speakers and microphone. in that case, it will sound, particularly if you're sending lots of data, like the early 1990s, and you'll hear that fun modem sound. And that might not be applicable for some scenarios, but in others it works just fine. We tested here with things like lawnmowers and other background noise, and actually did see still a good effective communication there. So it is relatively robust to noise, but if you're able to use a cable, clearly that's going to reduce the impact of background noise and give you a overall higher effective throughput.
And I'm getting some questions in regard to the bandwidth that we can expect.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll give a multi-part answer here. One is what is reported on, so the open source software modem that we are taking advantage of here, and I'll point you to in a couple of slides. Talks about something on the order of 80 kilobits per second as a bit rate. Now, whether we've seen that really come to fruition or not, I can only speak to anecdotally at the moment, because one of the next steps that we really need to do is do a formal analysis here and see what really is that operating envelope, where how much bandwidth are we actually getting, what as message size increase, how do error rates increase, and where's the sweet spot. And some of that will be dependent on the tool and the software, and some of that will be dependent on the radio, and some of that will be dependent on the background noise and interference that you might be experiencing. So there's a lot of variables that go into answering that question. You're not gonna be streaming video, that's for sure. Maybe sending small images. We've been using it to send COT markers with relative ease. So it's at that level that you want to be thinking. But I'm hoping that I will have a more confident and formally, rigorously evaluated answer for folks in the not too distant future here.
Another question that is coming in the chat is in regard to having some kind of meshing, and if that is planned or you're thinking about it.
Sorry, some kind of what?
Mesh network. So the ability to, bridge the signal to another radio so that we can extend the network.
Right. So at the moment, everything that we've been testing with is going to be kind of pure broadcast. So if you're out there and you can hear the signal, you can receive. And I should, as part of that sentence, probably say one of the other things that we need to add here in the not too distant future is encryption on top of this, because right now there is none. We're just sending, for example, if you send a COT marker, we will send just the COT, and anybody who's listening can receive that. Now, if you wanted to have a mesh network that you were building out of this, that is not something that we have tackled, and is because of the way that the types of radios that we've been testing with at least are working, that would probably be a challenging thing to do, but not necessarily an impossible one. And so, I guess the answer is we haven't gone down that road, so there's nothing there at the moment, but certainly be interested to talk with folks more about doing that. And because we're releasing this open source, I would encourage people to take it and build it and try to do that as well.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay, great. So what you're looking at now is a set of screenshots from the tool. Right now, you are able to just send COT markers. And this is really a limitation of the amount of time that we've had to build out the ATAK integration, and not a limitation of the underlying modem or the radios or anything of that sort. Really, it's just we started with COT markers and hope to go soon to other things like chat, sending small imagery, things of that nature. We, at the moment in the tool, when you are sending COT markers, you can do it in one of two ways. One is open up the ATAK plugin tool through the overflow menu in ATAK, click on the hammer icon, and it'll present you a list of caught markers that are currently on the map, and you can tap on one to send it. A more intuitive way for a lot of use cases is that you can instead tap on the markers on the map themselves, and then you'll see the hammer icon appear in the radial menu, and you can then tap on that to send it as well. So either way will achieve the same effect, and they're just two different mechanisms. Within the hammer tool itself, you can also toggle on and off whether you are receiving. The tool will intelligently stop trying to receive, as it wouldn't be effective while it's transmitting, but it'll then turn that back on as soon as you're done sending.
And we have a question in the chat in regard to timing. So do you have any kind of timeout that, for example, you cannot flow the channel with over a certain amount of markers, or any limitation like that?
So right now we are not trying to throttle the sending, and that's in part because there is no auto send feature at the moment. So it is a human required, there's manual steps that you have to take, a few different clicks here and there in order to send something. And by the time you're done actually executing those clicks, your channel's probably open again to send. Now, if you're using walkie-talkies and or something of that nature, and are in a world where you can't, multiple folks can't transmit and receive at the same time, then you can have those kind of conflicts across users. So if there were 50 folks with radios, this might not be well suited for that. You might get a lot of failures, a lot of collisions, just as you would, if you were just trying to use them with voice. Folks would probably experience that firsthand. So there can be that kind of inter-device collisions. We're not at the moment trying to do any throttling across the channel, like I said, in part because it's hard to saturate it fast enough as a human. Though you could just keep, if you're looking at that list up in the top right there, if you just tapped on each one of those sequentially, I suppose you could. But we just queue them up and send them out one at a time. So you could get a rather large queue, but they'll still send out effectively. And
I got a very interesting question in this regard from Krasi on the chat. It asked if Hammer is going to listen before transmitting to prevent packet crashes.
If Hammer is going to listen before transmitting, was that the question?
Yeah, because if the channel is busy, clearly it's going to, that is the limitation of radius, right? That the channel is only, yeah.
Yes, and right now you will be queued if we've detected that we are receiving a message, your transmit will wait until that is done. And then once you begin to transmit, we stop trying to receive for that short period. So you could have a collision still in that case though.
Okay, very good. And I got another question from Jan. Do you think that this is a initial release, or you will consider still a prototype? When is that we can expect a release?
Yeah, great question. So we are in the there's a repo in ATAK Maps for this, and we're getting this signed and trying to get it pushed out onto the Play Store. We are also just on the cusp of actually posting this, the open source, the source code itself. And so all of that will be coming imminently if it's not there already. And the level of maturity that I would consider this is, it works, and we've tested it in a number of different scenarios with a small handful of different radios, but it has not received 100 hours of testing. It has only been the developers really that have tested it to date. So we would happily request that folks become testers for this and try it out. Let us know what works, what doesn't, what kind of other integrations you'd like to see. And because it is open source, you can feel free to make those changes and extensions and enhancements yourself, or we would certainly be happy to take feedback on the VBN side and make some of those changes that if we see them kind of common across the community. So it's I don't know if beta is the right word, but it's out there, it's usable, it functions, and it just hasn't seen a wide array of testers to date. So use it your own risk here, I guess, in the near term, but it's certainly functional, and yeah, I would welcome any feedback that folks have.
Thank you. Go on.
Okay. So next up was what I was calling design and architecture, but this is really not at the level that someone might think of this. There's no boxology and no flows between subcomponents or anything shown here. Really what I wanted to get across here was that this is a story of reuse, and that 3 of the 4 arrows that are leading into what became the Hammer plugin were things that I didn't need to write a single line of code for, or the rest of the team that I was working with. You know, we started from ATAK and the SDK, and we took an open source audio modem on GitHub and pulled that in. And what we really needed to write were the integration hooks for ATAK to be able to take a marker on the map, take some COT, turn it into something that we can serialize and send over the out through the modem, transmit over voice comms, and then receive on the other side, and just hook into ATAK's mechanisms for sending and receiving. So on the receive side too, you know, we want to be able to receive a message, turn that back into a marker that we place on the map, for example. So the story here is that we really did not have to put in anywhere near as much work as it might sound like to make this come to reality, because we're building on a system like ATAK, and because we're able to take advantage of some open source tools out there. And for those that are able to stick around into some of the later sessions today, I'll have another talk that's on a similar subject, but really now I'm talking about Hammer, what is it and how do you use it, and talking about it as a tool. The talk later is more using Hammer as a case study of both using open source software and releasing something as open source software. And what are some of the considerations you might need to take into account when doing either of those things, and talk about the experience we had in both consuming open source and in releasing Hammer as open source. So I think that there was just such a nice story in that open source and platforms like ATAK just made this really pleasant and easy to develop.
And some users are wondering which project are you using as a software model from GitHub. Can you share that with us?
I can, and it's on the slide now. So this is something called the audio modem for Android, which is really just based on something called the audio modem communications library. There's a link here to GitHub. And if you go out there, there is a link from that page. There's almost no README on that page, but if you click on that, on the link that's there to the audio modem communications library, you'll get taken to something that talks a lot more about the modem. The original version of this was developed in Python. Then the authors created a Java version, and then they took that Java version and converted it to something that was at least Android friendly. So it had a lot of the features that we needed right out of the box, came with an MIT license, so it made it very flexible and easy to use. It shows some of the specs. These are directly from the open source modems GitHub page, but this is using something called orthogonal frequency division multiplexing, or OFDM, which is really a digital signal modulation method that splits a single data stream across several narrowband channels using different frequencies. And what this results in is a similar throughput as if you had a single channel, but reduces interference, allowing the symbols to be more accurately received. So you might get the same actual theoretical throughput as some other methods, but your effective throughput goes up. You get a little bit better accuracy and fewer retransmits. One thing that's important to note here, though, I guess, is we are using this as a kind of a raw tool. We will send some COT out, and the other side will hopefully receive it. And there are things like CRC32 checksum that can be used to ensure that it was received correctly. But we did not build a protocol on top of this that would do something like acknowledgements, for example. And so the sender will send, and the receiver will be able to, if they receive any part of it, will be able to know whether they received it correctly or not. But the sender won't know for sure that it was received by the other side unless the other side is able to send a message back. And I'll talk about this in just a moment, but one of the things that I would really love to do on top of this is open this up as a library that is geared towards ATAK, but that other plugins can use. So what we've built now is the user-facing tool that will allow an ATAK user to employ this, but I could see other folks wanting to use this more as a building block to build more complex data sharing systems. So I'll mention that in just a moment.
And we have the last 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I think I'm on the last or second to last slide here. So I will move through this quickly and make sure we've got some time for questions still. So a lot of this I've actually mentioned already. The current limitations of sending COP markers is really just an artifact of what we've built to date and where we've integrated into ATAK. But I can see chat being the next thing that we want to be able to do here. Sending small imagery, things like that are on our near-term radar. The modem itself can send arbitrary byte streams. So again, the current limitations are not a limitation of the modem or the radios. We have done some ad hoc testing, sending 4 kilobytes of data in a single send, and that actually worked pretty well. And like I was saying, it even worked well with things like lawnmowers in the background. That 4 kilobyte number is just where I stopped testing, not a limitation where we saw poor performance above that. So you'll see in the next steps here, we'd really like to do a formal analysis to see at what point did things start to degrade, what really is the throughput we can expect with different types of radios, and then start to build hooks for chat, for images, and other things. I'd love to hear from people in the community that, what other kind of data items within ATAK would be useful to send. So here, this is just talking about how you can use, how you can change, how you can extend Hammer. So like I said, it's going to be out on TAC maps, available for Civ, Mill. This is open source, so it's essentially public release here. In terms of changing and extending this, we are using a GPL v3 license, and in the talk later this afternoon, one of the things I talk about is how do you pick the license you want to use, and I'll talk a lot about why GPL v3 was used here. But the piece I was mentioning earlier is we'd love to open this up as an API so that other folks, other plugin developers can use this as a raw transmission and receipt capability and build new things on top of that. So between the fact that it's open source and this kind of API, we'll be able to allow people to use it as is, because I think already it will allow you to share the points on the map, and soon hopefully other things. Allow you to use the API, so use it from another plugin, and because it's open source, allow you to change it or embed it and use it in other plugins. Oh, and actually, I guess I do have one little bit here about why GPL3 and what that means. So well, I'll talk again this afternoon about how GPL3 relates to other license models, but this means that it can be used and modified, but and there's some fine points here that I won't go into at the moment. By default, if you're using or modifying this directly, you can expect your code to then inherit some of the GPL v3 constraints. Now, here I say the DoD has an unrestricted license. Ralph pointed out earlier, a good point, that this is really the federal government does. And so if you are working with or for the US government and want to use this and change it and not inherit some of those GPL v3 constraints, you're in the lucky position that you can do just that. So if this is for government use, there's even more relaxed constraints than GPL v3 would otherwise impose. And I think with that, that's all I had. I know there's only leaving a minute here now for additional questions, but happy to take them.
So you got a ton of questions. I will, because we are already out of time almost, I will ask a couple of them, and then I will invite you to look into the Reddit to answer additional questions because people is getting crazy. So one very interesting question is, can we currently send the position of the user periodically, like we will do with a Gotenna? Because that is the main information for most users. Is that part of the current release?
So in the current release, you can do that, but only if you do it manually. So you can tap on your own icon or select it from a list and send that, but there is not a, hey, please send this out every 5 minutes option. We had talked about doing this, and when we, at the time, we were still testing with some different cables that were going to automatically trigger push to talk functionality, and we had put that on pause. So that's something I know that would be useful, and at this point would actually be relatively trivial to build, but it's not there at the moment. So I guess I should add that to the list of things that we should really do with this in the immediate term, because just like chat, I can see that as being one of the kind of key use cases here. So the answer is yes, but only manually, but hopefully in the not too distant future, you could do this automatically.
Okay, a last question. How long will it take in milliseconds to send 4 KB to another radio? Have you made any metrics?
Yeah, again, only ad hoc here, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but think of something on the order of, I think of this, I'm going to get this wrong, I'm sure. It's smallish double-digit seconds. So 15, 20, I can't remember for sure, if to send 4 kilobytes, I think. I'm pretty sure it was north of 10 and south of 20, but don't quote me. And as soon as we do that formal analysis, I will be happy to post this, those results to the GitHub page so that people can get a sense of what's really feasible to do.
Okay, thank you, Nat, for this presentation. As I said, this has a huge impact on this community. And by the way, we got here a kind of popular opinion that the name Eric should be kept in some ways. So people say that maybe you can use Eric the Hammer or any other variation, but they want to have Eric. It's too funny to drop.
I like it.
Okay.
We're gonna have to figure out what an icon for Eric looks like, but sounds good.
Oh, we have a lot of creative people here that will be very glad to provide you icons. Okay, thank you again, Nat. And so our next guest is Chris Lawrence from the ATAK Product Center. And Chris is going to provide us a overview of the ATAK source. Chris is going to have 3 slots, meaning 1.5 hours. And this is going to be a technical presentation for people that really want to understand what is inside the cover. So Chris, you are now the presenter. Please go on.
Thank you. You can hear my audio fine?
Yes.
Okay, so got the screen up?
Probably not. No, now you are up. Gone.
Okay. So, okay, my name is Chris Lawrence. I am the software development lead at the ATAK Product Center. As Gio said, I'm going to be trying to take you on a tour through the GitHub code base where we've got our open source distribution. So what to expect with what I'm going to be presenting today. I'm going to take a high-level guided tour through the mono repo that we've got up. I'm going to go through the various packages and projects and get into a little bit of brief instruction on building. I'm going to look at the organization of some of the major projects, but I'm not planning on deep diving in any specific APIs. It's a huge code base, and it would take a long time to really go through everything and get you up to speed. So I'll get into a couple of them that I think are probably of most interest to plugin developers, but and then at the end of the slide deck, I've got a kind of a navigation guide for locations where you can find a couple of different APIs. I'm not sure if this presentation is going to take the full hour and a half. I kind of wanted to target about 1 hour for the presentation itself and reserve 20 to 30 minutes for questions. I got about 50 slides, so I'll try to keep an eye on how far we are into it, but I'm not too concerned if we're stopping kind of frequently for questions.
Sure, go on.
Okay, so the ATAK Civ open source GPL v3, it's distributed as a single mono repo, which includes all the free open source software, third-party packages, and the build scripts necessary to produce the executable software. So for any developer that clones that repo, they can build the ATAK application they can run on their own device completely from scratch. And I think one of the questions, well, I'll get into that a little bit later. So in our repo, if you look in there, we've got 2 workflows with our continuous integration. The assemble workflow, which is used to assemble the SDK package on pull request. And we've got that one in there. So basically we can ensure that anybody that submits a pull request has submitted compiling code. And then we're also able to pull down the artifacts and do any kind of manual testing or spot checks on it based on the changes and you know, any concerns we have, or if we just want to verify the behavior. The other workflow we have is the release SDK workflow, and that workflow automatically generates the SDK when a release of ATAK Civ is tagged and publishes it to the releases page. So whenever we go in, we do an update from the upstream repo within our GovCloud instance. We pull that down. We'll make sure that it's building within the GitHub environment with the assemble SDK workflow. And then once we've confirmed that, we tag it, and that becomes the new release that's available for download on the releases page. If you actually look at the code for those 2 YAML files, you'll see that the assemble workflow uses a per job generated signing key. So every time that gets built, it's just generating a signing key on the fly. We don't really care about the signing key that's getting used for that particular job, because all we're doing is you know, basically some testing. With the release one, we use a signing key that's stored in the CI secrets for the GitHub project. So the SDK that you're downloading off the releases page will always have the same signing key applied to it, so you can install updates, and that should be a pretty seamless experience. And I would suggest that if you get a chance, that you look at the workflows, because you can use them as a reference for all the build prerequisites and end-to-end command line compilation for the project. So, you know, if you're trying to build this yourself from scratch and you're running into some issues, you can look at what we've done in the CI scripts and you know, hopefully figure out what might be going on. The next major component I want to talk about was ATAK third party. ATAK third party is a collection of the free open source C and C++ third-party dependencies that are used by ATAK, and all the build scripts involved there. And that's all bundled into a single make-based master build system. And that build system is capable of building those native third-party dependencies for ATAK for multiple target platforms. So we use that on the product center side to build the libraries for both ATAK and WinTAK. This is what I was going to bring up earlier, which is something that some of you that have tried building this might be asking yourself is, why is everything coming in as source? Because it really does make this a much more significant process to get the thing built. And for the product center, it's important that we're building all of the open source dependencies from source, and source that we have under version control for cybersecurity reasons, because we're going to put all those packages through code security analysis, and then we need to make a guarantee that the exact dependency that is being shipped with the runtime is the same one that we've applied the scan to. So when we brought it over into the GitHub, we brought all of those over as source, the exact same versions that we're using, that we're building from in our environment. In our environment, we do store pre-builts, and we use binary repositories to store a lot of these things. So we're not going through the process of having to build them from scratch every time, but for the sake of the distribution, it was something that we felt we had to do in terms of how we structured the repository that we're going to make available. So if you dive into ATAK third party, the dist files directory, that contains a bunch of vanilla snapshots of the various packages that are used. Tarballs are used when the package is included without modification, or in cases where there's just very light modification and it's static in nature. Example of that would be something where we're making a couple modifications to the build script to make it build on Android. We got patch files included as well. And any tarballs that you find underneath the top level depends directory are more heavily modified packages. So we've got GDAL up in there and the tiny GLTF loader. We've done a lot more modifications of those. So making use of patch files just was not a viable option. The other third-party dependency that is pulled in to ATAK third-party that's currently at the top level of the repo is ASIMP. That's a library used for 3D model parsing, and my expectation is that will be rolled into a tarball under depends in the future version. Just make it consistent with the rest of them. So the TTP build environment, it requires a number of tools to successfully execute. And just to note, if the build does fail due to missing prerequisites, and you're going to build it again, make sure you do a clean before trying to build it again after you've installed the prerequisites. Otherwise, you're likely to have some configuration files that are out of date, and your build is going to continue to keep failing. All the prerequisites, they can be found in that ATAK third-party README document. I mentioned it before, but you can also reference the workflow YAML files, because those pull in all those packages for that image. This is one of the big drawbacks with TTP in the distribution, is that it can only be built on a Linux host right now for Android NDK builds. I would say it's not necessarily a high priority for us to get it working on Windows, but it's definitely a known issue and something we'd like to do if time permits. And one thing I did want to note, even though you need to build the pre-builts or build those dependencies on Linux, once you've built them on Linux, you can take the output folders and then transfer those off into a Windows environment. So I'm usually in Windows for my day-to-day development, and that's what I do. for testing purposes when I'm getting the package ready for updating the open source distribution. I build those prerequisites in a Linux VM, pull them out, and then bring them into my normal Windows development environment where I can proceed with the rest of the build. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this slide. It's mostly for reference. The top level make file that you'll find in TTP, it's got a couple of required and then several optional arguments to it. It basically lets you specify the platform, how you want to build it, and then there's several build targets. I think probably most of them are pretty self-explanatory. A takeaway is that you've got one single build target if you want to build everything, or you can also specify the individual top-level packages if you want to build them individually. And I did want to give a little shout out here. I know that there's a blog out that's been referenced on the Reddit, and it might be referenced on the main tax civ page, Valentine Cyberblog, where the author's gone through and provided a lot of detail into the build process. I think that the TAC third party is probably one of the most complex pieces in there, and he goes into a fair amount of detail. So in addition to the documentation we've got up there, this slide deck, once it becomes available, I'd encourage you to check that out because I think it's an excellent resource for going through the third party build process.
And we got this question, where is the slide deck going to be available? We are going to post links on the Reddit with the topic of the current talk. So whenever you are interested in downloading it, look into Reddit. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so before I go on there, just a couple more things with TAC third party. I do want to stress that the build time, it's hours long. So once you start it, find something else to do for a little bit of time. I'll mention it later, but we do have a pre-build script that builds TAC third party, as well as stages some of the other dependencies. If you do try executing that and you find that it fails, your best bet, rather than just trying to run that whole thing again, is probably to go in and do individual builds of the different targets to help narrow down the issue. Because that build script forks 3 processes, one for each of the Android architectures that are going to run simultaneously. So it'll be pretty difficult to debug through your console output. So at the top level, there's a couple of other miscellaneous folders that I wanted to provide some insight into what they are. Lib unwind, stack, NDK, and JNI crash. Those are form a library that we're able to do some log generation in the event that ATAK crashes in native code. PGSC thread, that's a thread API abstraction library. It's used by Common Combo. Under the depends source folder, you'll find the source code for the various Java packages that are included as jar files in the ATAK Android project. And the one that I wanted to highlight, because it might be of significant interest to this community, is the sources under depends source transapps. And under there, there's libraries that are used to support the plugin framework. So the next major component I want to provide an overview on is Common Combo. Common Combo is the cursor on target communications library for ATAK. It's a C++ library. It provides the interfaces to exchange messages over your local network ports, exchange messages with TAC server, and it's got some language specific bindings to invoke the TAC server APIs. So you'll have a function defined in the API to do things like data package transfer. And then finally, it also performs the .xml protobuf translation. It's implemented as a C++ library, but it includes Java bindings, and that's how we integrate it in to ATAK. We use the same underlying C++ library with .NET bindings in WinTAK. And to build it, both the C++ and Java bindings can be built using TAK third party, and that's what I would recommend. The C++ library is built using the Android NDK standalone toolchain via Make, and the Java bindings are currently built using Apache Ant. So the build system on it is a little dated. It builds with TAK third party, so that's the way I would do it. But you know, you can build it directly if need be. As far as navigating the repo, you'll find the public C++ API under the Common core include folder, and the C++ implementation, which includes any private APIs, is found under core/impl. The Java API, so both the Java interfaces as well as the JNI code that does the communication between the Java classes and the underlying C++ is under the JNI subdirectory in Common, and the main interface is the class ATAK map Common, there is a one-to-one mapping almost entirely for the Java API with the public C++ API. So, you know, if you're looking at the Java API, you should be able to pretty easily trace through and determine what calls are being made down in C++. In order to use the library, it needs to be initialized. You need to initialize it before you make any calls into the Java API. And the client application is responsible for loading the JNI library. So it needs to explicitly call the load library routine before trying to do the other initialization. Then after you do the library load, it's got a Java function to initialize any third-party native libraries. And I've included a link on the slide deck if you want to jump into the source to see exactly where it's getting initialized and how we're doing that. The next major component is the ATAK engine. It's a C++ geospatial rendering engine used by ATAK and WinTAK. It's designed as a pluggable and extensible framework. And you'll hear me use that verbiage several times throughout this talk here. The pretty much all of ATAK and most of its dependencies we designed from the start to be pretty pluggable and extensible. You know, so that means that we have pretty heavy reliance on interfaces. So we've got some framework code that is able to execute those interfaces, and which allows for the rapid integration of new components, new tools, new features, new providers to handle different types of data. The engine uses a GLES3 API for its graphics API. And then down below, kind of got a overview of the major areas under the project there. So specifically as it relates to Android and building the library for ATAK, you'll find the scripts under TAK engine, map engine, Android. I should have said up at the front here that you know, I'd encourage you to open up the GitHub page while I'm going through this, so you can follow along and take a look at what I'm talking about as we're going. So currently, in the 4.0 and 4.1 release baselines, it was using NDK build as the build system for the Android binaries. With 4.2, we're going to be upgrading to CMake. That significantly speeds up the build time. Build times were, on the order of about 15 minutes, I think, for a clean build. With CMake, it's down to about 3 minutes. So the huge difference in terms of the time it takes to build a library. You'll also notice as you're going through this code base that we do have a lot of, or we have a tendency to provide abstractions to different objects rather than allowing for client code to be executing third-party dependency APIs directly. So under that TAK Engine DB folder, we've got all of our database interfaces and some implementation code. TAK across the board uses SQLite as its database implementation with Spatialite on top of that for geospatial operators. But we have our own abstraction layer for database on top of that. In the event that we ever decide to migrate away to a different implementation. And then we also do have a couple of use cases where we're injecting custom implementations of that interface that you might be using some other implementation into the software. Another one that is probably worth bringing up real quick is the TAK port directory that contains portability interfaces and implementation. And by portability, I mean APIs that are either not defined the same way across different platforms, or APIs that can lead to portability issues when talking about different versions of compilers or different compilation modes. Windows seems to be the big culprit here, but things like exchanging string and STL collections across the binary boundaries with when you might have used a different version of the compiler, or one thing was built in debug versus release, can cause a lot of issues. So we've got a set of portability interfaces defined for some of the different classes that we found to have issues. And they're found under that package. Similarly, we've got an abstraction interface for threading. That supports use of the Windows threads natively for WinTAK, and then for ATAK we use pthread. And if you were looking in the repo, you noticed that I missed a couple in the list on the past 2 pages. One of those is the currency directory, and that one's used to support tracking whether or not files have been indexed and are still valid. So with the different TAK products, we perform a lot of indexing and cataloging of the data that the user's imported. So a user imports a set of files once, and the software remembers what's been imported on subsequent starts. The code under that currency folder is used to determine whether or not items in the catalog are still valid, and manage automated eviction when they're found to no longer be. One of the other folders, the TAK Engine Spy, is where we've got some service provider interface APIs defined. That's not really as heavily used in the C++. I'm not sure if it's really used at all for anything that gets compiled into the ATAK version of the library, but just wanted to make a note of what's in there for your benefit. In most cases, especially if you start looking at the Java side, and I think this would, and this carries over to the C++ side as well, is we've started making any actual formal extension of service provider interfaces an implementation detail. So typically you'd see a lighter weight, more purpose-built interface for the abstraction that you'd get through the SPI, and then any machinery that's used to manage those would get folded into the factory. And if all that's not really making sense, I'll get into it a little bit later when I talk about some of the conventions we use throughout the library. So building libtac engine, the project's included as part of the Android workspace. So when you open it up, libtac engine will be there. You'll be able to view and edit the C++ sources right within the Android Studio, and it automatically gets built by Gradle as part of the dependency graph when building ATAK. If for some reason you just want to build the library, you can execute the command I've got in this slide here from the root directory of ATAK and build just the library. And then one thing I wanted to emphasize is, even though ATAK third party is restricted in terms of what platforms it can be built on, libtac engine can be built on any host platform. So once you've got all your dependencies squared away, you can do your builds wherever else you want to. And another thing I wanted to mention as kind of a tip is, it's been my experience that if I'm doing edits to the library sources and I want to relaunch ATAK from within Android Studio, it's much quicker if I click the play button to launch the app, as opposed to doing a build and then play. The build will build the native library for all the different platforms, whereas the launch only seems to build it for whatever you've specified as your target. So it cuts down on time, by approximately a third. So now getting into ATAK. ATAK is the Android mobile mapping and situational awareness app. It's a network-enabled platform that allows users to share their location and other information within a geospatial context. It's also a functional offline mapping capability and does not require any network connections for the basic mapping features. It includes a robust plugin architecture, which allows third-party developers to seamlessly integrate both software and hardware-based capabilities, as we just saw with Nate's presentation. And I will briefly touch on some of the major APIs, as I said earlier, that I think are probably of the most interest to plugin developers based on my experience. If there's any specific questions on where to find different APIs after I've gone through what I've discussed, I'm happy to answer that in the questions segment. I will mention up front, though, that in my domain of expertise within ATAK is mostly on the rendering and the geospatial side. I do have a pretty good handle on where different things in the code live, but there may be some questions where I don't know the specific answer offhand. So building ATAK. ATAK uses a Gradle-based build system. You will need both the Android SDK and NDK, specifically version 12B of the NDK, in order to build ATAK. And you can build it either in Android Studio or on the command line. There are some pre-build steps. Specifically, the ATAK third-party dependencies must be built before attempting to build ATAK, and there are a couple of other dependency folders that need to be unpacked. there is a script that's included in the repo under the scripts folder to do the building of TAC third party and prepare all the other dependencies prior to the ATAK build. And then the other thing that's critical to know before you start the build off is the developer needs to specify the key to be used for signing. So the key store file, the alias, and the password for that key store file via the local properties file. Otherwise, the build's going to fail. There's some detailed instructions on exactly what those properties are in the building README document in the root of the repo. And you know, again, I just encourage you to take a look at the Valentine Cyber blog if you run into any issues when building, because it goes into you know, more detail and there are more screenshots that come along with it, as opposed to just the text that we offer with the GitHub repo. And if you start getting into the Gradle file for ATAK, you'll see that it's got a couple different flavors and a couple different build types. So for flavors, there's two of them. There's the Civ flavor and then Civ small. Civ is the regular build that you'd get. That's the one that's downloadable from the TACmaps.com landing page. And then Civ small is basically what goes out to the Google Play Store. So it's a smaller build to make it compatible with the APK size limits that Google imposes for apps that get posted on the Play Store. And we're only including the ARM64 shared objects in that build in order to keep us under that size limit. Then there's several different build types. And when you go to do a build, your build variant is a combination of the flavor and the build type. So with build types, we've got the regular ones that you're probably accustomed to, debug and release, where debug is no obfuscation. You can do debugging on the app, and release, you can't do debugging into it, and it's got obfuscation. And then we also have SDK and ODK build types. The SDK build type is what's going to produce the SDK that we publish and make available to the development community. It's pretty similar to the debug build, except for the fact that it's got that developer build banner on the bottom of the screen. The ODK build is a special build that we've introduced with 4.1, and that build is, it includes debug symbols. It is obfuscated, and it does have the developer build banner burn-in on the bottom of the screen. The intent with the ODK is to be able to provide the developer community with a development kit that allows them to produce builds of their plugin that are representative of what is going to be produced by the production pipeline. So if you haven't run into this before, when your plugin gets built with obfuscation, if you're using things like reflection, well, reflection mainly, you can run into situations where you're trying to load classes where the obfuscated name no longer matches the original name, and the plugin's going to fail. It happens with JNI as well, most frequently. So prior to 4.1, we had a situation where developers really did not have any means to be able to test their products and plugins in a representative environment before they said they wanted to release it. So then they go through the release process, and the plugin would not be able to load and run in ATAK because it was failing due to obfuscation ProGuard issues. So that's why I've got the ODK there. It allows developers to do the testing that they need to do prior to doing a release and ensuring that their plugin is going to behave as expected in release mode as well as in debug mode. So debugging ATAK. ATAK can be debugged in Android Studio, and you can do both the Java bytecode and native code debugging. So I've got a couple tips based on my own experiences. Doing debugger launches of the app is a lot slower than launching the app and then attaching the debugger to the process. When you're doing Java debugging only, it's definitely the way I would recommend.
And it looked like we have some issues with your connection, Chris. Chris, clearly you have a very bad connection. Can you maybe move closer to the router?
Unfortunately, this is about the best I can do.
Now it's fine, so go on.
Okay. Where did you lose me, Gio?
30 seconds ago, you were talking about debugging.
Okay. So, yeah, if doing Java only, the recommended approach I would have is to do to launch the application normally and then attach the debugger to it after it's been launched. That's going to be a lot quicker than trying to launch it with the debugger. I say when you're doing Java only because I've never successfully been able to attach the native debugger to an already running process. Then with the native debugging specifically, you know, if you started it up and it's not stopping on breakpoints in the C++ code, go into the settings under Edit Configurations and Debugger and try setting the debugger type to dual Java native if it's set on automatic, and definitely set it on that if it's set to Java only. And if you do that and it's still not stopping on breakpoints, then try adding the library output directory. And I've got the example of the folder that you'd need to the symbol directories on that debugger page. One thing
Chris,
I
have a question here. Is it possible to debug a specific plugin separately from the rest of the application, like running only the debug on the plugin and then referring to the application will be a library?
So I hope I'm going to be able to answer this question. So please let me know if I answered it successfully when I'm done. So you can debug into plugins, but my experience is that you can only debug plugin Java code. The process that you would go through to debug a plugin is to start the ATAK application, attach the debugger to it, and then from there, any breakpoint that you have set in your plugin sources should trip the debugger. I'll get into why it works this way a little bit later on my slides regarding the plugin framework, but effectively it boils down to ATAK is always the host process that is actually executing, and your plugin ends up getting loaded into it via reflection at runtime. So to debug, you attach to the ATAK process, and you know, from there the debugger is able to figure out you know, when your plugin code is getting invoked.
Okay.
So on, there was one other note I had on native debugging that I wanted to give out as a tip, and that is, actually I've got two notes. The first one is that my experience is that native debugging is always much more reliable within an emulator. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but what I've observed when trying to do native debugging on a phone is that when I'm stepping through the breakpoints, it seems to hang occasionally, and if it does, then the process just exits. I'm guessing that there's some timeout that's occurring when it's sending that information back and forth between the phone and the debugger, but I don't see that happening anywhere near as often, or if at all, when I do debugging of native code in an emulator. The other thing is that the native debugger isn't the most accurate in terms of when you're doing your steps. So you'll see the pointer jump around a bit, unlike you would when debugging Java code. But I mean, it's still being able to debug the native code is still a huge advantage. So I guess it's just something you have to live with for now until they improve the debugger that they're using. So next library you'd find under the ATAK project is liboffdb. That's a C library that defines an interface for creating and interacting with a SQLite database that stores the user or information used by the user for authentication throughout the app. And we secure that database using SQL Cipher. So when you start up ATAK and you put the PIN in, that's what is securing. That PIN is going into SQL Cipher to secure the database. And to build it, basically it's completely transparent. It's part of the Android workspace and gets built automatically by Gradle when you say to build ATAK. I do want to note that liboffdb will be removed with ATAK 4.2. We've collapsed it into, or basically we've removed the library, shifted the implementation detail back up to the Java side, and just invoke our normal database APIs that have SQL Cipher available to them. This one's a short one as well, libcertdb, similar to liboffdb. It's a database that we're using to store certificates used by the user. Same deal there. It's going to be OBE with ATAK 4.2, and it gets built just as part of your normal workspace build. Then, so from here, I'm going to talk about the 3 projects that remain within that Android workspace for ATAK. 2 of them, Compose was effectively considered the engine of ATAK. So that engine is composed of map core interfaces, ATAK map engine, and the C++ implementation libtac engine. And before any of the functions on the engine side of ATAK can be used, it needs to be initialized, and that's done via 2 Java calls. The first one is a call to native loader init with the context, and then the second call is to the engine library initialize. The native loader class is something we implemented in order to facilitate loading the various libraries that come packaged with ATAK from the full path of their installation location by Android. We're doing that as a security measure. So if you look through the code base, you're not going to find system.load calls. You're going to find native loader.load calls in their place. And so the native loader init, that's passing it the context, which gives it all allows the library loading code the ability to track down the installation directory for the shared objects, and then the initialize call is what goes through and actually loads all the different shared objects that are required by the engine. Map core interfaces is a Java project. It is the root dependency project, and it contains various classes and interfaces that are used by the engine and application layers. What you'll find under map core interfaces, basic geospatial objects. You'll find some basic geospatial calculators, so things like distance and direction, file system and IO utils, unit conversions, various miscellaneous utility classes, and then the base cursor on target data model definitions. So like there's a COD event class, things of that nature. The ATAK Map Engine project is a Java and C++ project that contains the code for the geospatial and rendering engine of the ATAK application. It's designed to be a pluggable and extensible framework, and it contains JNI wrappers to the libTAK engine framework interface code to include interface and data object marshaling. What I mean by interface and data object marshaling is the ability to take Java objects, data structures, and translate them into their corresponding C++ data structures, or to take objects or interfaces that actually encapsulate behavior and do some kind of wrappering to them such that a C++ framework code can invoke Java interfaces, and that Java interfaces can invoke, or Java framework code can invoke C++ interfaces. What you'll find in ATAK Map Engine, the basic definition of the map and layers, so that's content that's displayed on the map. You'll find interfaces and implementation for the parsing, decoding, and displaying of geospatial data. You'll find the rendering implementation and utilities related to rendering, so things like tessellation, extrusion, different things like that you would use for rendering. The map projection support, and more advanced spatial and geometry calculations. So we've got a spatial calculator class in there that does the various geometry Boolean operators, so intersect, union, those kinds of things. And then we also have different geometric representations for volumes, so things like, and different shapes, so things like planes, ellipsoids, spheres, axis aligned bounding boxes, and routines to do things like ray intersection with those kinds of representations. So I highlighted a couple of the major APIs that you might want to be looking at if you're doing plugin development. So there's a layer interface, which is the base interface for any content that you want to add to the map itself. So everything that you see within that ATAK map is owned by a layer, and that layer is in turn owned by the map. There's also the ATAK map view class, which is the map. It maintains the view state, so location, zoom, rotation of the map, as well as a collection of the layers. The major rendering APIs associated with those classes are the GL map view, which is the renderer for the map. And then we've got a couple of associated classes that tie into the that layer class to facilitate the rendering. So we've got a GL layer 3, which is an interface that provides the hooks to actually render the layer. That interface is something that you would implement as a developer to do whatever presentation you want for your content. We have a GL layer SPI 2, which is a service provider interface that abstracts the construction of GL layer 3 from layer instances. So the idea is that, well, I'll get to the next one first. And then finally, we've got GL layer factory, which takes those SPI instances and then creates a registry of them and provides client code with a single function to be able to construct the GL layer 3 instances from a layer instance. So if you start looking down into the code itself, what you'll see is that when a layer is added to the map, that sets off a chain of callbacks. And eventually one of them is a callback into the GL map view that sees it got a new layer. It then goes to the layer factory and requests that a renderer be constructed for that layer, given the layer instance itself, as well as some additional context information. And then it gets back the layer 2 or layer 3 instance, which is added onto the render stack, and your layer now starts getting drawn on the map. So the reason why we've got that abstraction there is that it allows developers to plug in new types of renderable content without having to do any modification to the underlying framework itself. And you'll see that that kind of pattern is used quite a bit throughout the code base. libatak-jni, that's the C++ library that's part of ATAK Map Engine. It provides implementation for the various methods declared as native, both in ATAK Map Engine and Map Core interfaces, and it has all that marshalling that I was talking about on a previous slide. And the marshalling code can be found underneath the directory I've got up there. If you are doing anything with translating between Java and C++ objects, it's probably worth a look. We've got a bunch of different utilities in there that you might want to pull into your plugin if you're doing JNI code. And for building of it, it's built automatically with Gradle. And note there is that library's been transitioned to CMake as well for ATAK 4.2. So I saw a note that my slides are stuck. I just moved it forward. Did you see move forward? It should be on the ATAK slide now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's only that certain users, they have an issue and they need to refresh, not you. So you are good. So move forward, please.
Okay. All right. I see I'm about
I have a question for you, if you don't mind. So yes, here is a user asking if there's any chance to expand coordinate option to include formats such as the British National Grid for greater use in UK.
So I guess I'll probably take a little bit of a long-winded answer to this question. So internal to ATAK itself, it maintains the representation of all coordinates basically as WGS84. So everything internal to the application is latitude, longitude, geodetic altitude. It's only at the presentation where we are modifying how it's being shown to the user. But that being said, unfortunately, we don't have pluggable ability, at least to the best of my knowledge, for being able to specify custom formatters for coordinate display. Though I do think that that is a pretty valid ask and something that we could probably explore, because I don't think it'd be a whole lot of effort to be able to make the formatting something that a plugin could inject its own custom formatter for however they want the user to display it, and to make that an option that would be available throughout the app.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep. I'm just making a note of that right now for myself. Okay, so I'm probably going to try to speed it up a little bit because I do definitely want to get into the plugin stuff. So the ATAK project is, that contains the ATAK application layer. So mostly what you're going to find in there is the code for the UI and tools. I highlighted a number of the major APIs that are probably of interest, running from quick or top to bottom. The map item class, that's a base class that basically represents most of the map elements that you see on the screen. So your markers, the different shapes, things like that. And that's the data model representation that COP messages are typically translated into once they're received. We've got map group, which is a hierarchical container for the map items. Then on the presentation side, we've got an interface called hierarchy list item. And that is a base interface for any items that get displayed in the overlay manager. We decoupled the map item from being directly used in the overlay manager to allow for developers to basically inject virtual virtual organizations of data. So something that's not actually backed by no. So we have it abstracted and decoupled in order to kind of utilize a view model type approach to the problem, because there might be instances where we don't want what's displayed in the overlay manager to be a direct reflection of the underlying data model itself. There's a map overlay 2 interface, and that is a data structure that bundles a root map group, a hierarchy 2 or hierarchy list item 2, and a specialized query function optionally that when added to the map does your integration into the root map group. So it gets any map items that you have under your data structure displayed on the map. It integrates your root list item into the overlay manager, and then also provides a hook for your specialized query function to do things like look up map items when they're requested by call sign or ID or UID. The map view class is a subclass of ATAK map view from the engine. It provides a little bit of specialization for bucketing of layers. So we can put all the imagery type layers in one bucket. We can put all the overlay type layers in another bucket. It maintains a root map group and overlay manager to register your map overlay instances with. We've got map component, which is the basic interface that exposes callback for the various lifecycle events that happen in an Android app. And typically what you'd see if you're looking through the code base is that the various functional areas within the application are managed by a single map component. So we've got something, we should have like a range and bearing map component that groups all of those tools and different things related to range and bearing into a single integration point with the rest of the application. Map activity is an Android activity. For the ATAK map, it's basically a container for all the map component instances. So when map activity kicks off, it goes through the various map components that are present in the software and ties them into the Android lifecycle and invokes the onCreate on all of them, which is what bootstraps in the installation of all the tools and kicks off any scans that the software is doing and basically starts everything up. And then finally, we've got ATAK activity, which is the subclass of map activity that is the actual application. Also of interest, the widgets API. So map widget 2 is a user interface component or graphic that is drawn on top of the map. So that is not like an Android view subclass, but a some kind of graphic that gets drawn in the UI layer of the map rendering itself. We've got a specialization of that is the map menu widget, which is the radial menu that you're probably all familiar with. and the associated API for the radial menu, you've got a map menu factory, which is an interface that constructs map menu widgets given a map item, and then the map menu receiver, which that's the broadcast receiver that's responsible for showing and displaying, or showing and hiding menus, and it also acts as the registration point for map menu factory instances. So if you wanted to display a custom radial menu for an item, what you would do is you would implement that map menu factory and then install it on the map menu receiver. I'm highlighting a couple of the rendering APIs that are related to some of the classes that I just touched on. These work using the same pattern that I talked through with the layer, where you've got the renderer object for the data model object. You have a spy that abstracts the construction of it, and then a factory that is responsible for maintaining the list of spies and doing the actual instantiation when rendering is requested. I got a couple of tips for navigating the code base in terms of conventions. So as it relates to rendering, any class that you find that's prefixed with GL, that's going to be something that's doing rendering using OpenGL. Most of the rendering code we partition and put underneath OpenGL or graphics subpackage under whatever the associated package is. And then I talked about this a little bit before, but we do make a lot of use of service provider interfaces to abstract construction, and then pair that with a factory to allow client code to be able to both register custom implementations for different interfaces that are used by the application, and then also be able to request instances based on different inputs when it's needed in processing. So at the start of it, I told you that I would have a list of different packages to look for in different APIs of interest. So that's on this page. So that'll be there as a reference. With this, it's not exhaustive by any means, but I think should be helpful in at least helping you navigate to specific areas based on what you're interested in for those ones that are, I think, probably most popular. All right, so now into the plugins. Saw and appreciated the meme on the Discord, so I wanted to make sure I include that in my slide deck here. And hopefully, we're getting really close to being able to provide the open community with the ability to, generate and start distributing their plugins. So I hope that meme doesn't die, but we can come up with a new one after it does, if we can get there. So the core ATAK has always employed a pluggable architecture, even though it did not start out with an actual plugin framework. All the builds for ATAK back in the day included all the tools, whether or not they were relevant for the user. Android used to, I'm not sure if it still does, impose a limit on the DEX of 64K methods. So what happened is ATAK grew and grew and grew and eventually hit that limit. And then from that point on, every time we had a release, we had to go through the code base and scrub out a bunch of code in order to make room for the new functionality that we need to get implemented. So after dealing with that for a couple releases, we moved forward with adopting a plugin framework as a solution to the problem. We use the plugin framework to break out tools and features that were not generally relevant to all users, or features that were so significant that they were almost an app on themselves and weren't really worth including as part of the core application, because that meant that we'd have to get rid of other things. So after we adopted the framework, it really took off, and the plugin developer community, pretty quickly eclipsed, the scope and size of the development that we had going on with the core application itself. Organizations that were using ATAK were then able to, invest in specific tools that they were interested in for their users, and distribute them to their users and make available throughout the rest of the community. And users were much more empowered to choose the tools that they wanted from the catalog of plugins that were out there. I don't think there's any question that decentralization of capability development and integration has been absolutely critical to the widespread adoption of ATAK. And so that's why I think it's extremely important that we're able to get it done for the open source community as well. So what's an ATAK plugin? It's a ATAK APK that contains special metadata and implements a set of interfaces defined by the ATAK API. ATAK automatically discovers plugins based on the device's installed APKs, and it loads them into the process runtime using reflection. Each plugin has its own context instance that's required to access its specific resources and assets. Plugin's pretty much unlimited in what it can do. Once it's loaded into the system, it executes as a first-class citizen. It can invoke any API that's part of the code base. Is there anything a plugin can't do? Plugin class paths are sandboxed, so you can't have direct dependencies between plugins. You can have indirect dependencies, so you can message between plugins using network communications or Android intents or other mechanisms, but you just can't directly invoke code on another plugin. There's two primary interfaces that you would see if you look in our plugin metadata file. That's the lifecycle, which has the entry point callbacks for the various lifecycle events for the Android app, and then also a tool descriptor, which that's your integration point for adding a tool onto the action bar or overflow menu. So you provide it with your icon, description, and title, and then it has a callback that you would receive when the user clicks on that button on the in the app. So plugin compatibility, I want to hit on this because I think there's sometimes a little bit of confusion, and point out that there are four important things that you need to worry about to ensure that your plugin is compatible. The first one is the API runtime version. So that is like basically your ATAK version that you're running against. Both the the plugin has to have the exact same API version as declared for ATAK. The next one is the variant. This is an issue with 4.0, 4.1, and previous, but as Josh mentioned during his discussion, will be something that gets relaxed starting with 4.2. So historically, the variant for the plugin needed to match the variant for ATAK. So what that meant is an ATAK Civ plugin could only run in ATAK Civ Core, an ATAK Mil plugin could only run in ATAK Mil Core. Even if it was the exact same plugin source, it was variant locked by the version string. So that is going to change with 4.2, and a plugin that is set at as Civ variant will be able to run in both Civ and Mil or any other variant, but a plugin that is Mil variant will only be able to run in Mil. It won't be able to run in Civ.
By the way, Chris, sorry to interrupt. I have a question. That is something that I personally discovered. the place in the code in which this is controlled is a simple if. Is any reason why, for some installation, we cannot simply always return true, because that is what has been checked. If it's true, then you can install it. If it's not true, you can't. So is technically any reason why we should follow that, or it's only a kind of security concern here?
Well, so the reason is actually the next thing I'm going to get into, and that's the application binary interface. So,
okay.
And this gets to the ProGuard obfuscation mapping that happens. So when ATAK Civ or ATAK Mill are built, historically looking at 4.1 and prior, the obfuscation mapping produced is a result of it's a deterministic result based on the various classes, methods, and fields that are present within the compiled code base. So ATAK Mill is a superset of ATAK Civ. However, the obfuscation mappings produced between the two of them are not going to be the same. So while we could disable that check that says reject this if it's Civ and I'm running in Mill, historically speaking, that ABI for the obfuscated build of the core application would be different between Civ and Mill. But what we're moving forward with, starting with 4.2, is going to be Civ is going to be the only baseline, so there will only be one obfuscation mapping, which will enable binary compatibility between the plugin, regardless of what its variant setting is. So that's one aspect of it, and the other aspect of it was something that you touched on, which is potential sensitivity or security. And we do have an expectation that there will be plugins for Mill that are deemed, it would not be appropriate to load them into a Civ build that does not have Mill capabilities installed alongside it. So basically what we're going to do moving forward is if you have a lower restricted plugin, you'll be able to load it into your application, but you won't be able to load a higher restricted plugin into a lower restricted application unless you have that the associated restricted capability installed along with it.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the final thing is the signing keys. Non-SDK builds of ATAK enforce signing key whitelisting. So that means release builds specifically. That's the one that's most concerned. But the SDK builds, they don't do any signing key whitelisting, and only plugins built with specific signing keys will be loaded by ATAK. That is a security requirement that we have. So for doing SDK development, you can sign it with whatever you want, but when it comes to actual production official releases, it needs to be signed with one of the several keys that we have secured. And that's again part of why we're working to offer this building service and make it available publicly to enable developers to get their plugins properly signed and have the obfuscation mappings applied to them. So this is a specific class I think you were talking about, Gio, the ATAK plugin registry that handles the scanning and instantiation of plugins. So the scanning process, quick overview into that. The application goes and retrieves the list of installed applications using the apps package manager. And for each installed app, it checks the assets for a plugin XML file that contains the metadata that tells us which plugin interfaces are present and the classes that implement them. We also read the plugin API version at that stage. And then the next stage is instantiation. For every single plugin compatible plugin that's discovered, so compatibility being driven by the plugin API, the variant, and the signing key, ATAK attempts to load the implementation class for each interface in the plugin XML via reflection. If loaded, then it gets instantiated and the plugin gets bootstrapped into the process. If it doesn't, then you'll get a load. The load will fail, and you'll get some message indicating that the plugin is not compatible or failed to load. And if you get to that stage and that's where it's failing, typically that's due to the difference in ABI or obfuscation mapping. One thing I wanted to mention for the audience is if you haven't run into it already, there are issues related to context usage from within a plugin. Specifically, the plugin has its own context through which it accesses its resources and assets, and that context is the one that all layout inflation should be done through. There's also the main context, which is the context for the main ATAK application that is tied to the activity. And you'll run into situations where you really need to be making sure that you're using the correct context for whatever it is you're doing. Otherwise, you might experience unexpected errors. So we've identified some of the classes that this is a problem area with. And if you look under the ATAK map Android GUI package, we've got some classes under there to help get you through it. Specifically, I know Spinner is one. We've got a plugin Spinner under there, and we've got another one for to assist with web view usage. So if you're trying to get a view into your plugin and it's just not working, I would suggest you take a look in that package. You might find some utility class that'll solve the problem for you. All right.
We have the last 10 minutes. So if you can please speed up so that we can get some questions. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna skip through this one. I'm gonna touch on this real quick because I think it's caused some confusion. There's a plugin SDK zip file that's in the root. That is not the actual plugin SDK. Well, what that zip file has is some of the components of the Civ SDK that are not built from the source code. So specifically, it's got the plugin template source, which plugin template is a very stripped down plugin that basically you would use as the template to construct your plugin from. It's got our Espresso-based ATAK plugin testing framework. It's got some documentation for plugin development, the development guide, and the structure, which informs you on how you should structure your plugin with respect to the SDK in order to get it to build and launch and all that. All right, and that's all my slides.
Awesome, thank you. And so the first question, I think we touched it, but on the chat they are asking, when is that the building and signing service is going to become available?
Yeah, so our current estimation date is in December with the launch of, we'll be launching it then. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Another question is, what about we want to, before December, release plugins? Currently, each developer is releasing the plugins with their own version of ATAK. Is there any way to make all those plugins compatible with each other?
The only avenue for that would be going through the normal mechanisms for product center development, either under contract or through CRADA. I think it would also be potential if the plugin is open source. So Josh mentioned it briefly, but our issue is that we are not able to accept IP that we don't own or is not open into our repository. And until we have this automated pipeline set up, we're only able to build plugins for code that's coming out of our repository. Outside of that, I mean, if you were looking at just building and running against the open source version, like you built ATAK yourself, and that's how you're releasing the plugin, you'd have to coordinate with whoever else is releasing the plugins as well, and I guess do one-off build. Unfortunately, we don't have a really good solution for that, which is why we're prioritizing getting this automated service up and running.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Simon, and Simon asks, will be the Hello World plugin released?
I don't know the answer on that one right now.
Okay, but previously I think we got the fact that the Hammer/Eric plugin will be a good example of embedding a existing open source library into ATAK. So maybe is that a Hello World? Are you familiar with that?
Well, I mean, I think that if the Hammer plugins publicly released and the source code's available, that would be an excellent reference and would probably cover significant portions of what is available through the Hello World plugin that we've got on the firewall side.
Okay.
Hey, Ralph here.
Go on, Ralph.
As I understand it, there's no reason the Hello World plugin hasn't been released. We've agreed, at least Josh and I have agreed verbally, that it should be. I just have not hounded him enough and have forgotten to keep hounding him over the last month. It should be put with the same SDK in my view, and Josh has said in his view as well. So that's a ball drop issue, I believe. Over.
Thank you for the clarification, Rolf. So another question that is here on the chat is, I'm not sure what that means, but will CivTAC work with the BATDoc? I have no idea what BATDoc is, or BATDoc, B-A-T-D-O-K, right?
Yep, so that BATDoc is a plugin. I will check really quickly here for the distribution restrictions on that. If you want to go to the next question, I can.
Sure. The next question is coming from myself. I was noticing that you have not used any visual in description of the source. Are you aware that the community, aka myself, we have produced a complete documentation in UML with all diagrams of the TAC source, and are you going to maintain it? Because that would be a great documentation, to be able to discuss and optimize also the code. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry. I was not aware that I was not aware of that the community had produced that documentation, and I would definitely be interested in getting that out and publishing it, and depending on the tooling used, see if it's something that we could get integrated into the CI so that it's being generated automatically every time we push an update.
Okay, we can discuss it. But for the information of everyone, that has been published on the channel development, and if I'm not mistaken, the link is pinned, so you can go there and download it. Okay, so I don't see any further questions. So is anything that you would like to say in conclusion to your presentation, Chris?
Well, I just wanted to note that I'm not seeing releasability for Civ for BatDoc. So to the best of my knowledge, that is a mill restricted capability for right now. But that may change, and I would encourage you to send in a question to get an official response on that, in case my information is incomplete right now. Outside of that, I want to just say thank you to the community. I find it very exciting that there's so much interest behind this, and I'm hoping that we'll see a lot of good collaborative work between the open source community and the product center in terms of making this a better product. And I hope that the presentation I gave provided some utility for some of you and will help with understanding the code base a little bit better.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chris, for being so detailed about the source of ATAK. The next presenter is Alen. Alen is also known as Pilsgauer in the community, and he has created a very interesting library that will allow you to write your own clients and to interact with TAK servers. So Alen, I'm going to make you the presenter now.
Thanks, Gio.
Here you go. And you're in charge. On.
Okay, can you see my screen sharing out?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Alen Barrow, and I didn't really want to do a traditional bio, but did want to share a little bit of background. I'm an electrical engineer by trade. I am an unusual employee because I went to work with Hewlett Packard in 1983 and have stayed all the way through their spinoffs. Started in the technical arena, a lot of two-way radio, embedded system development, moved into Unix, and now I'm very high up in DXC, and I inflict pain and misery through PowerPoints and Excel. I have a lot of hobbies, and my hobbies are how I keep my technical side. If you look in the bottom, I'm a ham radio operator and got into programming initially through fiddling with that, but quickly went into doing embedded system development. I will point out that yes, I did do punch card Fortran development. That was the only thing available to me at the time. But I've moved through the languages over the decades, and including Python and things like robot operating system, that type of thing. So that's how I keep my my tech edge sharp. Now, I know some of you thinking, great, a boomer is going to tell us how it was. And I have to say, technically, I am a boomer, but there's a lot of older ones. I learned from a generation of gray-headed, gray-beard hippies that were the old Unix guys. We had the internet, but we didn't have the World Wide Web or even good manuals on this. So you just had to know and you had to socialize. So why ATAK and why my interest? When ATAK was released, I was vaguely aware of it because I have a son in the military, active duty. But when it was released to civilians, and I looked at the capability, and I realized it was very useful for emergency volunteer support. And so specifically, as ham radio operator, I deployed to a couple of different hurricanes, one of them being the Katrina. And we entered the Katrina zone, and basically once you left Western Alabama, there was no carrier service, there was no repeaters, nothing in the southern 2/3 of Mississippi, and nothing in Louisiana. So my HF radio link over voice was really the only link we had back to both the headquarters and where we were headed. But because of my ALE hobby, and it's a HF radio technique, I had PLIs and SMS going to other amateur radio operators. So they know exactly where we were, and I had better links with them. And so when I saw ATAK, well, actually one other thing. When we got to the area we were trying to help, they had a headquarter that had one sat phone that worked about 25% of the time, 25 shelters, schools with many residents in each one, and they really had no communication. So the first thing we did was we set up VHF FM simplex nets. You would have thought it was the best thing ever. One of the Red Cross shelter managers said, "Hey, why didn't they give us stuff like this instead of the sat phone that doesn't work?" So we did not have a very good capability. The military did, law enforcement didn't. Their EOC was wiped out, things of that nature. So I see ATAK and I start thinking, wow, we needed ATAK here, but we don't have data networks and we don't have PRC 152s and 163s and the capability to use them, but we do have the capability to do PLI and SMS over HF, and we do have the capability to do it over APRS. And so that is a capability that I thought might be useful. How do you get it into the ATAK ecosystem when you're out of network? And that's what led to me developing the library, is a programmatic way that you could inject specific use cases that other transport mechanisms could provide into the ATAK system. And really an asset like this, me and my truck there, if I'm on the cellular networks, it updates on ATAK into the server. But when I get out of range, my PLI comes in over HF and it gets updated on anyone who is on the network. It gets updated until I come back on the network. So that was really the use case. So what it really led to was I wanted to find a way to inject out of band position updates, PLIs, into the TAC ecosystem. I wanted to do the same with chat. And you know what? I might need to do it spoofing an existing user who's out of range, or I might need to do it as a foreign, not an active user on ATAK. It's either a point or a message from a foreign system. And I started thinking about APRS as a possible transport. So I go out and I look in the code base, and what I find is just about all the code out there that might be useful for this kind of thing was really, it did not work anymore. The TAC ecosystem had moved past it, and a lot of it was tangled up. They tangled up creating COTS with sending COTS, and it was hard to separate and debug those. Also learned pretty quickly that you could break servers. Yes, indeed, I have broken FTS public and also broken FreeTAC server running on my own systems in the early testing. But as we were figuring out how to interact with TAC, other projects became interested in being able to do similar things. I wanted to make it, it's kind of led to the objectives. Wanted very simple functions with reasonable defaults. And most importantly, I didn't want a user or myself to have to understand the thousands of permutations of COTS. Let's focus on the use cases and figure out how to create those. Now, I want to be able to extend that, and I want it to be modular. And so very importantly, I've totally separated COT generation versus interacting with the server. And we have some people utilizing my library to interact with the server, but they're doing their own thing on COTS or just relaying COTS. And I wanted it to work on regular TAC and FreeTAC server, needed to be low impact. And I learned pretty quickly, I really needed to model the way ATAK interacted with the servers. Rather, there was no REST API. There was no federation available to me. And I had to kind of do this as a black box. We didn't have access to ATAK source code at the time. I did have access to the FreeTAC server code and I instrumented it, but at the very beginning, I was doing network traces to sort this out. Where we ended up is capability. I can inject a PLI into a TAC server and look just like the Android client. Now, GU is mentioned you could use it to build clients. Well, there's really no user interface or framework. This is a library that you could use to integrate with your own code. But it can cleanly interact or inject a PLI into a ATAK server, and you could either do it for a live server on the system or one that is not present, or make it look like a point. We can do the same with chat. And I'm starting to be able to read and potentially hand off chats from the ATAK server stream to targeted users. Now, to do that, I had to figure out how to send and receive COTS, do pings. We had to figure out how to build reasonable COTS. And I'm starting to get to where I'm able to decode COTS with very simplified functions. Now, it is a bit of a moving target. Free-ATAK server is the main test case, but some of the regular ATAK server operators had let me test with them as well. And so as free-ATAK matures, one of the things we're seeing is they're getting tighter on what they would accept. And so I'm constantly having to adopt to that. Where we ended up, 2 modules. The first one is TAC-COT. TAC-COT's job is to programmatically interact with ATAK servers. It is completely COT agnostic. You can send an arbitrary COT that makes sense, or you could send gibberish. Really, the functions are to initiate connection, get it operational. You essentially have to send a valid COT before the ATAK servers will start talking to you. And then when you're done, cleanly disconnect so you don't leave resources hung. That's how I managed to break some of the early server instances. So pretty straightforward. This is code fragments, but this is out of an example. You substantiate the class. You open your connection. You don't have to do all the details with sockets. It's a TCP connection. You just need to know the IP address and port. We're not doing search yet, but I will extend to that once more servers support that. Used to have to flush out any reads to ignore them, but you create a reasonable COT, you send it, that tells the server, hey, I've got a live client. You can then start reading COTs. They come as a block, so you've got to parse them and separate them out, and you'll end up with fragments. So read COT will return a single COT. You do whatever you're going to do. Periodically, you've got to send a ping, and when you're done, cleanly shut it down. And this is pretty much what the read COT code does, which turns out to be a fairly reasonable sniffer. Make COT does one thing and one thing only. It creates COTs for the targeted use cases. It is not a universal COT generator. There's far better ways to do this. What it does is it generates reasonable COTs for PLIs, pings, and geochats. And you can do it without having to know all the possible parameters. Now on the right, I show the defaults and what you can override. But the reality is with just a minimal input, like right here, it will create a valid COT that you can do useful things with. You can extend it, and if you select some of the options, like for a GeoChat, it will add those sections to the XML. And so it does not do a lot of validation. You could send a nonsensical type or HAL field, but you can do things like icons and colors, and it will assign you a UUID if you don't want to use one, if you're not providing one. And in many cases, you are going to provide one. So it's just a simple COT generator. I'm not going to go through all the examples here, but there's several examples showing how to send a PL or create a PLI COT. I can take an existing call sign on ATAK and I can fly it in a circle. I can move it around by sending updates. That's what this point would be doing. I could send a ping to the server. Here's the example to send a message. Really, you have to have a target call, UID, and message, and it shifts the COT a bit, and that make COT adopts to that. So those are the examples. I have some sample code provided. The one that's used quite a bit is read COTs. It's actually a pretty good COT sniffer / tracer, and it'll actually pretty print the XML. And so that one is pretty useful in debugging. We have several people using that. The circle example connects to ATAK server, and if you have a real user that you've identified, it will essentially fly that user in a circle. I orbit Atlanta, and it's really just proof of concept that you can update a live user's location programmatically. And you would really only want to do that if that user was off the network, but that's the intent. Message.py is a very simple way to initiate a GeoChat programmatically and send it to a live user. It will trigger a ghost user if there isn't a user online by that call sign. SendCot, you can essentially define a COT in the code and then send it to the server. It's just more of a testing thing. TestCot lets you send any arbitrary COT. It just takes XML text from the user and then sends it to the server. APRSTAC.py is really more of a proof of concept. It reads amateur radio APRS PLIs from that network, and it injects them into a ATAK server, and it does it either as a point if that user is not online, or as a user, ATAK user, if that user is online. And so really the difference here, and by the way, this is not KML. Every one of these little dots was a COT that was sent to the server. And this one's particularly coming from the APRS stream on the internet. The intent is we would be doing that from radios long term. Now this is actually myself. I was on ATAK as a user. I was not in this location, but one of my radios sent an APRS update, PLI, and the code intercepted it from the APRS stream and sent the appropriate TAC to the TAC server and moved me to that location. Now I could do the same thing with the chats. That's the next step, is to start adding chat to this. So APRS TAC's a little bit fun to play with if you're a ham, but there are people, we have one individual basically using virtually identical code to this, might even have used my start at APRS TAC, and he's using it to update assets and law enforcement in Europe. So this is sample code, but they do some useful things as well. One other thing to be aware of, a very common question, how do I start up FreeTAC server? I've got systemd config files that will do that, makes it very easy, gives you reasonable defaults, and so it's probably the easiest way to start up and shut down FreeTAC server on a Linux type machine or Debian system anyway. So with that, that's really the basics on TACPAC. I'll be happy to entertain any questions from the moderator or in follow-up. So Gio, back to you.
Thank you. So initially I said a client, and clearly I was not referring to a client like ATAK, but potentially I see that you can use your library to develop any kind of integration with third party. Is that a correct view on what you have presented?
That is correct. It should be a safe way to interact with a TAC server, and they don't have to start from scratch. Now, you know, this is still immature code. It's stable, it's functional, but it's not necessarily what I would call polished, and so we're continuing to refine that. But that's the intent. Whether it's messaging from email or whatever, we want to be able to have two-way messaging injection in and out of the TAC ecosystem from foreign systems. Same thing for PLIs.
And a service message for the users. Several users are writing in chat that they have an issue with video, but we discovered that if you refresh, the video is going to show again. So it's not an issue from our side, it's an issue from the client side. So please refresh. So the next question, Alan, is what is your roadmap? Are you going to improve and increase functionalities?
The next step is to get two-way chats functional. And what I mean by that, we can already inject chats in, but to be useful, you have to keep track of what users are live on the system. And so that's one piece that I'm working on, and a gentleman named Josh has also started to help a little bit on that. And then the other thing would be to start tracking chats that come out of the server and match them up with external users and potentially route those into the ecosystem. So that's really the next level of functionality. Once we have that, then you could start doing some useful things with APRS as transport or HFALE as transport, that type of thing. Now, if you have TCP/IP networks on your radio, this probably isn't of interest to you. This is really an integration tool that might be useful in cases where you don't have all your nodes connected via something other than cellular, or that you want to gateway in foreign PLIs and chats into the ATAK system via COTS. This is where it would be useful.
Awesome. So I don't see any additional questions in the chat. Let me double check. So guys, do you have additional questions? Please ask now. If not, we will conclude this session. I think something is coming. So, but have you already tried that on the field, starting from your past experience? Are you going out with and save the people from Hurricanes using that? Because that would be very cool.
So there is an individual on the Discord forum who is using this, I want to say in Belgium, and he's using it to do GPS updates for some work they're doing into TAC servers and ATAK. So he is bridging foreign GPS updates into the TAC ecosystem with that. I run the APRS code nonstop. You can pick a regional area, and so there are some hams who are looking at it to see the APRS updates. You can see all these dots. If I were to zoom out, there's thousands of PLIs from APRS, and you can follow them as they drive down the interstate. So that part is working, but it's really not doing anything that useful for the people that want to have their ham radios in the field talk to another ham radio. So if we don't get Hammer, my code may be a way to do that over APRS.
Okay, thank you so much, Alen, and we look forward to additional implementation of your projects. You may be interested in my talk about coming things for FTS that may have an impact on what you are doing.
Yeah, very excited to see the REST API and some of the others, because that's another way to do this type of thing.
Right, and I will elaborate later on that. And for now, thank you so much, Paul. And we will go to Paul. So Paul is very important for our community because he's the first on the line to produce a initial working plugin that you can even now, if I'm not mistaken, Paul, use if you have the ability to, compile everything, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. If you're willing to build ATAK yourself, you can use my plugin. Definitely excited for the plugin signing system to open up.
So Paul, you are presenter now. You want to share something with us?
Sure, here you go. And let me just get this into slideshow mode. So yeah, thank you. Hey everyone, my name is Paul Mandal. I'm a software engineer who enjoys hiking in his spare time, and I spend a good amount of time in the backcountry. So ATAK is really appealing to me because of the really wide variety of map sources you can use with it, how easy it is to create offline maps of an area, and the 3D mapping and route planning tools I think are really excellent for hikers. I'm also a big believer in the open source software movement, so having this kind of powerful mapping platform that's easy to integrate with is like a really great opportunity from my perspective. I think ATAK can provide a lot of value to the outdoors community. I could see people creating data packages containing routes and geolocated pictures of nice camping locations and views or water sources and sharing them with the community. Could also be great for groups that are hiking and they're kind of spread out along a trail, but they want to be able to coordinate or otherwise have some idea where their friends are. So when I first downloaded this thing, I thought it might be possible to get a relatively cheap off-grid solution going for a civilian user, but I couldn't find any solutions that fit my needs. I don't like to let my dreams stay dreams, so I started working on a plugin for off-grid communication. Initially, I was using Gotenna mesh devices because I had a couple of those lying around, but then at the recommendation of one of the users on the ATAK Discord, I switched to Meshtastic and LoRa devices. So in this presentation, first we'll cover ATAK plugin development and just like the main touch points for a plugin. Bear in mind, I don't work at the TAK Product Center. This is coming from the perspective of an outsider. So if you don't find something that you're looking for in here, definitely check out Chris Lawrence's talk. He goes into a lot more detail and talks about a lot more broad API than I do. So yeah, ideally you'll come away from this presentation with enough knowledge to get started implementing your own plugin. As a supplement to this, I've created an example plugin. This is based off the plugin template that's distributed with ATAK, with a few little extras to give examples of some common things a plugin might be doing, like listening to messages from ATAK and sending messages to ATAK, having an icon in the corner of the screen for your plugin, some kind of basic UI with a spinner, and different plugin icon types, like the icon that appears in the menu versus the package management. So yeah, let's just jump right in. First up, we'll talk about plugin.xml, which is, if you were listening to Chris's talk, it's a file that ATAK uses to tell where critical classes in the plugin's package are. So the lifecycle class is going to be required, and that's ATAK's going to need that to like instantiate your plugin. The tool descriptor is optional if you have like a UI tool. Some plugins are not going to have anything like that. Next up is just the Android manifest. If you're familiar with Android development, this is a standard file in an Android application. It tells the system some details about the application, things like its icon, what its label is. And yeah, you could see in this screenshot, I've got on the bottom, I have the actual Android manifest, and on the top, I've got a screenshot from ATAK's package management screen, and you can see where like the icon and the label map into that screen. Next up is the lifecycle class. So this is the entry point into a plugin. When ATAK loads a plugin, it's going to look at plugin.xml to find the class that implements this lifecycle, and then it'll look for a constructor that takes a single context. If it finds that, it will instantiate and pass in the plugin context. Otherwise, it will call a no argument constructor and work that way. After your plugin's lifecycle class has been instantiated, the ATAK will call the onCreate method here, and that's where you want to instantiate the rest of your plugins classes. So for our example, we just have a plugin map component, and we'll cover that in more detail later. That's like a built-in or a standard component for an ATAK plugin. This is not shown in the slide because I had to get all this stuff to actually fit on the screen, but in the example that I linked earlier, there are inbound message handlers and outbound message handler classes that are instantiated here. Other than that, the lifecycle class doesn't do a lot. It should respond to lifecycle events in an appropriate way, and it should pass those events on to other interested classes. So in this example, we've got our plugin map component, and you can see here when onDestroy is called, we're going to need to pass that down to all of those components, and in this case, the plugin map component will find out about that. Same thing for the message handlers. I had to clip that out just to make it fit on the screen, though. This is the tool descriptor class. This provides some useful details about the plugin to ATAK. Here we got a side-by-side image of the class implementation, and on the right side we have a screenshot from the 3 dots menu in ATAK. You can see where the icon and the short description end up showing up in the UI. There's also this groups section, which I don't know a ton about, but I think that has to do with placing things in the radial menu versus other like menu groupings. I didn't need to use that in my plugin though, so can't really comment there. This is the map component class. This is the UI entry point for an ATAK plugin. This is going to instantiate a drop-down receiver, which will act as the UI drawer that pops out when you pull your plugin to the foreground. It also registers the drop-down receiver to handle the show plugin intent, which ATAK uses to show the plugin. And in our example, we also create a marker icon widget. This is going to create like a little icon in the lower right corner of the screen. Our example one's clickable. It'll just open the plugin drawer, but otherwise it doesn't do anything. It just switches its icon. I think the image changes every 2 seconds, and that's just to illustrate like if you wanted to communicate some state to your users. Yeah, that's like a nice way to do that. Next up, this is the drop-down receiver. This class handles inflating and displaying the UI for our plugin. I would recommend keeping this class really small and just putting all the view and view model code into separate view model classes. In our example, we just have like a simple hello world text and a plugin spinner. You might, if you missed Chris's talk, you might be wondering what is a plugin spinner and why not just use a stock Android spinner. A plugin spinner. So in the ATAK plugin, or in an ATAK plugin, there are 2 context objects that you have access to. You have ATAK context, which is the context of the ATAK application, and that'll be used for UI interactions like dialogues and toasts. And you have a plugin context, which is used for getting resources that are specific to your plugin, like strings, colors, drawables. The stock Android spinner uses, like, it will expect to do both of those things with the single context that it's passed. So it's going to try, like when you tap on the spinner, it's going to try to open that dialog using the same context that it was using to fetch layout resources that you told it to use for the spinner items. And that'll cause your application to crash. So the ATAK team has handily included this plugin spinner class, which is just an extension of spinner, and it's built to handle both of those contexts elegantly. This is our marker icon widget class. Rather, this is the plugin component that instantiates our plugin marker icon widget class. And you could see here a little arrow showing what that looks like in ATAK. In our case, I just made a green blob, but you could put any icon in there. You could also put that in, not just in the lower right corner, but I believe in any corner, and probably there's some other spots for that. So yeah, these icons can be clickable. It's a good way to have your plugin open up if you have one anyway. I would also recommend it, or I'd primarily recommend this to communicate important state. So in my plugin, I have like external device that the phone is connected to. And if you lose connectivity to that device, it's important that the user knows that. So having something like that turn from green to red is a nice way to show that. So one useful thing many plugins will want to do is work with COD events that are being transmitted from ATAK. And these can describe anything from like PLIs to routes or shapes that should be drawn on the map. So how can you handle an outgoing COD? In our example plugin, it just toasts the type of every outgoing COD that happens. And the way that you become aware, or you can make your code aware of that stuff, is you have to implement a presend processor interface on one of your classes. And then if you call COT map component.set presend processor to that class, it will, every time ATAK is going to send out a COT, your class is going to have a chance to pre-process it. So you could do that to modify the COT. You could emit them through another channel. You can log them. In our case, we just toast the type to the screen. For myself, because I didn't have access to a bunch of COT messages when I was developing, I found it useful to log all the COTs coming out of ATAK and just draw everything that I was interested in on the map and send it. And then I could build up a corpus of messages that way. So yeah, obvious counterpart to handling outgoing messages is creating incoming messages. And thankfully, this is really easy. In our plugin, we create this, you can see it's a fake marker with our version of our plugin in it. Pretty simple to do that. You actually, you can create a COD event manually using the COD event class. If you have XML for a COD event, you can use COD event.parse string. And then when you actually dispatch that, you'll use a COT dispatcher's dispatch method. how do you get a reference to a COT dispatcher. COT map component has two static methods, get internal dispatcher and get external dispatcher. Internal one is used for, I believe, definitely check this, for sending COTs into your local ATAK, and external is for broadcasting those externally through whichever available channel you have. So that's all I have for my example plugin. I'm going to go through some specifics for my ATAK Forwarder plugin. Before I go into detail on that, I would just like to stress that this is a plugin made as a hobby. It's not been tested in any way that would qualify it as professional grade. It should not be used where like failure would result in the loss of life or limb. Always have a backup and a backup plan. If you're an experienced hiker, you definitely know that you should be doing that. But yeah, having said all that, the ATAK Forwarder is a plugin for off-grid communication through ATAK using Meshtastic devices. Meshtastic itself is an open source mesh networking protocol that uses LoRa hardware, which are like relatively cheap. I think they're about like $30 or $40 a node. The plugin is not currently signed by the ATAK Product Center, though I'm going to try to get that signed as soon as that becomes possible. To use the plugin, you're going to have to build your own copy of ATAK and the plugin. And so the main features of the plugin are in-app status and useful stats. Got all this kind of like debuggy stuff up here, which is useful for where we are in this stage of development. We have in-application channel management. These data rates are built into Meshtastic. I would definitely recommend sticking with the top two. And we can, once you've set up a channel, you can configure another device using a QR code and just scanning that. We also have full chat integration with the ATAK's built-in GeoChat.
This is new because we discussed that in the chat. So you have now full integration with the real chat?
Yeah, I mean, as full as I'm aware it can be. When you send a chat, it's going to show up in the ATAK chat and you'll get the regular notifications.
Now, can you comment on the fact that certain vendors are creating their own separate chat? Is that, in your opinion, a limitation of their understanding or the documentation? I'm referring to the fact that the original version of the Gotenna plugin and also the current prototype of the Radacat are both using a separate chat, kind of a proprietary chat. Is that so difficult to implement in your opinion?
I wouldn't say it's difficult to implement. I had to dig around a little in the ATAK source to figure out how to do it. And I got some recommendations from people in the community also that helped me out a lot there. But yeah, I would definitely recommend against that approach just because you're going to have chat messages coming in from different channels essentially, and it could, I don't know, I think it could be a little disorganized to have them coming in multiple places.
Absolutely, and I strongly believe that if you could, write an article in this regard, a lot of, creators of devices will be very interested, especially if you think that currently Gotenna is used by the special forces in production, and they have a separate channel, would be very useful for everyone.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to do a write-up like that.
Thank you, go on.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, in addition to chat, we also support a transmission of a wide variety of shapes, including routes, basic markers, observation points, custom markers, custom shapes, and medevac. So basically, at some point, I just tried to make every shape and thing that I could on the map in ATAK and transmit it, and then just build out support for that. If there is an unsupported message type, I would be really happy to hear about it on the issue tracker in my repo. Yeah, I want to have the message support to be as comprehensive as possible. I should also add here that I'm thinking about, actually disregard that, I'll talk about that later. So yeah, apart from that, we also support in-app device configuration to pair with your primary device, and we also support non-ATAK devices. So there are Meshtastic devices that have a GPS, and they can be configured to send their location to the network at a regular interval. That can be really nice if you don't need an ATAK end user device. So in my example, I have a dog that I go hiking with. I'm pretty sure she doesn't know how to use GeoChat. So I'd like to just be able to give her like a simple device that I can put on her collar or something and be able to know where she is. So yeah, we support that here. I haven't been able to test this myself because, as you can see in this slide, my devices have never been able to get a lock, but other people in the community who have tried the plugin out have had some success with this. So if you're interested in that, please try it out. Give me some feedback. I'd be happy to make improvements there if you find anything. So I started developing this plugin, and oh yeah, sorry, this is a real-world example. Maya is my little puppy, and you can see getting some decent range in a wooded area here with it. So I started developing this plugin in early August, and it went through several iterations. The first release was a really simple standalone application. I didn't really know much about integrating with ATAK at the time, but I had used Wireshark to like get a little bit of an idea of what was going on the network. So I made this application that you could set up, what are they, network inputs and outputs for, and it would listen to that network traffic coming out of ATAK. It would generate network traffic to send back to ATAK, and the app had a basic GoTenna integration and was capable of transmitting PLIs. It used XML for payloads, so a PLI took quite a while to transmit. I'd say about 1 minute, so kind of unacceptably slow, but not terrible for a first iteration. Next iteration was like a proper plugin. I managed to find the plugin template and made good improvements there. Still no UI, but it did have some improvements also to the GoTenna integration, and it had peer discovery. After that, I started to reduce the message payload size by using EXI, which is efficient XML interchange to encode messages before they're transmitted. That brought PLI down to about 20 to 30 seconds to transmit, which is like getting okay. For the 0.1.0 release, I added in-app group management. I started supporting chat, and I started using protobufs and message rate limiting to kind of reduce the amount of network traffic. At that point, I jumped a bunch of versions because I made like a pretty wide variety of improvements without doing a release for a little while. I switched to Meshtastic devices, expanded the supported message types to everything I could find in ATAK. I implemented a set of custom protobufs and shaved message payloads down even further. And I also added support for Meshtastic devices that have a GPS but no ATAK EUD. Future improvements I'm looking to make are like...
can you comment on your protobuf experience? Are you using protobuf to send the message over Meshstatics and to compress that? Is that the intention? And have you created your own version, or are you using what ATAK is using?
So initially I used the ATAK protobufs because they were very flexible, but then I also found out that they weren't super efficient. So I started to implement my own. I have a slide further down where I'll go into a little bit more detail on that, but basically like in a GeoChat message, for example, there are a few repeated values. So every time I found a place where there were repeated values, I wrote up some code that will replace that with a symbol that just lets the code on the receiving side know that it needs to fill that back in with the value from another part of the message. And other than that, I tried to I reduced message size by, let's see, I took the offset from the start of the year rather than from January 1st, 1970. So that shaved a few bits off of timestamps, and I put timestamps relative to each other and a few things like that. So yeah.
Okay, and we have another question in regard to GoTenna. Are you using GoTenna Mesh for your testing, and have you dropped GoTenna development so to focus only on open source, or are you continuing to support GoTenna?
So I let's see, I was using GoTenna Mesh for my initial development. I've essentially dropped support for GoTenna right now. It would be pretty easy to add it back in. I've kept all the same kind of structures in place that you would need. But the reason I ended up dropping it was I reached out to GoTenna and asked them like what the rules are around redistributing you know, a plugin built on their technology, and they basically told me because it replicates things that they do or products that they may make in the future, they weren't happy with it. So, you know, no problem. That makes sense. But that kind of killed it for me. So I switched over to Meshtastic.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
No problem. So yeah, in the near future, I'd like to take what I learned at this conference and improve my ATAK integration. Definitely lots of room for improvement there. I'd like to get some kind of transmission verification in place so network traffic can be reduced further. Maybe something like sending out hashes of UIDs and getting receipt back from, or getting acknowledgement back from other devices that they previously received those stationary objects or something like that. I would also like to I'd like to be sure that when you send out a message that it actually gets there. Right now, there's like I said, there's no message verification, which is not really great necessarily, but yeah, so some improvements that I'd like to make, and I'd like to further reduce message sizes. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about how the plugin works and its major components, how its major components fit together. To do that, first we'll trace a message coming out of ATAK and being transmitted to other Meshtastic nodes. So when a message is going to be emitted from ATAK, it first goes out through our outbound message handler, which implements the presend processor interface that I mentioned earlier. The outbound message handler first checks against our COT message cache to see if a message has been repeated or see if it's a repeat of a recent message. If it is, it's dropped. Otherwise, the message gets cached for later. And then we attempt to encode the message using our COT event protobuf converter. If this fails, we fall back to the fallback COT event protobuf converter, which is less efficient but a lot more flexible. After that, the message is queued in our command queue. The COM hardware portion, everything on the right here, is going to be running on its own thread. So at some point, it's going to pull that command queue and pick up the message, and it will start handling the hardware-related portion of the transmission. Since most COM hardware has message length limits, we have a class called, this is lengthy, message length limited COM hardware that handles splitting and reassembling messages based on the maximum length that you specify. It uses the first byte of the message to store the message index and the total number of messages in 4 bits each. And once the message is broken into segments, each segment is transmitted by the Meshtastic COM hardware. This class just handles the Meshtastic specific parts of sending a message over the communication link, and that's mostly talking to the Meshtastic service. On the other side of that, when the message is coming in, the Meshtastic COM hardware will receive each message segment and send them over to the message length limited COM hardware for reassembly. Once all the segments for a message have been received, we send that completed message to COM hardware that's going to notify all the interested listeners that have registered with it. Inbound message handler is one of those listeners, and it'll take the raw bytes of the message and try to convert it into a COT using either the COT event protobuf converter or the fallback COT event protobuf converter if the previous one failed. And finally, once we have a COT event, we transmit it to ATAK using the COT dispatcher class that we talked about earlier. One other thing that we're interested in here that's not just like messaging from ATAK is, like I mentioned before, non-ATAK or devices that don't have an ATAK EUD attached to them. So we get those as a node update from the Meshtastic API. Our Meshtastic COM hardware listens to that, transmits it to our user tracker class, which tracks which Meshtastic nodes are associated with ATAK users. And if it's not associated with an ATAK user, it's going to go to the non-ATAK COT generator class, which is just going to generate a spoof COT event essentially that contains like a templated PLI. We're going to populate that with our node updates, latitude, longitude, and altitude, and then those get retransmitted to ATAK using the same API for incoming messages that we talked about before. All right. So yeah, as you asked me about before, because all of these off-grid radios don't have very much bandwidth, I spent a healthy amount of time for this plugin's effort, like reducing the payload sizes of the that the plugin is transmitting. So initially I was using XML, which is really inefficient. I switched to EXI, which reduced the message sizes like 20 to 30%, which is pretty nice. But then I was able to reduce this further by switching to protobufs, and further still by replacing any repeated strings with markers, reducing precision on things like altitude to whole meters. And then I also packed a bunch of enum fields and other small fields into fixed length integers, and I'm basically using as large bit arrays. So here's some of the code I used to do that. I have two of these fixed 64 integers that are essentially like large bit arrays for me. You can see I'm using like these timestamps and the height above ellipsoid that have packed down to slightly smaller sizes and reduced a little precision there. I'm probably going to break this out into its own library that simply handles COT payload minimization, because I feel like that's probably something that's useful to the community at large and that I can get some good contributions to. I'll post updates about that on the Discord for others in the community. And this one, same thing, is just more bit masking, bit operation stuff for packing in stuff into the payload. And that's all I got. So finally, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone at the ATAK Product Center. Really great suite of applications, lots of potential with this public release. I'd like to thank DBSPL from the Discord for encouraging me to port to Meshtastic devices. I'd like to thank Johan for releasing a custom build of ATAK on this plugin so I could get some feedback from the community. And I'd like to thank everyone who runs the ATAK Discord for making a solid community.
Thank you, Paul. I got first off a statement from Ralph that as soon as you are willing to do that, we are going to have your plugin signed so that everyone in ATAK can use it. So it's up to you when you want to start the process, because it's such a great plugin. A lot of compliments on the Discord also. Another question is coming from Shipdog01. Will messages stay in a queue if no Meshtastic device is connected?
Yes, yeah, if no Meshtastic device is connected, you should see the message queue length marker in the status screen just continually going up. It's not going to go up for repeated PLIs. Like if a PLI is already in the outgoing message queue, it'll get replaced with a new one if a new one comes in. So one way you could test it is just sending chat messages. If you like send a few chat messages, you should see that marker going up.
Okay, another question that is really interesting me is in regard to interoperability between off-grid systems, right? So is any chance that you see to, for example, connect one device with a USB cable and another device with, for example, Bluetooth, so that you have a kind of device that will bridge two different systems like Gotenna and Meshtastic?
Yeah, I don't see any reason that wouldn't be possible. Yeah, you'd have to modify the plugin to be able to handle multiple devices and handle cross communication between them. But yeah, I think that should work.
Okay, awesome. I don't see any additional questions coming from the community, but Paul, thank you again. And I think your plugin is going to be a representative of what this community can do. And I see also a team there, and I would like to point again the fact that Paul has currently realized a plugin that functionally is better integrated than the plugin that the US forces are currently using. That is kind of amazing. And I think that is a very good example of what such a community can do. And with that in mind.
Hey, before you move on, I want to say a little. So
yep, go on.
I think we should put together a web page with the plugin. When it's ready, put it in the Play Store with what Meshtastic to buy and how to set it up, so that people could actually, as consumers, do this easily. I'm dying to try this personally. Over.
Okay, that's a great idea. Thank you, Ralph, for that. So our next speaker is also a very welcome person in this conference. Kong Chen is a vice president at Radacat, and I would like to tell you a little bit of a story here. So months ago, I was researching for a device that will, connect off-grid like many of you, because it's a current problem of many of us. I discovered that, unfortunately, Gotenna was not able to do what I wanted to do because it was not connecting to ATAK. And I discovered another startup called Radacat. Now, Radacat is supporting a technology that, in my opinion, is the way to go. And I hope that Kong will introduce that. And already when I tested C1, so the previous version of Radacat, I was able to achieve incredible results because they are using LoRa. That is a advanced technology for communication. So I was able to connect from 16 kilometers, aka 10 miles. Now, Radacat is coming out with C2, and I engaged with them for many months, and I finally convinced them that integrating into ATAK is the way to go. And I hope today, Kong, you can present us something that is in this regard. Kong.
Yep. Hi, can you hear me, everyone? Q?
Yes, we can, and we see your
Okay.
screen.
Awesome. Is it okay for me to go ahead now? Do you see the
Absolutely.
screen with
Yeah.
ATAK Radacat plugin? That's
Yep.
okay. All right, that's the right screen. I'll get started then. Okay. So hi everyone, my name is Colin, and I work as a VP of Business Development at Radacat Technology Canada. And today, I will introduce to everyone what we have been working on at Radacat, which is a plugin for the ATAK and ATAK community to be used on Android. So this is our products. The spherical shaped one is what we call the Radacat C1 and C2. They're designed like this. And diamond shaped one, this is the mini tracker, the C2 mini. It's one of our newer products, and I'll go into details now. The product we have developed at Radacat is an off-grid GPS tracking and communication device. It pairs to our phone and communicate even when there's no cell phone signal or internet because it uses LoRa technology. Due to the nature of our product being designed for outdoor use, we think it's really suitable for ATAK users. And we know that there's a lot of developers here, and we're working to make it more open source and then open our API. So we would really like to introduce our product to becoming a plugin on ATAK and ATAK family. So first of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about our hardware products first. So our GPS tracker connects to each other through LoRa technology. LoRa is L-O-R-A. LoRa stands for long range and low power, and it uses sub-gigahertz radio frequency to broadcast to secure and private radio channels. Using LoRa technology, we have achieved point-to-point communication with range of up to 6 miles for our device, and that's just between two devices with no mesh. And then with mesh, we can extend this range further. Right now, we're working with up to 6 jumps, so connecting 7 devices point-to-point for a maximum range of 42 miles. So here on the picture on the right-hand side, those are the products, like I mentioned, the C2 and the C2 Mini. So the C2 Mini is a diamond-shaped one, and then it's also, we have black and white here, and it's designed to be more of a passive device. You don't have to interact with it all the time. One of the use cases we have made for it is to have it being worn on pets. On this picture here, we have it. So on this picture here, we have it attached to a child or a pet. They don't even have to be able to be on their phone to use it. On the receiving end, so when after you pair it with Bluetooth, your phone will constantly follow the C2 tracker up to its maximum range of 6 miles. So you keep on getting their notification of where your child or your pet has wandered off to. Yeah, I'll go on to the details regarding the product later, but you can right now you can already buy our products at Amazon at our website radacat.com. And right now we're developing the plugins for ATAK, starting with the C2 Mini I just mentioned, and I'll share some picture on the progress of that. These are the developer versions. Let me just boot that up. The developer versions of what we have been working on so far. So this is the screenshot I took from my phone. So first of all, after adding in the Radacat plugin, you can access it from the right side, the 3 vertical dots, and drop down alphabetically. You can find Radacat, and we have a chat interface when we pop it up. Here you can see the Bluetooth button, which is used for connecting, and then the standard chat interface, the paper airplane button, is used for. They have suggestions on your most recently used text messages, so you can send them right away with one click. And then there's also a custom input field where you can just input text. If you just try to send a message regularly, it'll prompt you to please connect your device. Luckily, we do have that functionality. By clicking onto the Bluetooth, you can either update your group code or connect your device. And then here, in the device section, after you press scan, this is where you will scan for devices. After I turned on my Radacat C2 device and then turned on the Bluetooth of my phone, it became detected. So this was what happened. And then on the ATAK interface, we can already see what was the firmware of the Radacat C2 tracker and the power level. Afterwards, I can start talking in a group chat. So right now for the group chat functionality, we do support group chat, and then so far we don't have a limit on that. And yeah, there's no limit on the maximum number of people, and as long as everyone has a Radacat C2 Mini, we can start sending messages. This is still the developer version of our build, and our hardware is already manufactured with way more functionalities, and we will plan on releasing them to ATAK in the near future. I know that there are many developers out there that would like to play around with the API themselves, and I will share the doc and APK we have prepared later.
And Kong, we have shared already the initial version of the APK. So for anyone that is interested to check it out, on the Discord channel of our community, we have link so that you can go to Radacat channel and try it out. It's clearly an initial version. So one question is, one thing that is very special in the C2 mini tracker is the fact that you have a alarm button, so the SOS special function button. So we wonder if you would integrate that with the ATAK functionality. ATAK has a integrated, SOS functionality. That would be very important, for people without any device, but being able to ask for help, correct?
Right. So right now we do have built in onto the C2 Mini the SOS button. You can see it here more clearly on this picture. It's just one button, and if you press it several times, it triggers SOS. And it's quite easy for us to integrate it into the ATAK plugin. So once you press it on the device, you can also see the SOS signal onto the ATAK on the ATAK side. Right now, what we have prepared for this demo was what I just showed, which is the basic messaging functionalities. And afterwards, we would also like to learn more from the ATAK users on what functionalities. After I introduce all the functionalities we have of our existing product, I would like to learn more about what functionality everyone's more excited about, and then we can prioritize developing on that.
Absolutely. And I think that if you let your developers look at the amazing work that Paul has done, they can for sure speed up, the development. Do you
Yeah.
have a current roadmap of when is that a plugin will be released?
Right now, I don't have that on my side, but I will ask the development team after I have the questions from this conference. I will get back to you when I talk to the development team.
Okay, so here I have a comment from Slab saying that if you could, integrate that with GeoChat would be awesome, rather than having the separated chat. And as we said here with the poll talk, is very possible to do that. It's only a matter of understanding how you can do it.
Right. Yeah. I think we already have the whatever that's being sent integrated into the app. We just have to make the correct API calls to transfer them from one place to another.
Okay. Perfect. So any other questions from the community? I'm looking at the chat. So I don't see any question, but we have some people typing. So do you like? Oh, another question from my side would be: currently we have 3 different products. I own all of them. So as a user, I wonder if you are planning to have any compatibility between the C1, the C2 messenger, and the C2 mini tracker.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
If you are going to embed compatibility so that they can tell to each other between the C1, C2, and mini tracker.
Right. So right now that is already a work in progress. Actually, initially we plan to make one APP for all of our products. But then that the reason was we didn't have enough interest in cross-platform communication. We are in the process of working on that after we release the Radacat Pro, Communicator Pro. So I will get into onto talking more about that later.
Okay, so you have further slides?
Pardon me?
You have additional slides you want to present?
Yeah, I do have additional slides.
Okay, go on, please.
Okay. So like I said, this is still a developer version of our build, and our hardware is already manufactured. And there's way more functionalities we plan to release to ATAK. Such as here we have the geofence, and I'm sure that many of you have already heard about such similar functionalities from other plugins. Next, I'll go into details about the key functionalities of this Radacat C2 Mini, which is the one we're already integrating onto ATAK. And I hope this will give everyone a good idea of what you can expect coming up to the ATAK plugin. So once we release more of our hardware functionalities coming from our dev team. And we will also like to know what kind of feature everyone would find useful, and this will help us prioritize what to develop on. So this is the Radacat C2 Mini. First of all, we're using LoRa technology, and we use it to create a private network using our and our point-to-point range is 6 miles. We have developed our own private protocol for LoRa, which we call Radacat Link, and we're not using LoRaWAN, which is what the most default developers are using. The advantages of that is we're providing a decentralized network, and we're independent from internet service providers. This means that we're not using we're using our communication, and it's not a paid service. It does not require a SIM card or anything. And then in the case of emergency, when phone services are down and there's no internet services either, radio networks usually tend to be functional, or at least that's how it is in a apocalypse movie where militaries connect to civilians through radios. And although the Radacat C2 Mini is designed to be a tracker and a passive device, it does, if you connect a phone on each end, like I demoed, you can use it as a messaging app. Also on the Mini tracker itself, there's an SOS button, and this will discreetly alert the person on the receiving end with the phone that the where was the tracker is in trouble. So the way that it connects to your phone is through Bluetooth, but it does not require constant connection. Once it leaves Bluetooth range, we use LoRa to communicate the devices themselves. It only needs Bluetooth for initial pairing stage, so we know to set any number of trackers as a group. Currently, we have 6 level of operations, which are messaging, live tracking, beacon, location on demand, and 6 level alarm. They use many different they use different things, and for example, the 6 level alarm is actually a motion sensor, which we say that level 1 is gets triggered by really minuscule level of movement, and level 6 is a large number of movement. For example, if you place the radar trackers somewhere inside your bike, and then you want to get detection if someone is fiddling with it or is about to steal it. Maybe like minuscule amount of movement, such as someone like parking their bike next to yours and like rocking your bike a bit, doesn't trigger the alarm. But then if someone were to get like a chainsaw and try to cut your lock, that'll be too much movement, and then it'll trigger and then ring on your cell phone. These modes of operation use different amount of power. For example, with live tracking, you're following the tracker at all times. It gives you a constant feedback. But then if you use location on demand, it just paints it when you manually prompts it to paint it. So like location on demand is really useful when you want to just get update on something that's you expect to stay in the area. While for something that's constantly moving or moving fast enough for it to leave the area, maybe you want live tracking. We have also the relay mode, which is what we use for mesh two-sided mesh networks. It sets the tracker to relay messages and also detection range of the overall network by allowing trackers to pick off some other trackers. We have also other hardware built in, like I said, the 6-axis accelerometer and gyroscope. We can use it to track physical activity and detect when the wearer is moving or have fallen, which is a really good use case for family security safety we have here with elderly people. We can both keep track of where they are, or if they've fallen and haven't gotten up, we'll send we can detect that with our accelerometer. The battery life of the C2 tracker is from 8 hours when constantly using to 30 days if it's on one of those low power consumption operations, such as 6-level alarm. On the right, those are the use cases. Starting from international travel, we think that's one of the good use cases, because if you're in a foreign country, obviously you might not have the SIM. To just connect with someone who also have a cell phone, you can just use the Radacat tracker. And then,
sorry to interrupt. In regard to international travel, we got 2 questions. One is, will Radacat products will be available in Europe?
Will it be available in Europe? So right now we are not selling it in Europe because we have only the first version of our Radacat C1 on Amazon in US right now, US and Canada. We just haven't been doing the marketing there. But a part about our technology is that the frequency we use is 686 to 970 millihertz, and that could be used anywhere. We just automatically we have our hardware automatically detect the local frequency to be able to use. For example, in North America, the local frequency is 915. So it will automatically be usable there if you take it there.
Okay, another question that is related is if you need any kind of FCC license to use Radacat.
FCC on the user end? No.
But you do have a FCC license, so that is legal in the United States, correct?
To use it? So we have already applied that with the board. I'm not too sure about whether you need a license. You need to separately get a license yourself. My answer will probably be no for that.
Okay. So thank you. Go on.
Yep. So yeah, so those are use cases. International travel, you can use it so that you don't have to apply for a new SIM card. For off-grid adventures, anywhere that doesn't even have cell phone signals, it's great. For crowded events, usually cell phone services are compromised because there's too many local users. And like I mentioned, family safety. It can also detect when elderly person has fallen or if your child has wandered out of range of your geofence. For hunting and skiing, these are when you're constantly moving. We can track if you went into a danger area. And for emergencies, when there's like the cell phone lines are down, or for pets, it's really nice because then they don't even have to understand how to use the tracker themselves. You just have to wear one on their collar, and it's also waterproof. We have designed this waterproof casing for it that just secures it as long as it was in the casing. Next, I'll introduce the other products. So right now we have the other products you have seen previously, and this is the Radacat C2, the upgraded version of our first device. This is what we call the Radacat Messenger C2. So C1 was the first version. The major difference between this product and the Radacat C2 Mini is that while it's bigger, it still fits in your hand. It's about twice the size. And it supports voice messaging as well as text messaging, and also it has longer battery life of 36 hours of continuous use. While it is bigger, it's not that big. You can just fit it in your hand, clip it to your pants, and put it on your bag. It doesn't get in the way much. So
a question from users is, can you recap the difference between the two products, the Radacat Messenger and the Mini Tracker?
So can I recall it? So the difference is that this one has a longer battery life of 36 hours if you're using it continuously with text, while for the Mini Tracker, if you're continuously using it, we're quoting around 10 hours. And also this one supports voice communication, not just text.
Okay, and you don't have any physical button, correct?
This one does not. But it does have a screen, which the C2 does not.
Okay.
Yep. And then coming up next is actually the Radacat Pro. This is something that we're currently in the middle of developing, and then we hope to get it released next year. Along with upgrading our software capability, the main hardware issue we have to tackle is the range of communication. So now point to point, we're aiming at 12 miles instead of 6 miles. That is without any tethers, without a single tether. And then and we're trying to also improve our mesh capabilities to just make essentially at least double the range. Yeah, that is about our product, and if anyone's interested, I can also talk about the company and what you can expect us to work on in the future.
Go on.
Yep. So our company, Radacat Technology Canada, was founded in 2016. We're based in Vancouver, BC, and we're aiming our product at the IoT market. Our technology are focusing in the area of communication, and our technologies use LoRa, Bluetooth, HTTP protocols. From the year since our company was founded in 2018, in the early stages, we're focusing on R&D and manufacturing our product. And in 2018, we were able to have the manufacturing, and we were working on the getting them patented and approved for sales in North America, and with the FCC boards and everything. In the last few years since 2018, we have been developing more and more products. And then we have been working on bringing our products to market. Right now, we're not doing too well on having a decent marketing team or posting ads everywhere. So that's one of the other stages we're going to work on next. In the picture, you can see the orange one is the Radacat C2 messenger, and the diamond one is the Radacat C2 tracker that I have mentioned, and then the upcoming products, starting with the Radacat Pro, Messenger Pro, and then beside that is something we're currently working on, and that is Android phone with LoRa integrated and all the functionality of the Radacat Messenger Pro built inside of it already. And the last two here, the black and white ones, they are indoor and outdoor gateways, and they're designed to be designed to use mesh network capabilities to transmit and tether internet services, and also LoRa over longer range.
Okay, hold on, because here I have to say I'm super excited about the idea of a LoRa phone. To me, it's the clear evolution of the technology. Like previously, we had external GPS, and now no one would like to have a external GPS because it's integrated in the phone. Can you share with us a target date for when this product is going to be available?
Actually, we already have the product manufactured, but the hard part is getting approved right here, because one of the difficulty is that we had it manufactured in a Chinese factory, and we don't know the legalities of having. Well, we're not too familiar of having like what we need to do to have the phone approved for sales here. So that's still what we're working on, but it's already manufactured, and I'm not sure if we can distribute it outside of China right now.
So you are saying that you have already prototypes ready to go?
Yes, we have the prototypes ready to go. We're working on whether having it approved for sales and finding out the legal issues of having the phone distributed.
Okay, I got a ton of questions. So first question from Packet Racket, is the Radacat C2 voice feature going to be usable with ATAK? Are you planning to do that?
So not yet, because first of all, this is something that is on the C2 and the C2 and the Messenger Pro. So what we're thinking of is actually skipping straight to this, potentially skipping straight to the Radacat Pro for the integration next. So we don't have a date for that yet.
Okay, let me look at additional questions. I have to scroll through them. So another one is, will the ATAK plugin work with C2 Mini and C2 Messenger?
No, right now we're only developing it for C2 Mini, or the C2, also known as the C2 tracker.
Okay, and then I have another one from Corey. What are the bandwidth capabilities of the Radacat device?
The bandwidth capability, I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head right now.
Okay. And then we have some people in chat not convinced about the range, 6 miles range. So we have people skeptical about that. Can you tell us how have you tested it?
Yeah, so we have tested it, and the reason why we can actually accomplish 6 mile range is because of our protocol Radacat. And essentially how we solved it is that different from LoRaWAN, the header and packets are much smaller. And then we also addressed issues of packet loss. So that significantly improved our range. Basically just our custom protocol.
Okay, I have a question from Roy regarding the cost. What is the expected cost on the street?
The cost of Radacat C2 Mini. So right now we're selling them in pairs, and you can find them for, I think, $269 for one pair.
Okay, and what about the messengers? Are they more cheaper? Right. They are more expensive?
So on the website, it's $289 for the messenger, and I believe that is in Canadian dollars.
Okay, so in US dollars will be cheaper.
It'll be cheaper.
Okay. And here I have another question for the C1 plugin. Is any ETA for a plugin, ATAK plugin for the C1?
No, we have not decided on even working with the C1 right now, just because we would like to go straight into C2 and like people to work with our newest thing. But actually, it might not. There might be some overlap because there's similar types of model with just different. So the internal details are much of the same. We will just have to develop on that probably starting next year after the C2 mini.
Okay. So currently,
yeah,
that's all the question I got. Do you have
okay,
additional
I'll
slides?
just wrap up then. I think I have a few more minutes.
Yeah,
I can just wrap up on giving my conclusion. So yeah, in the upcoming years, we plan to continually develop our product and target the Internet of Things market. Our mission is to link anything, anyone, anywhere. And we want to give everyone alternative means of communication, even when they don't have internet. We also like to, from working with TAK and ATAK, we also want to have our development team learn about how, like what our customers want and how to work better with other developers. We have already learned many things from working with the code. And yeah, thank you. For the next step, we would like to open our API to the public and release more functionalities of our hardware to be used on the ATAK platforms. And because of that, we would like to hear back more from ATAK users regarding what part of our product may seem more excited. And what kind of features everyone will find most useful, so we can prioritize better. Here I have the contact information of the support team, support@radacat.com, or you can contact me directly at conchang@radacat.com. Our company website is radacat.com, and this is where you'll find all of our product for sales. Currently, we are shipping for free to Canada and US, and our website is also the best place to find our documentations on how to use our product for the end user. You can also find out a description about our upcoming product that I talked a little bit about, and our teams. And lastly, for anyone who's interested, I said I'll share the plugin, and I will do that, I think, on Discord afterwards. Yeah, thank you for listening to my presentation.
Okay, I have two last questions in the chat. One is, so you are confirming that you are going to release an SDK apart the ATAK plugin. Is that correct?
No, sorry, we're only working on the plugin right now. So I'm saying that we're working on making our APK more public and making some of our code open source as well. But
you're going to open source your current application, is that what you said?
Yeah, so some parts of it, starting at the same time as working on the Pro.
Okay. And the last question is, your current plugin will be able to send also icons, or are just supporting a chat and user location?
Right now I actually haven't tested sending icons, my mistake, but we can at least send chat, and we have tested with sending other language characters. That is what we tested. I know I have on my demo picture of like sending an icon, but I actually haven't tested that.
Not sending icons over text. We are referring to sending PLI or COTS, meaning points on the map.
No, we have not worked on that yet. So on the version I was working at, that was using the ATAK GPS plugins.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, Kong. And again, I will like to underline the fact that I am simply a user. I am not connected with Radacat, but I am a big supporter of the hardware behind Radacat. One thing that Kong has not expressed is the fact that with the Radacat mini tracker, you can have an update every 10 seconds. And that is really fantastic to get very often updates. So, and the functionalities are really incredible.
Yep,
so give it a try, because I think this company really needs support. It's a small company, And if we community, we're going to support them. We get great things from them. So thank you so much, Kong.
Thank you so much, Gyu. And just expanding a bit about what you said, updating every 10 seconds. That's actually our default. We can actually set it you can actually set that parameter yourself if you want to do like 30 seconds or 1 minute. We have that functionality as well.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And finally, it's my turn to tell some stories. So let me make myself presenter. And as you can expect, if I am the presenter, I cannot follow on the chat. So please, if you can monitor the chat and ask me any question, also difficult questions. I am ready for anything. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you confirm that you can see it?
We have you here.
Awesome. So this is the ATAK server roadmap. The parrot is not dead. In fact, it's just resting. It's your impression if you believe that is dead. And today we are going to talk about different things. I'm going to tell you a story why we're here today, or why at least I am here, and then what is our plan for the next 6 months, and what we have in mind for the future. That I'm super excited about it. So let me introduce myself. That is me. Since '96, I am in IT. In real world, I am a principal enterprise architect at SSNA. So we introduced my company, and I have a focus on complexity management. I speak 4 languages, a Babel in some others, including English is not one that I will claim that I speak really. And I have an interest in IT and real world resilience. And that translates on the fact that I'm living on a off-grid farm that I designed. So a couple of years ago, we had a complete breakdown of infrastructure because of an hurricane. And I started to think about, okay, here we need to do better. And I started to research about who is going to provide us a solution for communication. And welcome to ATAK. So I discovered this thing, and when I discovered it, was not even clear if that is released or is not released. But what was clear is that this thing is complex. What is complex? So you see, the initial idea of creating ATAK is not around ATAK, the program that we know and love, but it's around exchanging information between over 130 different DoD systems. And the first thing that they invented is the code. And code is a language, and we will elaborate more on that. However, one thing that surprised me is the fact that, while the language is the language, certain things were kind of not really addressed by the language itself. Because it's like we have English, and because we have English, we have the solution how to do the groceries. And one of the reasons that was really interesting to me is the idea of complexity. You see, if you have 130 systems connecting to each other and thousands of people on the field communicating, you have a so-called system of systems that has a complexity like non-linearity, emergence, self-organization, adaptation, feedback loops. And finally, those things are difficult to manage because you have a number of dependency, competition, relationship, and other types. Now, you may wonder yourself, okay, but we are managing that very well. We have to solve things. Yes, you do. We do, but we do at huge, huge cost. Okay, and can we do better? Maybe a couple of days ago, you heard about this guy, Will Roper, is the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition Technology and Logistics. And he came out in the news because he said, guys, we have a 6th generation fighter. And by the way, we did that in 1 year only. from the design to the prototype. So, and everyone was kind of, wow, how can we do that? So Will not only expressed the information, but has also published a couple of days ago a document called Take the Red Pill, the New Digital Acquisition Reality. And one of the things that Will is saying is that in order to do better, to manage complexity, and you understand that a fighter, a motor fighter, is a very complex thing, so we need to be informed by a single source of authoritative truth. And that will allow you to do something that he defined to call dev star ops, where the star represents the string of all the automations, okay? Now, today we saw some automations expressed by DevOps, but DevOps, guys, is not anymore anything new, okay? And in DevOps, you are missing a very important part, that is before you start developing and doing operation, you have the thinking. And what is the thinking in our concept? So the thinking or concept is how you express your application, because you want to express the application once and then be able to deploy on multiple platforms. So FreeTAC Server currently works on an Android phone, an Android tablet, a Raspberry Pi, and a cloud server. And we can do that very, very quick because we have adopted, even before this paper came out, what we can call this DevStar Ops approach. So because of that, I don't think that FTS is simply yet another ATAK implementation. So we are plenty of ATAK implementation out there, but the way in which we are conceiving this application is the way in which, in our opinion, we can not only adapt to future requirements and technologies, but can help us to manage the complete idea that is behind the ATAK infrastructure. But because it's very easy to talk on PowerPoint, let me talk about our history until now. So in February, here in Canada it's cold, and I was kind of playing with testing ATAK server, ATAK, because the ATAK server was not there. I discovered a guy that created an initial release that was a couple of lines of code that was not really working. So that is the initial release 0102. In March, we managed to understand really the fundamental part of the system. And we did that without any documentation available. And we did that by basically taking this thing apart and looking at it and transforming that in a model. And that is the thing that makes the difference. So we are specification driven. We take the specification from the interfaces, and then we transform the specification something that can be retransformed in something else. That is how we were able to get in April the first really working server, so version 0406. And then in April, like a April joke, we got also ATAK released. And then from April, it was a very, very fast trip. In May, we released the data package. In June, we understood already that the current implementation was weak. So we did a complete refactoring. And so in August, we came out with the first stable version of ATAK. Again, the important thing to understand is we lost a lot of time because we had zero specification, no documentation, and frankly, we are working on free time. So it's not my primary job. And by the way, I would like to thank again Wally and SSNA to provide support for my hobby until now, and because they were kind of saying that is not our main concern. Spark Services North America is not a development company. But the reason why I'm so interested into that is because of the complexity challenge. How can we do better? That is what motivates me. So what is our secret sauce? So we use this infrastructure for the definition of what is the model And then we have an integrated production between architecture, development, and operation. And that is the dev start off that you have seen previously, but in action. So we are doing it, okay? Now, frankly, with all due respect, today I saw a lot of PowerPoints and very, ancient way to describe architecture. When we describe architecture in a way that architecture represents exactly not a graphical image of the application, but is the application. Because of that, we can minimize time between concept and production. And we use also a modeling infrastructure that support directly not only an architect like myself and a developer like Nata that is going to talk later today, but we have also the ability to produce reports to executives. So we don't need any more PowerPoint that may or may not tell the truth, but we start with the model, and we reuse the model instead of PowerPoint, instead of the code, instead of Word, instead of everything. That is the single source of truth that the Air Force is talking about. And here we have people from the Air Force, so they should listen to that. So Sparks Enterprise Architect is not a uncommon tool. We have almost 1 million users worldwide, and it's also widely used by the Department of Defense. And by the way, it's not expensive as you can think of. It's so cheap that certain people say, oh, it's cheap. Then you are cheap. So what is that we do with this model? We define first the so-called business model. And a business model can be very complex, but here we have a simple example of use cases. So, and I think everyone here knows what a use case is. It's the interaction between a user or an actor and a bubble that we call use case. And clearly you can draw that on Visio, but because we use models, we can transform those use cases into a behavioral model. So you see here, and that is what you call caught verbs. Okay, so for example, when you send a GeoChat, that is part of the so-called behavioral model. On the same time, what we have done is we have designed a domain model of COTS. And COTS, the domain model is composed by the words that you are using in your COT language. Now, we have a lot of challenges in the current implementation of COTS because we don't have a single source, at least that I am aware of this definition, okay? So as far as I know, currently the FTS definition of COTS is the most authoritative source that you can find around because it's described in a non-specific language-specific way, that is a UML model, so that we can transform it in different things. For example, from the COT model, we can transform it into an application. So we have decided to go for Python as a technology, but we are not linked to the technology. We can generate the application, that technology, and we generate interfaces in different languages. Currently, we support XML, and we are aiming to support protobuf and JSON in a very near future. And the advantage is we don't have 3 different interfaces looking completely different, okay? And if we do protobuf, we do what I will call the real protobuf because it's coming from the real domain model. And it's not kind of half implementation. So we try to follow certain design principles. So scalability, we want to have a single system that can be deployed on an Android phone up to a multi-stage cloud server with 20,000 users. So I saw that, the ATAK server intend to go to thousands of users. We want to do that, but we want also to be so flexible that ATAK can be, a free ATAK server can be deployed on a phone. We want the system to be simple. Now, this is a quote, please don't make it personally, but someone told me that if you have an enemy that you really hate, you give him a ATAK server to install. So ATAK server is the typical enterprise product that require a lot of technicalities to be installed. And it's good, so I'm not discussing it. But our goal as a principle is to have FTS installed with 2 lines of code. And by the way, we are doing that already. Clearly, sometimes we have people coming and say, oh, I don't know what is a computer, and I don't know where to install my ATAK on a FreeTAK server and things like that. So those people will require a little bit of education, I have to admit it. But at least we are aiming to be as simple as possible. The next thing that we are aiming for is extensibility. We want this thing to be very, very easy to extend. So we are going very soon to provide a plugin system so that you can write easily your own plugin system and to connect also to other things so that you can share whatever you want to share with whoever you want to share it. Now, security, I have to admit, currently we are not very secure. Security, as you know, is a non-functional requirement, and we have decided for now to postpone it. But now we have that on the roadmap, and in 2 minutes I'm going to elaborate on security. Finally, performance. Right now, FTS is very performant. We can digest thousands of codes. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having a lot of real testing. We have some funny people that like to do denial of service attacks based on codes. And because of that, we had to deactivate certain things that will not happen in a production environment. On the other side, it's also fun because we are learning a lot how to deliver performance, even if people do very stupid things. So finally, coolness. If you are not cool, why even bother? At the end of the day, we are nerds and we like to be cool, right? So we like to a Pi server that is running on a small, box and, to deploy and impress our friend. So we want to have a coolest piece of technology available to all. And this is why only if we have something cool, we will engage with more and more people, and we will have more people interested in the complete platform. So far, so good. That is my initial introduction. So let's talk about the next 6 months. We have a lot on our plate. So we just released 1.1 with a little bit of delay. And in 1.1, we are supporting now codes on the database, so we can save all the communication between FTS and clients on our database, and we can also provide this history through the CLI, aka or command line interface. And in future, we are going to provide this ability through our API. Now, the API are going to be based on REST, and we want to have something human readable. While in the meanwhile, I understand very well the codes intricacy, including the 2,500 different symbols that are expressed by letters into a code. I don't think that this is what a human want to use, okay? So something like code type ABC is nothing that we humans will like. So what we are going to do is to implement something like you can send a REST API in which you said, I saw an enemy and this enemy is a tank and that is the position. Something that is very easy to comprehend, and then FTS will translate that into codes and share with all the connected systems. In 1.3, we are going to a plugin systems, as I said, is the way in which you are going to be able to create your own plugin. So in 1.4 that we expect to be there in December, we are going to have encryption. So with encryption, you're going to have SSL encryption. And by the way, in December, we forecast to have a release of that. That don't mean that we need so much time to develop it. As you know, it's a delta between the moment in which you have a prototype that could be very fast, and the moment in which we feel comfortable is to release things, especially if you think that releasing something like encryption has a sense of responsibility that we need to really ensure that is safe. So in January, we are going to release the web administration, and in February, we are going to release Federation, and finally in March, we are going to release a new version of Android. Now, while we can port everything to Android, there are certain things that we need to do before we can release it. And we believe up to 1.6 is everything that you really need. And then we can package everything nicely in Android and we can release it in Android. So here you can see some ideas and prototypes of 3 main things that we are planning. So encrypted federation, we are going not only to support federation, but we are going to support encryption in federation. And as you probably know, federation is only possible by using protobuf. So having federation means also you need to implement protobuf. In 1.5, we are going to have this super cool UI for web administration. We want to be cool, as I said, and that web administration is something that we forecast that you can use to impress your girlfriend, or maybe not, because she don't care. And finally, in 1.7, we are going to have FTS on Android, and that means you are going to be able to have an APK that you install on your phone, and then your phone suddenly is a ATAK server, or it's ATAK server capable. And by the way, what you look at right now is a prototype that we are running, and it works, only don't support federation, don't also support encryption, and so on. So if you don't have any question in regard to the current roadmap, I will go for the long-term roadmap. And I don't have the time to go through the questions, so if anyone of the moderators can help me out with questions, if any, on the current roadmap, please go on.
Currently, there's no questions, Corvo.
Okay. I see here a question from Rolf. Did you generate XSD from the code XML that ATAK, WinTAK user? No, what we have done is we use the XML to create a UML, and then we generate the XSD from the UML, because the current XML definition is message depending, is not providing a single source of everything, and our model provide that. Any plan for containers from Nick? Yes, we do have containers already. We don't maintain the current container implementation, but if you look on GitHub, we have containers, and I have now linked that, so README. So if you're interested in container, you can go there. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the long-term roadmap. Until now, we are playing kind of catch up with the original core functionalities that are offered by ATAK server. And that begs the question, okay, why you are trying to replicate everything? Because we believe that clearly, in order to use this thing, you need to have a certain, a level of support. But in the long term, what we would like to do is to provide unique capabilities. As an example, enhanced federation, AI augmented situational awareness, deployment over the air, IoT support, and TAC3 protocol support. Now, while the rest of the roadmap, what I show here, for everything here, we know exactly how to do that. We have initial prototypes, so you can trust that between now and next year, we are going to deliver all of that. I will be very clear that for the things that are here, we are going in the visionary dimension. We know how to do that, but I will not claim that we have a prototype in our pocket. So full disclosure here. But we believe that those things are really necessary in order to provide a next generation ATAK server. So let's talk about enhanced federation. This is easy. This we know exactly how to do. And I was surprised that that is currently not part of the federation. And maybe that is an invitation to the ATAK server developer to think about it. Because you see, federation is something that you will expect can connect, different codes that are on different servers. But let's talk about a small city deployment scenario. So we have the police, we have the firefighter, and we have emergency medical responder, and they want to collaborate together. But that don't mean that necessarily they want to exchange all the types of code. So we know that there are thousands of different types of messages that you can exchange. So we want to be able to restrict special codes to special servers or users inside the servers. And by the way, we are going to do the same internally because we are going to support groups internally, and we are going to restrict the codes by group. For example, we know that one very powerful functionality is emergency. So what about all those servers are connected together, but they only exchange emergency codes with the CTFTS, and the CTFTS is going to share with all the rest. So that is a very easy example. We have many more complex examples in mind. That is one of the things that we believe is going to enhance the real awareness of the situation. And talking about situational awareness, so currently the ATAK infrastructure support what is defined as be level 1, in which data and element of the environment are shared with the team, okay? But we don't have any kind of level 2 or level 3. So level 2 is what is the current situation saying? It's not because I have dots on the map that I know what is going on. Clearly, we humans, we are able to look at the map, but the question is, do you have someone looking at the map all the time? Probably not. After a while, you can be bored. You can go, even if it's your mission, you go, you take a coffee, and then it's too late. So in FTS2, we plan to start understanding certain things. And that is a very, very simple example. So let's assume that we have a law enforcement officer that is out and has been called for a crime situation, and then he's not changing position for 5 minutes. Can we assume that probably he's down? And can we call a reinforcement and an ambulance or inform someone else that we have the situation? That would be an example of comprehension. Even more interesting is forecasting of future states and events. And here we go really to the sci-fi idea, but we are not anymore so far in doing that by using artificial intelligence, that I prefer to call machine learning. So with machine learning, we can forecast situations. So we can say that, for example, if we have 20 dots of bad guys coming in our direction as a circle, and we have only 5 good guys that are being encircled, the next probable event is those guys, they are going to be in trouble, okay? So we can forecast that even before that happens. So we believe that to evolve situational awareness to level 2 and 3, we need to go from perception to comprehension and projection. Another thing is in the sense of simplicity. Even if we try to simplify as much as possible, the ATAK infrastructure is complex. Okay, so you need to have the right version of the software, the right version of the plugins. Probably you want also to configure several maps and layers and stuff, and you want to connect to the proper servers with the proper user. Can we do better that, having users in need to get the training? Think about, we have something like a QR code, and all a user need to do is to scan the QR code, and then he will get everything he needs. not only the connection to the proper server and federated server, but also the ATAK client, including everything that should be inside for the specific category of user. So another thing that we are thinking about is the Internet of the Things. So as you know, right now, a lot of information, at least for regular users, are coming because we need to click on a map and to show that we have a certain information. But we know that in future we are going to have more and more sources of codes. So, and we are going to have video cameras, but I think also, for example, for regular user, what about dry wave alarms? What about sound sensors? All of that need not only to be injected into the system, but need also some kind of awareness of the interpretation of that. Now, that is part of the AI stuff, but we can also create something like agent frameworks, and the agents will be in charge of evaluating and reacting to certain inputs that are not anymore necessarily coming from human users, but are coming from machines. And those machines can be as simple as sensors, but could be also actuators, and they can have a part of intelligence. So we need to be able to, have agents to evaluate this information. We need to expose APIs, but we need also to be able to integrate with existing public APIs. For example, a very interesting example of public API for the Internet of the Things is the Thing Network that allow you easily to integrate with a variety of devices. Finally, let me spend some words on protobuf. I am very passionate about that. You see, when you generate protobuf from a model, you will generate a protobuf that is exactly mirroring the model, okay? This is a piece of protobuf that we have generated from the UML model. And you will see that, for example, inside detail, we have the complete description of the emergency and the message point and the message event. We even have the specification for that. That may or may not be a good idea, but in this case, we have decided to generate that to give you a hint of what is possible. The current implementation of protobuf that is called version 1 is only partially taking advantages of the protobuf as a protocol. And later NATA GOS 108 is going to elaborate on that. We are thinking about creating the stack protocol version 3 that will take full advantage of the protobuf, solving problems like the one that Paul described previously, in order to have a better, smaller, faster, and future-proof system of messaging. So this is my conclusion. FTS is a demonstration on how to apply enterprise architecture concept to the management of a common language and how to translate it into a technological solution. So because it's a specification-based system, FTS can be developed very faster, is easier to develop, is more robust and flexible, and we can easily integrate with third parties. So in future versions, with your support, we hope to provide capabilities that are not yet available to the ATAK family. And maybe that could be a playground to show what is possible outside of the government and military thinking, so that we can really express what are the limits of the technology today. And clearly, this is only possible because you as a community, you are supporting all of that. So I would like to thank again the whole community, starting with Ralph and Josh and Jay. I don't know if Jay is still awake because it's on the other side of the world. Thank you guys. Thank you for everything. only because of you is possible to do what we have done until now. So that is the end of my presentation. Is any question coming up in the chat here or in Discord?
I have not seen any come up in Discord yet, and no more there in GoToMeeting yet.
Okay, you are all asleep. Fantastic.
Actually, I
one
saw
quick comment
one.
here. This is
I saw a question on Discord from Atomic Boolean.
How have you fallen asleep yet? Good question. Okay, so any question that I can answer apart why we are not asleep yet?
one quick note here. This is Nate Soul talking. I think it would be great if you and I have a conversation offline, because I think there's a few things that we've been putting together lately that you might be able to use in some of the future-looking stuff that you're talking about. There's a next version of the TAK Federation capability that's just began development now that tries to get at some of the concepts that you were talking about, more control over not just who you can talk to, but what you're sending and if you should transform it on the way. And then there's a prototype, an R&D prototype that came out just recently that we call TAK ML, which is a machine learning platform in ATAK and in TAK server, and it might be a good foundation to build some of the kind of semantic reasoning capabilities that you were just talking about. There's also a QR code mechanism that can be used. Again, this is an R&D prototype that a company called Paraton developed that can be used to configure ATAK, and so that might be another nice starting point for some of the broader configuration stuff you're talking about. And finally, there's as part of TAK ML, there's a sensor framework that is intended to make it easy to hook into IoT and those kind of technologies, and so might be another good starting point for some of the things you're thinking.
Thank you. Clearly, I will not claim that any of what I'm proposing is completely new, and we will take advantage of anything that is available. I'm talking about.
And I think they're all great concepts, and just wanted to make sure you were aware of those because they might give you a good starting point.
Thank you, and I really welcome to a follow-up conversations with all of you. So here I have someone say, I tried to install FTS on Python for Windows, but I haven't been able to get it working. I'm guessing this is not possible and I need Linux. Jeremy, in fact, we have a ton of installation of Windows. On the other side, if you are a masochist and you want to continue to use Windows for that, you'll be prepared for pain. And that has nothing to do with FTS, but you can talk to Bill Gates for that. And
hey, Corvo, I'd just like to observe that Nate just dropped 5 or so important improvements to the TAK community that completely didn't get talked about today that people should be interested in for what I hope is the next one of these in 6 months. Over.
Okay, let's discuss further about that offline. So what will be the primary use of FTS on Android? It is just more convenient portable server, or will be a benefit having a large number of mobile FTS instances? Bobby is asking that. I will provide an answer from the civilian point of view, but then I would like, if it's possible, Ralph to elaborate on that shortly, because Ralph is the original pusher for the idea of having an Android server. But think about the ability to create a super federation of FTS servers that, simply create a super mesh because they are installed on phones. Okay, everyone has a phone, and other that your Windows computer, a Android phone is a Unix machine, and it's becoming more and more powerful. And beside that, we have even phones that we don't use anymore. So is the cheapest way apart a Raspberry Pi to run a server. They consume very little energy. They are widely available. They are super cheap, and you can have a lot of them and simply drop if you don't need them anymore. But Ralph, you want to elaborate what will be the usage in the DoD of an Android phone? Ralph Collor, you want to say something?
I'm talking, you guys just aren't hearing me.
Yeah.
So several years ago, AFRL built what we call a Pi tag, just a Raspberry Pi type of thing, ruggedized and with a TAK server on it. And we built a few of these so people could go test with it, and it was a big hit. And then we built a few more, and it was a big hit. And every time people want them, and there's more and more demand for these things, we have to build them, and there's no real mechanism for the government to charge for them. So we just take it out of high. And so we're paying, it's costing us, you know, if we have to spend $50,000 to build these things, which are expensive because they all have to be custom built, it's a waste. It's not a good use of our money or anybody else's. So if instead we had a thing that fit on a phone, we could just say, hey guys, go get this software and put it on the phone, and then you could do your low-end, low-scale TAK practice things in the field, and you wouldn't have to bother us at all. And that's a great benefit to the government, because it just like Charlie doesn't scale, we don't scale well either. But if we just put this software in the Play Store, then we don't have to scale, and everybody can do what they want. Over.
Thank you. And I'm noticing that I am out of time. Sorry, no one has moderated me. So I will immediately leave Josh presenting 10 things you don't know about ATAK, but you can do. And I would like to thank Josh to help organizing this thing. Also because currently he's in a region that is hit by a bad hurricane, not direct hit, but we really appreciate your help, Josh. Go on.
Hey guys, comm check first, and let's see if we can get my slides up here.
We can set.
And that's going to be, we're going to do this one. Okay, you should see my slide deck. Is that right?
Yeah, go on.
Great. So my name is Josh, and I'm kind of filling in here. Our presenter wasn't able to make it, so with Ralph's help, we were able to put together a slide deck, and we were hoping to show folks at least 10 things that they don't know how to do in ATAK. So there's a lot of amazing features in ATAK that I, for one, am always learning about almost every day, especially being on the Discord server. Hoping to share a few of those with everybody. So let's get started. And of course, I'm not going to the next slide deck. Let's try this. Okay, so the first thing is the manual. Most people probably don't even realize that there's an ATAK user manual built right into ATAK. It can be reached by going into settings and then support, and you'll see the ATAK user manual. Also, you'll have the release changelog, which is really cool at keeping up with what are the recent changes in your version of ATAK. There's also a data set instructions, which is a text file that explains where you can put your DTED, your GRG, and your other files. So very handy. I recommend checking those out. The manual is a wealth of information. Next, so now that you've got ATAK and you want to make some custom settings, you want to change some of your settings, the settings menu can be a little daunting. There's just so many options in there, which is great, but you will inevitably probably have a hard time finding that one thing you remember seeing and you can't find it again. Use the search bar up top and start typing out what you can remember. We have a couple of photos here, example of encryption and meshing. And that will really help you find that location until you get it memorized. Another thing you want to do is save the settings. I think we touched on that in a slide deck later on, but you can save some of your settings and your preferences also to your phone. So next, I think we kind of talked about encryption a little bit, or some of the other speakers did. When ATAK is being used in a mesh environment, so specifically not when connected to a server, not talking about TLS or SSL encryption here, you can actually encrypt the data traffic with AES. So you can define a passkey, passphrase, or whatnot. It's actually a generated key, so you're not actually typing in like a passphrase, excuse me. So you can generate this key, and then you want to make sure you pre-share that with everybody else, and everybody on a, say, an untrusted net. Maybe it's guest Wi-Fi, maybe it's Wi-Fi in an event or something like that. Think of a large coliseum or something like that. You can share your data, your ATAK traffic, and no worries about anybody else seeing anything. Also a good way if you have a giant airsoft event, for example, you could have two teams sharing the same Wi-Fi, and just make sure you change, you guys each have your own keys there, and you can not have to worry about each team seeing each other. Another thing, it can be used on zero tier. Zero tier is a layer 2 VPN that you can use for linking all of your ATAK, even WinTAK, other devices, and is commonly used in the community when you do not want to stand up a server, either a real TAK server or a free TAK server. So you can use it in that scenario as well. I do recommend checking out zero tier. It's a pretty interesting application.
And Josh,
yes, sir.
That link at the bottom of the page takes you to the how to configure zero tier for TAK.
Yes, and so Ralph shared some slides a while ago. He had done a how-to, which really helps someone. This is great for a new team. You're excited about ATAK, you want to bring ATAK to your fire department, your search and rescue department. You don't have any radios or anything like that. You can still use ATAK in a group, in a large group, by using LTE and something like zero tier. You don't have to worry about rolling your own OpenVPN server or anything too technical. Zero tier is very friendly. And again, with the slides, Ralph put together a very good presentation and tutorial how to get tied in with using zero tier. Very interesting, and I highly recommend it for new folks wanting to try out zero tier.
And one more thing,
go ahead.
You can also connect that your home or office network to your phone-based networks. You can have WinTAK and all of your ATAK devices on the same network. Over.
Yeah, and that's actually how I use it myself. I run WinTAK here at home, and anytime I'm running ATAK on mine or my wife's phone, we easily just see everybody because we'll have zero tier running in the background. It's very battery friendly, and it's a good alternative if you're just not set up or not ready to run a server implementation on a Pi or Docker, whatever you run. So definitely recommend checking that out. And I will make these slides available so that you guys can go more in depth on some of these links that we provided. There's going to be some links in the slides further ahead for some much more detailed information that we just can't dive completely down into on the slides. So another awesome feature that most people probably will never even realize it's there, whether you use your finger or you happen to use a pen on your phone. You can double tap and hold, and then you can slide your finger up or down, and that's an easy way to zoom in or out of the map if you don't want to use two fingers for whatever reason. Pretty handy little feature. Also comes in handy later on, you may see as we talk about decks. So speaking of decks, this is another one. I'm not going to show the entire video, but Ralph set up a video to explain some of these features and how to start them, and it goes into detail on starting decks, how to use it, how to use this specific feature. Decks is Samsung specific, and it kind of allows a desktop environment for, you can, for example, send it to your wireless screen. In my case, my TV will support it through, I believe, Chromecast or something like that. So you can wirelessly send a giant version of ATAK to your screen, but then the controls aren't necessarily friendly. one of the settings that you can go in here is enabling DeX-friendly controls. That really makes a difference. And you'll also get a little slider bar that goes on the left side of your screen, right underneath that kind of compass heading deal there. So very, very handy, and I recommend checking it out. And if you have a Samsung phone, that is a DeX-enabled phone, I definitely recommend checking it out. It's a pretty cool feature. Also very cool to be able to throw your phone up on a projector or something like that in DeX mode. It's pretty cool.
That slider, especially in portrait mode, though, is awesome, even if you don't have a DeX and you don't have a Samsung.
Very, very cool. And I haven't myself tried it too much. I don't use DeX as much, probably as I should, but it is very cool. And now that I've learned that you can actually change to DeX-friendly controls, I think I'll be using it a little bit more. One thing I didn't really notice on all the other slides, I didn't touch on this, is enable globe display mode. This will actually turn, in ATAK, it'll stretch your maps kind of and try to make everything rectangular instead of representing the globe as a real 3D globe. That setting is also one that you may want to try out. You don't get these stretched maps if you're at northern or southern latitudes, so I also recommend checking that out. I didn't really touch on that on the slide. So now that you've got ATAK and you're enjoying it, inevitably you're going to want to add lots of maps. Maybe it's maps for your specific geographic area, your county. Maybe they're maps, any sort, really. Your imagination is the limit there. ATAK is very good at displaying many different types of maps. Some maps are much more intensive than others. GeoTIFF specifically is a very common format to use, and they can be rather large, especially if you've captured your imagery from drones, like Pix4D is mentioned here in Drone Deploy. You can send your drone, capture your entire neighborhood, and get some amazing imagery, much higher detail than what you'd have from, say, Google Maps or anything else publicly available. So the detail is really there, but you'll pay for that in your CPU usage. There is definitely some tools out there, such as GDAL, TileMill, Maparative, excuse me, however you pronounce that, that can really streamline your map usage. You can convert them to other formats, such as MB Tiles, SQLite. I think we're going to touch on this on another slide here in a second. But just know that if you are running into some resource limitations potentially with your phone because of large maps, there are some alternatives out there to pre-process those or change those into other map types. An often overlooked tool inside of ATAK is the GeoCam plugin. And Ralph has a pretty good presentation on it here. I'm sure everyone is familiar with being able to take a photo on your phone and also see the tagged information in the EXIF header, potentially of your GPS position. ATAK kind of takes that a step further. I should say GeoCam takes it a step further, and we'll tag some more information, and you can kind of see it in the screenshot here, where you actually get your field of view and other information tied in, and is very useful, especially when you're coming back and looking at these photos, and you want more than just the GPS position. Which way was I looking? What was my angles? What was my field of view? You can mark up all of the imagery, which is incredibly useful. So a lot of folks don't realize that tool is in there. The GeoCam plugin is usually included with ATAK that's in the Play Store. That version doesn't seem to be working for some reason, so we've made Ralph has gone ahead and shared it out here at this location on the slide so that everybody can use it. So now that you have your base layer maps, everyone has added their versions or what's already in there. I want to say OpenStreetMaps, and there's a lot that are included in ATAK, and there's a lot that can be added afterwards. Most folks, when they do that, are adding it as a base layer. So what you see is what you get, and you can't really do overlays unless you consider looking at adding it in a different manner. You can add these definitions or other files in the ATAK GRG folder, and you can overlay other maps on top of your base layer map. So a good representation of this might be, say you were running just satellite imagery as your base layer, but you also want to display maybe a rain layer, or precipitation layer, or a traffic layer to be able to overlay that. really, again, your imagination is the limit. You can stack the different imagery, and I want to say you can only do these 2 stacks, that is a base layer and another layer on top of that. And you can use it in very different formats, from GeoTIFFs, you can adjust transparencies and everything else. Very handy feature, trying to overlay whatever map you might need. We're going to touch more on this in a second on another slide, but if you're on a fire or something like that and you want to overlay your park boundaries or current fire boundaries, whatever it might be, there's a lot of options there besides just the standard base layer maps.
You can overlay as many layers as you want, but it gets
Awesome.
useless after the second. After you've added the first one plus the base layer, it's pretty much useless.
Maybe we'll expand on that in ATAK later, because I definitely think layers is a important feature. And just being able to add 2 layers, though, really, really helps out. Along with the layers functionality, we're kind of bringing us into the next one, which is building layouts. So you can take let's just say a regular building layout, such as what's shown here, whether it's your house, a stadium, whatever you need. You can take it as a JPEG, that is, so no geo-rectified information built into a JPEG by default. You can take an image that has no size or geo information built into it. You can use the rubber sheet tool, which is included in ATAK, to geo-rectify it. That means place it on a map and make it scale proper. You can see in this case that it's scaled to match its satellite imagery. And you can, maybe that's an internal map, maybe that's a call out of layer or the first level of a building, the second layer of a building, whatever you might have. Extremely helpful tool. We also have a tutorial linked here from Ralph as well. So highly recommend it, very cool. And imagine if you had like I think his tutorial shows it, a park, for example, a park map. Any sort of map or whatever you want to bring in, you can bring into ATAK, even if it's not geo-rectified, even if it's not a GeoTIFF or anything like that. Pretty handy.
Yesterday, I had to go to a big building I'd never been to before. So as I went in, I just took a picture of the emergency exit plan and plopped it in like this, and I had the whole thing easily rectified for the day.
Awesome. And I mean, you can do it with malls or whatever you need. We had a tutorial, a testimonial of a person that I believe he was a firefighter that was mentioned previously. You can easily overlay that they were operating in a school. You can easily overlay the school layout if you have that available. So that might help show all the room numbers. Very handy stuff.
And Josh, I know that you started later because of me, so I take responsibility, but only to inform you that we have the last 5 minutes.
Copy that. I'm going to squeeze through these really quick. So I won't touch on every single aspect. One thing to know in ATAK is you can bring in all sorts of different video feeds. As an example here, I've used my home security feed. It's an RTSP stream. RTSP streams come from many different security cameras, IP cameras for your home, NVRs, such as Wise cams, stuff like that. There's functionality in there. You can basically bring your video feeds into ATAK. Definitely something to check out. So initially this presentation was 10 things. We have a few more. I guess I'll use up a little bit of the time and then try to save some for QA. And sorry, Corvo, how much time do we have there? Just about 4 minutes?
Let's say 5 minutes because you started late.
Okay, well, these will go pretty quick. We're in the home stretch. So one of the things you can change if you want to customize ATAK, you can adjust or make your own splash screen and about screen. You can basically just place your PNG file in the ATAK support folder, make sure it's named properly. And you can get your own little customized version of ATAK. Pretty cool little feature. The toolbar. Most people don't realize that you can customize the toolbar. The steps here define how to get in there, remove or replace, edit, rearrange the toolbar, and then you can also export and save those settings. So that you don't have to redo that every time you're wiping out ATAK or adding it to a new phone and whatnot. GPX tracks. All these next slides are going to kind of be similar. Track history, GPX, and routes are all very similar terminology, but different pieces. In ATAK, as you're running around, you're going to generate a track history. That track history can be exported. Either you can set it up before or after your trips, but you can create a GPX file. You can later use those GPX files to make routes. Where did I go? Is this going to be a route I'm going to use every day? Is that my commute back and forth to work? Or maybe it's a hiking trail. You can definitely use these GPX files, and very handy to know how to work with those. With those GPX files, if you want to simulate a route in ATAK, you can actually run a separate outside application called Lakido, and you can download that from the Play Store. You'll put your phone in developer mode, and then you can create a route inside of Lakido, and it will actually try to trace the roads if you select road, and you can then hit play, and you will fake GPS location to ATAK, and ATAK will pretend to basically go down a route. Very handy for simulating, testing, and so forth. Just maybe you're trying to learn functionality inside of ATAK. Maybe you, for some reason, don't want people to know where your position is on ATAK and you want to fake it. Pretty cool tool. Zello, and I'll try to wrap up here really quick here, Corvo. So Zello is not built into ATAK, but if you are a new team and trying to use ATAK, if you do not have handheld radios, one of the things you're looking for usually to coordinate with other folks is, in addition to ATAK, is some way to have voice comms. So Zello is a great free tool that you can basically make a channel, net, so to speak, and be able to communicate with your peers. Discord also offers this functionality, but you can create a PTT button that overlays on top of ATAK, and you don't have to get out of ATAK like you would normally into an application. You wouldn't have to bounce between the two applications to talk. So being able to throw a PTT button over top of ATAK, you stay inside of ATAK and keep that SA, and you don't drop out of it. Cool feature that you might want to check out if you're looking at either of those apps, Zello or Discord.
And by the way, Josh, we have a user called Wesley, aka Goss, that managed to connect a real Baofeng with Zello,
yes,
so that you have IP to real radio connection. And
yes,
I tried that. It's really super, super cool.
yeah, and your imagination is the limit on that too. I mean, you can bridge back and forth with ROIP, VoIP, whatever you want to call it, but there's definitely some cool things that the users in the community have created, and this kind of goes in hand with it. Another thing, once you've got ATAK and you have a large amount of imagery, you can use tools such as the data sync tool, I want to say, that is inside of TAK server. If you do not have access to a TAK server, you can use something like Resilio Sync or SyncThing to sync large amounts of maps, just basically almost effortlessly between all of your groups of phones and your PCs potentially running WinTAK. It works for other things besides map files, DTED. You can even share like your mesh encryption key. So imagine you want to rotate your keys, you literally just change a file on one phone and it spits it out to all the rest that have connectivity. It really makes syncing all of your devices with that type of data pretty easy. One thing to note, do not sync the entire ATAK folder. You'll have issues if you do that. All the phones won't want to talk together. And we're in the home stretch here. Quitting without confirming. Most folks, when you're trying to exit ATAK, you forget that you need to go up to the little buttons up in the corner and actually choose exit. You can actually change it so that you don't have to do that, and ATAK won't remain running in the background. So folks that you don't want to leave it and forget ATAK running in the background if you don't select the proper way to exit. You can also turn on grid lines by default. It's another setting. Just go ahead and search for grid inside the settings menu. And I'm going to kind of probably end it here. I don't want to go too much further. I want to say how many slides that we have left. That's pretty much it. So this is a tutorial on how to get DTED. We have the entire world's worth of DTED 0. You can also get specific areas. Please come back and look at the slide and the tutorials in here if you're interested in loading 3D terrain data. It really takes ATAK a step further. Lastly, that same elevation data you can use, you can view a heat map, which would show you kind of a rainbow color map that would detail your height in the terrain height in your area. Very handy feature. This is one of the most important slides, I think, in the entire deck. without users that are giving back to the community, whether it's something like a translation, filling out a spreadsheet and being able to translate into another native language, submitting your crash logs to the developers, improving the wiki, anything like that. Any way you can give back to the community, please don't hesitate. Those folks on Discord are definitely willing to help through the process. Any way we can make TAC better is really going to grow the community. So please do consider that. There's so many ways to contribute. And with that, that is going to be the end of the presentation. I don't think we have much time for questions.
Yeah, we are already 3 minutes over the time. Thank you for taking some time off. Again, I apologize that I went over time, but no one stopped me.
No problem. No, I want to thank Ralph for really doing a majority of these slides. Thank you for your time with that, Ralph, your time and your help. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Corvo, for putting this together.
You're very welcome. And so let's go back to Nate. Nate, you have been the hammer of the conference, if I can use that. And here we have now a session in which you are going to share with us some more information about Eric/Hammer, I hope. So
yes, specifically here using it as a base for a case study in doing open source TAC development.
Right. So your public is already getting crazy. So yeah, you're gone and the people are super excited.
All right, great. Well, hopefully you'll remain excited when I tell you that I'm not going to be talking a lot about Eric or Hammer in terms of its capabilities, but rather just using that as a case study for both how to consume open source software for TAC development and how to release open source software for TAC development. I want to put a little asterisk here in that I am not a lawyer or necessarily even any kind of authoritative source on licensing and some of the other processes and policies that go into releasing something as open source. But what I'm hoping to do here is just give my experience as an example that hopefully will help at least inform others as to what the right questions to ask are. So with that, I'll just show the agenda here. For anyone that might not have been here for the earlier session, I will do a very brief review of what Hammer is, and I'll probably use Hammer and Eric here interchangeably, as Eric was a name that the community came up with before Hammer even existed, I think. So I'll give a brief overview of the capability, but I spend the majority of the time here talking about both employing open source software in your TAC plugins and things that you might want to consider there, and releasing TAC plugins or other TAC related source as open source, and some of the things that you might want to consider there. So again, I suspect at least a good portion of folks may have been here earlier, so I don't want to belabor any of this, but just for context for anyone that wasn't, Hammer or Eric is, Hammer here stands for Handheld Acoustic Modem for Mobile Exchanges with Radios, and this is really all about building a software acoustic modem that we can run as an ATAK plugin, so that you, without any additional hardware, you can take the digital data sitting in your ATAK device and transmit it on over voice comms using any voice capable radio. And so here we use Hammer or Eric as the basis on which to talk about some open source concepts. Just quickly again, a figure here for anyone that wasn't here earlier. Here's Hammer in action. You can send markers on the COP map. It'll translate this into an audio signal that you can use via either a cable or just the speakers on your Android device. And on the receiving side, turn it back into COP markers with things like chat and image sharing and other data type sharing within TAC, hopefully coming very soon. So I mentioned these kind of two sides of the open source coin, both having things that you'll want to consider, employing open source and releasing as open source. And we'll start with employing. So I suspect I'm preaching to the choir here, and that many folks here might be even more familiar with some of these concepts than I am. But the question is, why open source? Well, why use open source is oftentimes you're going to get a great product. There's a spectrum, of course, from somebody who spent 20 minutes on something in their basement and released it as open source to large communities maintaining something like Linux, for example. And so there is certainly a spectrum of quality, but a lot of times you get people who are passionate working on these open source projects. And at the very least, you have the potential for lots of eyes to get on the source code and potentially improve it, find vulnerabilities, things of that nature. And then, of course, typically these are going to come at a great price. When you're talking about free and open source software, free is a pretty decent price to pay. But it's not all rainbows and roses. There are things that need to be considered so that they don't have negative impacts on the rest of the software you're developing. In here, I'll reference DoD a number of times. In some cases, DoD really is more broad than that in terms of federal government. In other times, it's really anyone doing software development. And this is true here. If you're using open source software and plan to release that the software that you're building, you need to understand the impacts of any of that OSS that you're using. So there are lots of questions to ask, but one of the primary ones is it okay to make your own software, what you're developing, open source as a side effect of using others' open source software? And so to kind of just give everybody, again, this might be old news to everyone, but to just kind of set a foundation here that we can all talk from, here's the spectrum of licenses, at least as I see it, where on the very left here, we see strong copyleft licenses. So these are going to say that the use or modification of something under one of these licenses implies that the thing that is using it or modifying it is going to inherit that copyleft license. So the most well-known example here is GPL v3, but there are others. And I'll put another asterisk here in that there is some hot debate across the software open source communities as to whether dynamically linking with other software has the GPL v3 constraints trickle through to the thing that is dynamically linked with it. So if you go and use a library, does that make your software GPL v3 as well? And in some cases, they've tried to be very explicit in this. And so like in the Java world, for example, there's such a thing as the GPL class path exception that tries to really get around this and allow people to employ other people's libraries without being contaminated by them. But there's a lot of subtle questions there, and I certainly won't go into detail. But if you're looking at GPL v3 or similar copyleft licenses, make sure that you kind of understand what their impact is on your software. In the middle here, we've got what's called weak copyleft. So these are things like the lesser GPL, LGPL, the Mozilla license. And one of the key components of these is it's trying to get around and make it explicit that it is okay to use libraries without having the other constraints of that library as license trickle down to you. So really, these make it more about modification, implying that you're going to inherit the copyleft license, as opposed to use, implying that you're going to inherit that license. And then on the far right-hand side here, we're looking at what they call permissive licenses. And these are really the easiest to use in a lot of cases, in that there's no requirement that someone using this or modifying it needs to inherit that license. So you have the ability to take something from an MIT license or an Apache license and use or change that however you'd like, and still sell that as a proprietary product or release your new product under a different type of license. So those are tend to be the most permissive and thus the name. So with that, let's talk about, I guess, for a moment here, the open source software that we used in Hammer. So I mentioned this earlier in the previous session for anyone that was there, but a very large chunk of the Hammer or ATAK code is using, it consists of this open source acoustic software modem that we started from. And so this software modem was released on GitHub with an MIT license. And so we were able to consume that and not have it control how we then released the ATAK plugin from there. And so the numbers that you see here are rough, but this was just a quick analysis of the lines of code from the Hammer ATAK plugin, where roughly 10% of the overall code came from new lines of code that we wrote, and this was largely about consuming the audio modem, turning its outputs into markers that we can display on the ATAK map, and feeding it inputs that we take markers on the map and turn them into COT, for example. And so that's really just about 10% of the overall code in the project, whereas the other 90% comes from these open source tools, with the audio modem here being the biggest one. And so you can see this is like a nice reuse case here, where we can see that we were able to do a lot and arrive at what's hopefully a helpful capability for folks relatively cheaply and easily, and still have flexibility in what we do from there with the licensing. So I will touch a little bit more later on employing open source software, especially as it relates to some of your dependencies, but now we'll shift gears for a minute and talk about some of the things that you might want to consider when releasing as open source. So there's 4 or 5 things that I'll mention here. The first one is what license to use, and really this comes down to a question of how much control you want to maintain over how other people use the software once you release it, and how you want to allow them to use your software in the first place. So asking questions like, do you want to ensure that all derived works are open source themselves? Or do you want to ensure that even all linked works are open source themselves? These are the kind of questions you want to start asking in order to determine which licenses are appropriate. And I should have included some links here, but there are online tools and guides out there for making a license decision. You can think of this as a flow chart where you ask certain questions, and that leads you to one end or the other of that spectrum we were just looking at, and then from there within each segment to specific licenses that might be best for whatever your particular needs are. If you've got questions, you can turn to folks, like if you're doing this as part of something that your company is doing and you've got a contracts representative, they can oftentimes be helpful. Government program managers, fellow coworkers, though they might often have strong opinions in some cases here. All these folks can help it, along with the kind of tools that I mentioned above. And there really is a lot out there. Just Googling around that you'll find.
And if I can, because we had this conversation in a dedicated Discord channel. In a past life, I've been with IBM and I did a certification on open source licenses. And I learned there that is another license that is really relevant. It's called EPL. That is Eclipse public license that we basically use every day, because there are a lot of commercial tools and open source tools based on Eclipse. And this license has been written by lawyers to ensure that you can do exactly that, to create open source style development, but also to build commercial tools that you can sell. So that is also something to consider. And by the way, FTS is released under the EPL license.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that one. I did not have that on the slide earlier, and it's a good point for 2 things. One, that EPL is something that folks should definitely look at, and 2, that the examples I had on the earlier slide should certainly not be considered comprehensive. There's lots and lots of licenses out there. Those were just some of the most well-known, but clearly missing some like EPL. So thank you. So in the case of Hammer, what we wanted was to be able to release it in a strong copyleft manner, but not have those same restrictions that such a license would impose be imposed on the sponsors of the work. And in this case, it was funded by the DoD. Everywhere on this slide, I think that you see DoD, though, you can really replace that with federal government. So the license that we selected was GPL v3, which means that you can use this, you can modify it, but the resulting code is going to inherit that GPL v3 constraint. However, the contracts that we do some of this DoD-funded work under also grant the government unlimited license to the developed capabilities. And so this is a case where we can control kind of the broader use of the tool, but still allow those funding agencies and the US government in general that help create the work to be able to use it however they see fit without worrying so much about the GPL v3 constraints. One thing I mentioned earlier, and I'll just mention again for anyone that wasn't here, we do also plan to expose the Hammer API such that folks can use this without even needing to care about the source code. So what we built was a plugin that is going to provide the user-facing capability for this tool, and if it meets your needs, terrific, use it as is. But we suspect there may be others out there that want to kind of use this as a building block to build other tools, and so we do plan to release that API. So whether it's open source or not, you can, which that would be, but you can consume the functionality from other plugins. So if license selection is one of the first things you want to consider, there are still several other things that folks should think about, especially if you're doing government-funded work. In the DoD realm, for example, there are going to be typically contractual requirements that any software or documentation that you want to release to the public needs to first go through an approval process by a controlling office. So with Air Force, there's a public affairs office at Wright-Patterson that will undertake this for you. If you're dealing with DARPA, there's the DISTAR process, and ONR, all these other agencies will have similar processes where you can submit your source code or your documentation or both and have them review it. And this is just giving the government a mechanism to verify that what you built under their dollar is not going to pose a risk to national security. And so oftentimes this is going to be a required step for anyone who is doing DoD-funded development and wants to release something as open source. But hopefully it's not an onerous one. As long as you give it a little bit of lead time, hopefully it should not be too problematic. And so if you're in this situation, talk with your government PM who will be able to at least point you in the right direction or get things submitted for you. So we talked about licenses and we talked about getting distribution, a kind of public release approval for government funded work. Back to something that's now more generally applicable, regardless of who funds your work, are US export constraints. So
and,
there are.
We have the last 10 minutes, sorry to interrupt, but the 10 minutes warning.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm only a couple slides away from the end here, so hopefully that'll still leave time for slides. Thanks for the heads up. So there are US government bodies, there are rules, there are processes that all exist to control export activities. And while it might not at first seem that way, by open sourcing something and posting it on the big I internet, you're actually making an export, and as you're making it available to non-US persons who also have access to the internet. And so there's two things that could potentially govern what you can and can't do with something from an export control standpoint. One is the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, or ITAR, which is going to restrict the export of defense military technology. And the other is something called the EAR, which is the Export Administration Regulations. And this is a US Commerce Department run set of export controls. While there are lots of benefits to working for a small company. One of the benefits of working for a large one like Raytheon is that there is a whole export control organization within the company. And in this case, in the case of Hammer or Eric, we were able to work with them to get an export determination where there's certified engineers who look at the code or look at the description of what you're building at least, and look at the ITAR list and look at your controls and can determine which of these may govern your releasability. And within ITAR and EAR, there's dozens or maybe hundreds of subcategories that each with their specific constraints as to who and how and when you can release the software. And so having somebody who knows what they're doing in that space is important. And I think maybe the last or second to last slide here is just talking about dependencies and use of those dependencies in internal libraries in software that you plan to release or hand over to others. So as you're building any software system, you're going to use external libraries, third-party libraries. The days of writing an entire software suite from scratch are largely over here in pretty rare cases today. And there are tools out there like Gradle and Maven that make consuming third-party software very easy. You don't even necessarily need to go out to somebody's website to figure out how to download it. And you just enter a line in a Gradle file or a Maven file or an Ant file or whatever it might be. And in these cases, it makes life easy for the developer, but it also makes it very easy to violate the licenses of the software that you're using because you're often not even going to see them. And so you might be using dozens and dozens of third-party libraries, in some cases without even realizing which ones they are, and in often times doing so without realizing the licenses that they have and what that might do to your software that you're building. So the flip side of the coin, that where Gradle and Maven make these kind of things very easy to violate, they also provide tools to ensure that you don't. So there are plugins, for example, for Gradle that will automatically scan the list of dependencies and your transitive dependencies that you might not even be explicitly listing, and find out what licenses are for each of them and produce a report. And while this isn't perfect, it can take care of kind of the 80% of your dependencies and leave just that last bit for manual inspection. So in addition to third-party dependencies, internal dependencies can sometimes prove problematic. The example from Hammer or Eric here is that we used a set of ATAK utility code that BBN has built up over the past several years and across numerous projects. And it's something that makes us able to develop ATAK plugins faster and easier and spin people up in a nicer way. And so it's something that the company considers as a competitive advantage and didn't necessarily want to release that for general purpose use. So in cases like that, where you've got a dependency that you're using in your software but don't necessarily want to release as open source itself, that's another thing that you need to really look at. In our particular case, we had only used a handful of the methods from this library, and we were able to just extract that minimum set of code, include it directly within Hammer, and open source the whole thing. And so we had an easy solution there, but it may not always be quite so straightforward. And I think with that's all I had. Hopefully that at least gives folks some things to think about. And again, while not being a lawyer here or an authoritative source, I'm happy to take questions.
The real question that everyone is asking here is, when are you going to release the full thing? That is what people is dying for. Can you give us some hopes?
I'm hoping that it's next week sometime. We will have, we're working to get this signed and released and in the Play Store for direct use. And in terms of the open source piece, Raytheon has its own GitHub page that I just need to get permission to post to before I can put the code up, but it's ready to go. We've got all our approvals, all of the steps that I just talked through, we've gone through. So I suspect in the next handful of days, this will be up, and we'll make sure to drop some hints as to where you can find it and when it's out there on Discord or Reddit or some of the other common places here.
That is what the 133 people that are resisted until now wanted to know. So thank you so much for providing us this information, Nat, and for sure doing open source is not as simple as it will appear. And here I have another question for you. Any chance of a SWOC releasing through TAC.gov, or will it always be released on FRS? So I'm not sure what the question means, Jan, but I will ask it nevertheless. A SWOC release, you know what that is?
I'm not sure if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, Jan is a kind of military guy. He's using a lot of three letters. I assume
I'm not sure that I've heard it.
Yeah, probably it's, the question is, we are going to get it on GitHub, correct? And on the Play Store. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
So, okay, so we are a little bit late and people are starting to get really tired. And I would like to give Nata, that is the very last speaker, some the attention that he needs to have. So let me introduce to you Nata. Thank you, Nat. And we go now to Nata. So Nata is my partner in crime to the creation of FTS. If we today have an FTS, that is because of the incredible job that Nata has done in the last couple of months. Nata has really done some stuff that most people will consider to be impossible or incredible. And I know what is happening under the cover. So let me welcome Nata and thank you. And please listen to Nata because he has a couple of things that are really important to understand in order for us all to become better developers. Go on, Nata.
Hi, thank you so much for that introduction, Gio. As you said, my name is Natha Paquette. I am the lead developer on the FTS project. Some may know me by my alias Ghost108 or Naman108 on GitHub. Today, I will be discussing the FTS development strategy. We'll just go over the agenda, beginning with a description of COT for those of you who are not familiar. That's fine. Just a general idea of what exactly it is, use cases and implementations within not only the context of the ATAK family of devices, but just generally. We will then move on to the challenges which we at the FTS team have faced, concluding with how we solved these issues. So let's get right into it. What is COT? COT is an abbreviation for cursor on target. It is a data strategy which centers around the use of a common language for various tactical systems and assets, not only on the battlefield, but also in emergency response and many other use cases whereby situational awareness is of the utmost priority. It is a standard of communication intended to facilitate the transmission of data between a variety of systems. However, or not however, but as a result of this, it needs to be highly extensible, as the amount of information ranges from anything like the current trajectory of a smart bomb or the location from your GPS tablet. Right, so there's just a huge variation in the data which is being transmitted, and this is the reason for the extensibility. However, there are three central concepts which are essential in every COT. first, the what of an event, the when, and the where. Not necessarily only events. It could apply to assets or other systems. So moving on to the challenges which we at the FTS team faced. The first challenge was that COT, as I said previously, is designed to be expanded. Now this is a huge asset, and I in no way feel this is a bad feature, as it's essential for COT to maintain a standard in the long run, because it needs to adapt to every system which is now implementing it. However, this has resulted in the merging almost of the technology and the standard or specification. What I mean by that is the specification has been adapted on a technology to technology basis, which leads to some nasty things in the long term. For example, obsolescence of many methods or standards which are included in the code or need to be supported in certain client applications, or repeated implementation of certain methods between which could be differentiated between within the system in its entirety. This is the result of lots of different teams creating these extensions and implementing them, but most of which, the biggest issue is the fact that there is no, as far as I understand, no universal specification applying to all standards which or extensions which have been created. And we believe at the FTS team that with all due respect, we can do better. Now, I've explained what COT is. However, ATAK protocol falls into 3 central versions. Version 0 is the version which you are, I trust you're most familiar with. Those of you who are familiar with COT, it is the version implemented in XML, and it is the version which is by necessity supported by every ATAK device or device within the ATAK family. Then we have version 1, which is implemented in protobuf. Now, protobuf, if you're not familiar, is a standard developed by Google, which is by design compressed by the by reducing duplicate data in the message, and it uses a very similar structure to JSON. And lastly, version 2. Now, we know nothing about version 2. We know that it exists, but if you know anything about version 2 that you can legally share, please do, because we are dying to know at the FTS team. There have been some references to it, but other than that, absolutely nothing. So just to return to version 1 for a moment, they faced in development of version 1 a lot of the same challenges which we did in integration of COT, being the propagation of extensions within messages or within the COT structure. Now there are 2 ways which this could be solved. 1, re-implement all devices to send messages over this protocol or change to this protocol version 1. Or 2, which is the solution they chose, being to simply include the extensions in their version 0 format in a string within the protobuf message. Now, this unfortunately reduces a lot of the benefits of switching to protobuf, as you are no longer saving bytes in the message, nor can you use the standard protobuf format to index the data, but rather you need to go back to integrating any methods which you may have created for version 0 back into version 1 to access all the extensions. So we believe that Oh, and furthermore, there's an inconsistency within the versions within version 1 between the federation data and data coming between ATAK and TAK server. Just another example of how this inconsistency propagates. Moving on, our solution. So we've addressed how it proves detrimental in the long term to that being the propagation of undocumented extensions. However, it doesn't do anyone any good to complain. So we propose the implementation specification-driven development as a method of mitigating this complexity. Not only mitigating, but maintaining a specification. This specification-driven development is what's allowed us at the FTS team to have such rapid prototyping of FTS's implementations of the COT structure, but not only the COT structure. Furthermore, almost every feature of FTS has been developed using the specification-driven development, which has allowed us to get as far as we have with as few resources that we have. Changes to the specification can be generated immediately in both the code base, the documentation, and the interfaces simultaneously, which is really fantastic if you think about the ramifications of this, which we'll get into later, but it's of huge benefit in the process of DevOps, which Gio had touched on in his presentation. All of this has allowed the FTS team to achieve the results which we have in a very small time frame with almost no resources. So I'm just going to delve a little bit further into what exactly is specification-driven development. Now, specification-driven development and model-driven architecture are not the same thing. However, for the purposes of this presentation, I will use the term interchangeably. These are the 5 steps which we've implemented in our process of developing FTS to achieve the results which we have. And I'll walk you through each of these images and what exactly they are. So we begin with the FreeTAK server use cases. What a use case is, for those of you who are not familiar, is an interaction between a client and a system. The system in this instance is FTS, obviously, and the client could be a ATAK, WinTAK, Radacat, or Sensor, though these are more future concepts. As you can see, the WinTAK and ATAK clients can interact with the server in a variety of different ways, be it dropping a ping, sending a GeoChat, connecting, disconnecting, sending an emergency, sending a medevac. I could go on, but I won't. At this point, you can transform this into a behavior model. A behavior model will generally be a high-level explanation or visualization of the series of steps which need to be taken in order to achieve a certain or an expected result from the client side. However, these steps need to be taken by the system, which, as I said, in this instance is FTS. From this point, you take those components which you've established in the behavior model and you create a domain model. Now, a domain model does not contain any sort of logic. All it has is, firstly, the various classes which are being used. Secondly, within those classes, the methods and attributes associated with them. And furthermore, not the interactions, but rather the associations between these classes. For example, inheritance or utilization of one another. So in this instance, you can see this is a domain model of COT. We'll get a more comprehensive one later on in the presentation. This is an older diagram. However, you get the general idea. At this point, you can generate the code directly from the domain model into whatever language, because this domain model is described in UML, which stands for Unified Modeling Language. It is entirely platform independent. So for our instance, we generated Python code. However, it could be generated into Visual Basic, C++, Java, anything really. So here we've generated the class event and all its the code stubs. Furthermore, each of these up here, just going back to the previous diagram, contains associated documentation, not only with the class as a whole, but each attribute and method, making development a whole lot easier, because this doesn't generate the logic, but as I said, it generates the code stubs. The documentation helps a great deal when including this logic. At this point, you can generate the interfaces associated with the domain model in any language. As I said before, this is described in UML, therefore it can be converted to nearly any scripting, programming, or protocol language. And we'll get into these, the behavioral models, the domain models, and the interface generation in a later slide. So moving on, I'm just going to get in a little bit more detail about what exactly a behavioral model is. A behavioral model, as I said previously, represents high-level transactions within a system to achieve a certain goal. In this instance, this behavioral model is representing the transaction to negotiate protocol version 1 from protocol version 0. Just to get an idea, this is from information which we found within the description.txt or protocol.txt file. For those of you who haven't seen it before, it's a almost hidden file within the ATAK source code containing a description of protocol negotiation. However, it certainly doesn't come through this clear. It's very confusing, and actually I had several headaches while reading through it. Corvo, the angel he is, went through it enough to extract this logic and describe it all within a model. Just to get an idea, each rectangle is representing a action being taken by either the client or the server, and each diamond is representing a yes/no decision. So there are a lot of steps, as you can see. This can then be generated into code like this, which includes all the documentation present within this model, as each of these has associated documentation which is included. Moving on, we have a structural model, also known as a domain model. This is a much more comprehensive model of COT, which we've created, or Juice taken the lead on this one. However, it's proved invaluable in the development of FTS. As you can see here, what's in green are the core components of any COT message, being events, point, and detail, followed by extensions, which are in red, and unsure. These, we believe, are present within the overall COT schema. However, we're not certain. We've seen references to them in the documentation, but never completely in COT form. Just to get an idea of how complex this is, there are currently 35 extensions in this model alone, each having, well, there are very few, there are two that have no attributes, but each having one or more attributes. Some, for example, images, they're having upwards of 10. So this was a huge amount of work, and as we understand it, this is currently the most comprehensive model of or documentation of COT there is. Furthermore, each of these classes and attributes has associated documentation which is available within the model and can then be generated into any format you can think of, describing what each class and attribute contains and does. So it really is just an amazing feat on Corvo's behalf. So it's just a huge benefit to the community. Moving on, we are at, this is the EA schema composer. For those of you who aren't familiar with EA, it is the central tool which we've used to drive this project. It has been an invaluable resource and has allowed us to conduct ourselves in the manner which we have with reference to specification-driven design. As you can see here, I'll just zoom in a little bit so you can have a better look. It is selecting the core components of any COT message, being point, event, and detail, and then two following extensions, being TAK control and TAK support. At this point, you can select which attributes from each class you would like to include, which forms a schema for a message, being TAK protocol support message. This is a reference to the earlier slide of the behavioral diagram that you saw, which was the protocol negotiation. This is one of the key messages within. This can then be used to generate identical interfaces in different languages, such as XSD, protobuf, or JSON. But the really important part to remember is that all the interactions and specifications for these will be identical. There will be no differences other than the protocol in which they're implemented. And furthermore, they will use the same documentation, which can also be generated, which really is, I find it's amazing. So that pretty much concludes our presentation, or my presentation. I guess the key takeaways from this would be, firstly, that having a specification-driven approach greatly allows you to speed up development of applications, which in this context was FTS. Secondly, it ensures that technology can be perfectly aligned with the specification at hand, in addition to the documentation which has been created. I don't know if there are any developers listening, but personally, I am not a huge fan of writing documentation, and I've never met anyone who is. So I found that to be a huge plus. And lastly, FTS is a working example of this strategy and design philosophy, which we believe could be extended to all other members of the TAK family, or nearly all other members of the TAK family, in an efficient way that would greatly benefit all involved parties, both the open source community and government bodies. And that essentially concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank you all so much for listening. And I should have time to take questions now if there are any.
So thank you so much, Nada. And it's very, very late. so people is kind of falling asleep. So we still have 182 people online. But if you have any question in regard to what we have shown, and as you know, Nata is online and available. Maybe when you are more rest, if you want to, discuss with him how we are developing FTS, feel free to ask questions in Discord and also in the Reddit. So at the end of this conference, I would like to ramp up and to go through all the people that I have made that possible. First of all the speakers that have provided a very, very wide overview of information. So I'm going to share again, and we will go through the single speakers so that I can thank each of those. Okay, so I have the presenter. Where's my presentation? Here. Sorry, I've started to be a little bit tired here. So I would like to thank Tim and Ralph, Charlie, and Josh that provided the initial government track. We learned a lot about the government strategy today. And then we got to Nate with the news that Eric is real. And Nate, you need to change the name from Eric to Hammer, from Hammer to Eric. And then we got a very comprehensive tour of the ATAK source by Chris. And then Alen was showing us the ATAK library, very good tool to create, new integration with ATAK servers. And Paul provided a demonstration how fast we can provide, something that is even better than something that is used, by many people. Kong provided insights on which technologies we can expect from the device point of view, also with the roadmap, very interesting. So thank you, Kong. Myself, I had my delirium based on mushrooms on the possible future of FTS and why I believe that is good that we are doing what we are doing. Josh, thank you, Josh, not only for presenting 10 things you don't know, and there were more than 10, but also for supporting the creation of this event. Nate came back to show us how we can manage open source in a government and ATAK environment. And finally now Neta show us how is that we are building FTS in detail. So, and that is the conclusion of the conference. So let's look at, I had another slide here, but I lost it. Okay, so let's look at some follow-ups. We are going to a series of videos that we will publish as soon as possible. I said previously 4 weeks because we do that in our free time. If we are, faster, it's even better. I got the question here. So who is asking questions? If any other organizer can read it and tell me, I will try to answer the question. And we have the Reddit topics that are open, and I invite all the speakers to look at the Reddits and interact with the community. So we will extend the conference to that. And yeah, I look forward to a follow-up of this conference at least next year. And Ralph, I will let you say the last words here.
Well, I thank everybody, all the same people that Corvo did. And I would add Corvo as well. It's first of all a testament to the government guys besides me that freed up this code, because it's probably very valuable to all of you who are still hanging around. And looking around, there's a lot of people from a bunch of different areas. People in the government who would like to see this because they all think of this as a thing bigger than them. Contractors and integrators who are holding on to see where this goes because they see it as both super interesting and valuable to them and their customers. And people like me who are also just hobbyists and think that this is great. And then people who are, for instance, firefighters and other civilian uses who want to make use of it. Those people are all key to making this successful going forward. And I do hope that we can do this again in the spring, opposite the TAC offsite for government military use, and then do this once a year. That would be my hope. I don't know if we can make that happen. You guys who are online really are doing all the work, and I'm really happy to have you guys there and to work to support you. That's really all I have.
So thank you again, Rolf. Is anyone else in the staff list that want to say anything? Jay, if you are still there, you are a hero. I think where you are is kind of already morning. So Jay spent all the nights to support that. Josh, thank you again for supporting that. And if no one wants to say something, I will say, okay, that's it. Thank you and see you soon.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you.